long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
I saw you laughing back there, Zach.
I'm amazed at how much hate the intro is getting in the chat. I actually enjoyed it. I thought, well done.
It's good. I like it. It's funny. It's me. It's a fun little humorous skit. And I happen to use hot little AI girls to represent. But outside of that, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Moderator Monday. This evening, I have Zachary K. Hubbard from is it Gematria Effects News? I always mix it up.
Yeah, nobody really knows how to say that word. It's probably Gematria, but Gematria will do just fine with me.
Oh, I've totally been saying Gematria this whole time. Now I feel stupid. This is why I don't debate. And also have MadeByJimBob representing the questioning side of why this is even useful. And that is the prompt of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, is Gematria useful? Gematria. Gentlemen, if you'd like to go ahead and give out your opening statements, Zach, to you.
Yes, I would say absolutely it is useful. I have spent the last more than 11 years now studying this topic and teaching about it. And I got into it by reading a book published in 1926 by Manly P. Hall, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. In that book, he introduces this subject of gematria or gematria, the practice of encoding numbers into words. And in the book, he introduces 4 ciphers. That's tends to be what I talk about. The 4 ciphers of the English language, which is as simple as A, B, C is 1, 2, 3, just turning the letters to numbers and then calculating the value of words and sentences. So A would be 1, B would be 2, C would be 3, D would be 4, up to Z, the 26 letters, 26. It's that elementary. The other ciphers are very simple. One is just running the alphabetic order in reverse. Z is 1 back to A is 26. And then the other 2 ciphers are using the alphabetic order with numerology applied to each letter. So each letter becomes a single digit number. For example, A would still be 1, B would still be 2, C would still be 3. But when you get to J, J is the 10th letter, you would use the numerology of 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. So J would be 1 in that cipher. Up to Z, the 26th letter would be 2 plus 6 is 8. And then also doing the same thing with the reverse alphabetic order. For anyone who's saying, well, how could knowing this possibly be useful? Again, this knowledge has been proven to be useful in many regards, and there's probably still undiscovered ways it's useful. People have used it in this community to take advantage of the rigged stock market, the rigged cryptocurrency markets, absolutely the world of rigged sports, and literally to free themselves from the matrix of misinformation, which is the news each day, which truly is structured propaganda by this code of ABC is 1, 2, 3. You can apply it each day and see through the news like you have laser vision. As for who has done this, who has encoded the language, as we'll get to, of course, it's the Catholic Church. If you research English, the oldest English script goes back to the monk Berfirth of Ramsey Abbey from the year 1011 AD. And it was at the end of the 16th century that the English alphabet was standardized as a 26-letter alphabet with the spellings we use today. At the same time, the Gregorian calendar was implemented by the Jesuit order, which is essentially the military order of the Catholic Church. And just to show you how this simple code of ABC is 1, 2, 3 relates to the language, just the word Catholic itself. With the alphabetic order, Catholic is 71. With the alphabetic order in numerology, it's 35. With the reverse alphabetic order, Catholic is 145. And with the reverse alphabetic order in numerology, it's 46. Now, where do these numbers fit in? Go right to the Bible. Catholic Old Testaments have 46 books and 145 more chapters. This nation's first Catholic president was number 35, killed on I-35 at age 46. The nation's second Catholic president was Joe Biden, elected number 46, exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, inaugurated on the Pope's 35th day of his age. And with regards to the war that's front and center right now in Israel, Israel, created in a very Catholic tradition, created on the 14th day of the 5th month. The majority of the world writes the date 14/5, like 145. Like, again, there's 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament. David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, his name also equates to 145. This current war that just began in Israel began on Putin's 71st birthday, 71 days from the Pope's birthday, and had this big escalation over the weekend, exactly 71 weeks after Netanyahu declared war. Saying now they're going to target Iran, possibly escalating this into something much larger. I don't want to go on too long because you said to keep it short, but this is the kind of stuff we'll be talking about tonight, how this knowledge shows how the game is rigged.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Jim Bob, to you.
Well, first of all, I haven't studied any Gematria, and I know that there's a fair amount of games that are rigged without adding up things in the dark closets of my basement. As far as usefulness, if the debate tonight is whether or not it's useful or not, I would say that I couldn't ask for a better demonstration of complete uselessness in the opening right there. I mean, it sounds almost like Sesame Street for schizophrenics. You know, like, today we're going to add up these numbers, kids. Why? No idea. So I'm going to be looking tonight to see if Zach could actually provide use. He said you could predict things. You could predict sports betting. Well, I mean, we can put them to the test tonight. I'm sure all of us in the chat would be very happy to get the accurate lotto numbers or sports betting numbers, horse names, etc. So we can then go in and put them in our Google calendars and all celebrate our wins this week. I don't think that's going to happen tonight. What you'll hear tonight is multiple sets of post-diction connections that are done after the fact that literally tell us nothing. It give us no vantage point, no advantage at all. And it's always the fact with these Gematria tards that they're going to let things happen, and then they're going to do a post-diction narrative of how they were right about everything. But they never happen to be predictive. They never happen to actually secure a predictive model the same way all of the rest of the grifters who say that they're mind readers, mentalists. I think Zach Hubbard and company, and there are many like him, they're a bunch of cheaters, really. They just cheat people by confusing them, by bombarding them with a massive amount of information in a short period of time. And it's a bunch of nonsense, really. It's a bunch of bullshit. So.
Fair enough. Thank you, Jim Bob. And as a reminder, this channel loves to do open panel, which we will be getting into that when the gentlemen finish up. So we will do the debate. We will read and respond to all of your super chats, and then we will open up the panel so that you guys can come and have fun too. Gentlemen, I leave the floor to you.
Well, just to respond, anyone who's familiar with my record would know that everything Jim Bob just said is complete nonsense. Jim Bob hasn't had the mainstream media write any articles about him. I had USA Today take a shot at me January of 2016. I had Vice News take a shot at me as the baseball season concluded in 2017, along with Sports Illustrated. And they were making fun of the accurate predictions I had made, trying to make it seem like it was just some kind of coincidence. But we've put out very pinpoint predictions from the world of sports, again, to elections, to crypto, to the market. And that has caught the attention of the authorities, and it's been documented. So to say that we don't call anything is just a straight up lie and shows your ignorance. Again, every day on Patreon, we get up and decode sports in the morning and produce winning slips consistently day after day. So to say that we're not doing this is just to be completely misleading and dishonest.
Well, it sounds like you just said because people wrote about me because I'm a lol cow, therefore I'm right about stuff. Like, well, why don't we skip to the usefulness of Gematria here?
Well, when you can call futures very specifically, for example, the first article that was written about me in January of 2016 was for in week 3 of the NFL season.
This is Postdiction.
But
let's do a prediction right now, Zach. No, let's skip the nonsense. The whole chat's waiting. If you think we can do a very precise prediction, specific, do one right now using Gematria.
Again, we do that day after day.
No, do it right now.
Jim Bob, I don't have to make a prediction right now to document what's happened for over 11 years.
Postdiction. What did I say? Postdiction. Every time I put it in my opening, all Zach does, all these people do, is they look back at time and say how they were right after the fact, but they never can do a prediction on the spot because they're a bunch of liars. You're a liar.
That's not true, Jim Bob.
Yeah, you're a liar.
Jim Bob, the article was written about what I had said, and they tried to make it seem absurd.
Yeah, it is absurd. Now do a prediction for us using Gematria. It should be pretty easy.
Hey, if anybody wants predictions, we do them every single day.
You have to pay for them?
Single morning.
You have to pay for
Patreon.
them?
And the
on
reason
Patreon.
It's charged for is because of the unprecedented track record. Again, for 5 years.
You just go over to Patreon. Yeah.
Jim Bob, for 5 years, I did this for free and made my name. Again, there's a reason that the articles were written.
So you're saying again, no, you can't make a prediction, right?
Bob,
is that a
Jim
no?
Bob, it's not just about predictions either. It's about having the lens to see who, what, why, and where is what is going on in the world. It's like having a detective's lens to understand who is manipulating.
You mean Blues? You mean Blues Clues? You basically run a Blues Clues channel for idiots.
Well, Jim Bob, you sit on your channel and you blame.
We're not talking about me. We're not talking about me. No. We're not talking about me. We're talking about whether or not this is useful, right?
It is because people like you like to blame everything on bagels, as you call them, right?
Do you think they're hiding the truth? Is that part of the people running this scheme? Are they hiding the truth?
Jim Bob, I'm making a point. You sit on your channel and you blame bagels. For people who don't know what bagels are,
I don't blame anybody.
It rhymes with ooze. Okay?
I don't blame anybody for anything. I live my life and I make fun of things. Anyone who watches your channel
knows that's what you do.
Blame? No. By the way, is the debate what Jim Bob does on his channel or whether or not Gematria is useful?
Right. So it is useful in the sense of the fact that you can see through using this knowledge who's actually manipulating the media and who's instigating wars.
The media who wrote about you?
Yes.
So do you trust them?
Well, they were mocking what I was doing and trying to downplay it. Same thing you're doing.
Well, I am playing it because if you had a prediction that was true, you know how many Patreon people you would gain from my chat if you could accurately predict something right now using Gematria?
I don't know. I can't believe anybody watches your channel, to be perfectly honest.
Well, that's a dodge. So do you know how many people would you'd be able to gain in a Patreon if you could do a prediction right now using Gematria?
Jim Bob, I'm not really interested in gaining your audience. I'm interested in explaining the relevance of this work.
Not relevance, usefulness.
Yeah, the usefulness.
So what's the usefulness?
Let's answer the question. How many Americans are aware that the elections that they vote in are rigged?
Not sure. How would you know?
We've been proving it very well the entire time I've been here, Jim.
How did you determine it?
Huh?
How did you determine how many people in the U.S. know the election's rigged or not?
Very few based on how many participate.
Okay, so, and now what? Now what do you use Gematria for?
To prove that it is rigged, as we have done.
Oh, so if people already know it's rigged, what is Gematria useful for them?
The point of understanding that the election is rigged is so that you can see the illegitimacy of your country and that something needs to be done.
How does Gematria demonstrate to people that the election's rigged?
Because it is a basis for understanding how they're rigging it and who the predetermined candidates are.
Specifically how?
In my opening statement.
How did you do that?
In my opening statement, Jim Bob, I talked about how there's only been 2 Catholic presidents, and the second one was elected exactly 46
Can you
weeks
predict
after the Pope.
Can you predict the next president?
I can put my mind to it. It's not something we started working on yet.
Can you predict anything right now? Are you just unwilling to do
Jim
it right
Bob,
now?
Again, it's not to come on here and predict something right now. Anybody who wants predictions, again, we do it every day on Patreon.
Tell us about some, maybe you can convince the chat and myself using some otherwise impossible coincidences. Why don't you go ahead? Tell us.
Impossible coincidences.
Yeah, tell us.
So here, let's just go through the last 3 elections that have happened at the time I've been aware of this knowledge and what we put out on our channel.
Go for it. Yeah, go.
There's a reason your channel's never been deleted, Jim Bob, and mine's been deleted 20-some times.
But you still have a YouTube channel.
Because persistence.
Okay, just tell us the coincidences.
Okay, so 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage. The first GOP debate, 20-some candidates are on the stage. The first time Donald Trump steps up to the mic, they put a graphic on the screen. Donald Trump, the 133rd richest man in the world. Mm-hmm. We covered it right then. We said, are they telling us the apprentice is the next president? Because in Gematria, the word president equals 133, as does White House, as does government. Documenting the rituals. Again, you can still watch the video from February of 2016, just before Super Tuesday. I explained why they were going to put Donald Trump in there, what the numbers had to do with it, why Trump announced from the 58-story Trump Tower that he was running for the 58th election. A lot of people overlook these things, but the apprentice is the first degree of Freemasonry. In Gematria, Freemasonry equals 58, as does secret society, as does Solomon's Temple, where their secrets are, as does Rosicrucian. Okay. King James was a Freemason and a Rosicrucian. He died unexpectedly at age 58. The year that Trump won the election, he had his convention in the Cavs stadium right after LeBron won the finals on the real King James's birthday. And do you know who called that LeBron would win the finals on the real King James's birthday before the season began? Yours truly. And a lot of people made fun of me when LeBron was down 3-1. But what I said to them back then is I said, listen, he's 40-1 right now to come back and win the finals. Why not put another $10 on it and make yourself a nice 400? He did come back and win on the real King James's birthday, and Trump had his convention there. That channeled into this year's election, which was on Remember the 5th of November, the day in history the Jesuits tried to blow up King James. And we saw this years in advance. We said 4 years ago why Donald Trump would be reinstalled in this most recent selection. But hold on, I want to rewind to the 58 thing, because the biggest prediction we ever had, the year that I had the most growth was 2016. And the singular event that caused so much growth was predicting Prince's death before it happened. Vanity died that year, his former girlfriend, the day of the 58th Grammys.
That's a lot there. Let me process all of that.
Hold on.
There's more?
I want to
Okay,
go on.
Yeah.
Because you're saying this isn't relevant.
Go for it. Go. No, by all means.
So Vanity dies the day of the 58th Grammys. That was Prince's girlfriend from the time of Purple Rain. Prince dies April 21st. Prince had the hit song, I Would Die For You, with the number 4 and the letter U. U is the 21st letter of the alphabet. Prince ended up dying on 4/21, like for you, like how he wrote his song that he recorded 33 years earlier. But Vanity dies the day of the 58th Grammys. Then Prince dies. In Gematria, Purple Rain equals 58. Next thing you know, Trump's coming out to Queen, We Are the Champions at his convention in Cleveland.
Nailed it.
LeBron wins the finals on the real King James's birthday, who again died at 58. Queen of England in Gematria equals 58.
Whoa,
If you notice, there was a lot of purple, even this time around. Bill and Hillary conceded to Trump wearing purple. When Jill Biden left the White House this time, she left wearing purple.
The eggplant emoji is purple too.
But the thing is, purple in Gematria literally equals Trump. Literally equals
Purple
Elizabeth.
Trump. Purple Trump. Do you have any goods on who's that dinosaur who used to sing songs for the kids? He was purple too.
Barney?
Barney, yeah. Anything on Barney? Zach?
You.
But again, there's such ritualism to all of this in Gematria. Again, I don't want to lose you at 58, Jim Bob, but do we follow with how Freemasonry equals 58 and the first degree is the apprentice? Do we get the joke of why he's announcing from the 58th story Trump Tower for the 58th election?
Oh, cool. How is that useful?
From understanding how your election is rigged and the symbolism and the ritualism, it's super useful.
For what though?
For seeing how the game is rigged.
No, but how's that useful?
So you must not understand why there's a protection of the First Amendment and free speech. If a society is not informed and they do not have information, then they cannot make informed decisions in a democracy or even a democratic republic.
So put them behind a paywall for Patreon then.
For 5 years, I did everything for free, Jim Bob.
So
I didn't have anything behind a paywall.
So you have this freedom of information spirit to you, but yet you have to charge people for the information that you think they need, right?
You're deflecting from the point I'm making.
Cool. How is it useful?
I'm showing you why they perform this number ritualism.
Okay, but how is it useful? How can I use it right now?
If you can see that your rulers are performing Kabbalist, for people to this whole thing of letters and numbers comes from Kabbalah. Okay, this whole thing of letters and numbers comes from Kabbalah. That's where the term the Cabal comes from. And again, in Kabbalah, there's two halves. There's the standard study of where all this knowledge of Kabbalah fits in with your life.
I like that super chat. Frank the Truth Tank, $10. He says Zach predicted the Cubs. Well, yeah, that's a 50-50 chance. I mean, you know how many other people predicted the Cubs without doing Gematria?
Jim Bob, it's not a 50-50 chance. It was in spring training. It's a 1 in 30 chance, and we've consistently called the World Series. How many people bet and win the World Series not using Gematria? Probably more than they do, not
right?
As many as us. What we've done is unprecedented.
No. People who win in sports betting, it's not an accident you guys focus on sports betting because you guys are a bunch of fucking cheaters. You're just a bunch of liars. Really, you're just a bunch of scammers.
How are we liars and scammers?
Because you're telling people that there's some sort of mechanistic predictive element to Gematria, and there isn't. That's why you stick to things with higher probabilities.
Wrong.
Like sports betting. Yeah, it is. It's not wrong.
Jim Bob, we're calling futures consistently before the season begins.
Are you wearing a yarmulke?
In the NBA, there's 30 in the MLB, there's 32 in the NFL. Not many people are that good at calling futures. We've done it consistently.
Oh, really? So can you call one right now?
I'm pretty sure our picks are right on for the finals from the start of the year.
And how did Gematria tell the picks? This is interesting.
Call future predictions.
No, the audience. No, not relevance. Again, stop using that word. Usefulness. The audience wants to know how you use Gematria to do your picks. Tell the audience how you use Gematria to do your picks.
For example, so last year was the 78th NBA season, and game one of the finals started on June 6th, which was the Boston Celtics' 78th birthday, and they're the only team in the entire NBA who has a Gematria value of 78. It was a very easy pick. We said this is the Celtics season. So did you follow that? How they're the only team that equals 78, the finals begin on their 78th birthday. You follow that?
Yeah, Nat predicted it.
Yeah. And the other thing we show that's evil about this is how they literally ritually sacrifice human beings by this same Kabbalistic code for these rigged championships. Case in point, Bill Walton finished his career with the Celtics. He died at 71 the day that the Celtics advanced to the NBA Finals. Boston Celtics with numerology 78. Celtics, just the word alone with the alphabetic order, is 71. Bill Walton just drops dead at 71 the day.
Oh my gosh, you don't say.
Well, Jim Bob, you claim to be a Christian.
How is it useful? Forget about my theology. How is it useful to know when Bill Walton dies, please?
It's useful to understand that these sports leagues are literally sacrificing human beings.
Oh,
so that the fans,
they sacrifice Bill Walton.
Yeah.
It's not likely that at 71, you might be in the age range of dying. They actually sacrificed Bill Walton because of the 71,
Bill,
right?
it's young and old. Days later, hold on. Bill Walton won the only finals for the Portland Trailblazers. Oregon's the 33rd state. Days
God.
later, Aaron Gordon, his brother, just happened to drop dead at 33 in Portland. And that was just before the finals began. Denver was the defending champion. Dikembe Mutombo, former basketball. Hold on.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, Dikembe Mutombo. Do you remember what his age of death was?
I don't know.
It was 58. Do you know what
58?
Dikembe Mutombo equals in gematria?
So who killed him then?
Dikembe Mutombo equals 58. And
Who
here's
killed the African guy who says, no, not in my house? Who killed him? Are you saying somebody?
I'm telling you, all roads lead back to the Jesuits.
No, hold on. Are you saying they killed Dikembe Mutombo?
I'm saying these people kill a lot of people.
So he died at 58, and you're just not having it.
Again, here's the thing. He died exactly 68 weeks after Denver won their only championship. Denver equals 68.
Yeah, but how many other people died at that many weeks after that? How many other people?
I'm making the point. This happens annually.
Why don't you focus on the other people who also died at the same day?
Jim Bob.
I'm asking you a question.
Jim Bob, if you're a Christian, you should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
No, we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism, you prick. Look, why? Who else died the same day as Dikembe Mutombo?
Jim Bob.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. You're refusing to respond.
Rose died. Pete Rose died the same day.
No. How come
Pete Rose died the exact same day?
Why are the other people that die irrelevant?
I'm not saying they are. If you followed the story, they talked about Dikembe Mutombo's Rose, how he was survived by his wife, Rose. Later the same day, Pete Rose dies. And you know what? For anyone who followed my work last year on baseball, I explained why Pete Rose was likely going to die.
He was also a gambler, wasn't he? So
hold on. I want to make a point about Pete Rose, though. Pete Rose died the last day of the MLB season. Okay. The last day of the MLB season, which was September 30th, 2024, which was a date having 83 numerology, which would break down to 11.
Oh, fuck.
But hold on. The word murder in gematria equates to 83. Okay. The song Murder by Numbers by the Police came out in 1983.
Oh, shit.
In the movie poster behind me, Murder by Numbers, you can see that the E is a 3 and the B is an 8. Murder equals 38 and 83.
Okay.
Hold on. The song came out in 83. Everyone should look up the lyrics to Murder by Numbers. It's about how killing is the sport of the elected. Now, here's what's interesting. When he first died, Pete Rose, they put out an image of Steve Garvey standing right behind him, the former MLB player who was running for Senate in California. The first image ESPN puts out when Pete Rose is announced dead is Steve Garvey standing behind him. Steve Garvey's running for election. The word election equals 83 like murder. Pete Rose died exactly 83 days from Steve Garvey's birthday. But hold on. Pete Rose also died the day of the last MLB season, which was in Georgia. And Pete Rose, his record hit streak did end in Georgia. So you just got to say, what are the odds? Because for people who don't follow baseball, last year, Pete Rose was known for hitting and for stealing bases.
Stealing home, too. Yeah, definitely.
And last year, you had this new record set by Shohei Ohtani. And he's now known for stolen bases and hitting the ball well. So you have this new mark set in baseball for stolen bases and power, reminiscent of Pete Rose.
Yeah.
And then who dies shortly after Pete Rose? The other guy who's known for that, Ricky Henderson. And
he was also in that movie, right?
The point I'm
making... Can you connect it back to Leslie Nielsen?
Hold on.
That's what I want to know.
No, I didn't finish with the Dikembe Mutombo part.
Yeah. Worst center in history. So important. The worst center in history.
Okay. Dikembe Mutombo died exactly 8 weeks.
Why him? He sucked, dude. Why him? I'm asking why him.
Because he played for the Denver Nuggets. I'm explaining why.
The Nuggets. I've missed that part. Go ahead.
He died exactly 68.
He played for the Hawks too, didn't he?
He played for several teams, but he made his name in the NBA with Denver.
No, not even close. Go ahead.
What do you mean, not even close?
What? What? No, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
He died exactly 68 weeks after Denver won their only championship. Denver equals 68, as does basketball, as does championship.
Okay.
If you run it the other way, championship also equates to 58, like Dikembe Mutombo.
Did you know
like
race car spelled backwards is race car?
Huh?
Race car spelled backwards is race car.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's a coincidence that I was like, what the fuck?
Well, you're being silly, Jim Bob. I just want to send a kind reminder out. There are currently over 1,000 of you watching right now, and I hope you're all doing your job to hit the like button. Gentlemen, back to you.
I want to know if I said, holy shit, Zach, I'm so glad you told me all of that. I'm still wondering, because the topic of the debate, Zach, is how is it useful? Let's say everything you said checked out. I'm still wondering how me, a father of 3, a husband, how is it useful tomorrow for me to know all of those connections? I just want to application here.
Easy.
Application.
If these leagues really are murdering people, and it's pretty obvious for anyone who's watching, right before the World Series began, Fernando Valenzuela drops dead and Rudy May when they pitched against each other in Game 3 the last time the Yankees and the Dodgers met. They just happened to die right before the World Series begins. The day the World Series kicks off, they got the hip-hop producer in the Yankees hat announced dead right as the game's kicking off. This stuff's going on every year. But the point is, if you realize that these leagues really are sacrificing their players, do you feel like this is something you should be bringing your family to?
Oh, you're saying stop going to sports events, but you can bet on them.
Well, Jim Bob, I could give up betting on them.
Wait. You could? Okay, no, hold on. You could, but you do bet on them, and you say one of the. Hold on. It's my turn to talk. You said a lot. You said a lot.
We're taking from them.
No. You said a lot. You're saying stop going to sports, bro. Also, you're making money on betting on sports. Wow, that's. I'm going to take your advice.
To the games. We're not going to the games. These are.
You're just betting and making money on the games happening, but you don't want anyone to support the games happening.
If people were making money on the games the way we had over the last decade,
scammer, bro. You're such a slimy scammer.
No, that's a false accusation.
Oh, you're such a slime ball.
Jim Bob, you should take a good look in the mirror, buddy. You're the one downplaying
you're such a slime ball.
Jim Bob, you tried
to
make
it seem scammer.
Hold on. It's young and old. It's not just old people that are dying. Right as this NFL season,
I want to round you guys up. Honestly, I want to round up all the Gematria tards up. Round them up.
Jim Bob, as this NFL season was getting underway, a former star of the last Super Bowl in New Orleans, Jacoby Jones, he just happened to drop dead at age 40. 40. The Super Bowl was on the 40th day of the year this year.
Cool.
He was a New Orleans
native. Do I use that tomorrow? How do I use it? Stop saying the things. How does the audience listening, 1,000 people, use the information you have? Tomorrow, you said stop going to basketball games and NFL games, even though your entire income essentially relies on people going and having those games happen, right? How does the ordinary man who has a plumbing job, who has an ordinary job...
The ordinary man is very much into sports, Jim Bob.
Yeah,
if the ordinary man realized the game was rigged and they were sacrificing his former favorite players, he'd probably boycott the game and shut down these evil leagues.
Except you get to bet on them.
All right. Jim,
why would we believe you, you little slime ball? You're telling people, the ordinary man, to stop going to basketball games while you make money betting on them, and your entire fucking grift is based on your predictive model of betting on games, dude. Do you not see the problem in that ethically?
Here, just to remind people, it's not just about sports. You can use this knowledge on the market. You can use it on crypto. Again, at the beginning of last year, I told people at the beginning of the year, I said Bitcoin will hit 72K on the 72nd day of the year. Anyone go back and watch these videos. Bitcoin equals 72 like money, like Jesuit order. And if you look into Bitcoin, you'll find out it has a lot of Catholic engineering.
Yeah.
You can laugh all you want. There's also 70.
No, I'm laughing at the chat because I asked this too. Does this work predict before someone dies or only after?
Again, we make accurate predictions.
Post prediction. Post after the fact.
Of the knowledge.
Yeah.
Hey, I just told people. Jim Bob,
how do I use it?
Listen.
How do I use it?
If you'd listen, you would learn. But
you said stop going to basketball games, bro.
What was trending on YouTube last year is that Bitcoin was surging all the way to 150K. And I put out differential information to help people out. I said, watch, it will hit 72K on the 72nd day of the year. and it will go down after that. Now, what ended up happening is it did hit
wow.
72K on the 72nd day of the year, and it actually hit 73K on the 73rd day of the year, and immediately fell down
So you're
off
wrong.
the cliff back down to 50K. And I told people, I said, when it hits 72K, that's the pullout point. It's going to have a correction. Almost everybody in the comment section was like, because the trending information was that it's surging all the way.
So better. You're just a better dude. You're just a gambling mess. That's all you are. Your entire identity is a gambling mess.
No. Again, having knowledge to understand the way markets is rigged is valuable. This applies to the stock market.
Gematria. So Gematria determines the volatility of Bitcoin, you're saying?
The market is rigged. There's very
I
few
asked you
people
a
who control
question,
the
Zach.
currency that can
Zach,
manipulate it.
stop. I asked you a question.
The answer is yes.
Does Gematria
The
determine
answer is
the
yes.
volatility of Bitcoin?
The answer is yes.
Okay, so you're saying that in a volatile up and down system like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, that the owners of the world, the Jesuits, not only influence the volatility, but they determine the volatility and then code it with language and numbers. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how is it? Are you a billionaire?
I'm not a billionaire. Jim Bob, I don't make my life about money.
Why are you not a billionaire?
I just said I don't make my life about money. For the
I didn't ask if that was the case. I said, why aren't you a billionaire? Are you just saying because I don't value money?
I didn't say I don't value money. I don't make my life about money. I don't focus all my time.
If you could make $1 billion because you can accurately predict using Gematria, the ciphers, if you can accurately predict Bitcoin's volatile spikes and lows, as well as basketball games, NFL games, and everything else that happens in the world, if you could become a billionaire, would you?
It's not my ambition. And to answer what you're trying to say,
if you could, would you, is a yes or no question.
I personally don't even invest in crypto because I don't want to invest in digital currency. I see the trap of the system, but people do, and the knowledge has been beneficial. And just for the record, there's a gentleman who learned from me. The year that Bitcoin took off, I put out a very accurate prediction. He saw that. He's created a very successful Gematria channel that only focuses on crypto. Again, you can learn the information I'm putting out. Just like
Gary teach you?
Huh?
Did Gary, the numbers guy, teach you everything you know?
No, Gary's a
real
grifter and shill.
No, he taught you. Oh, you know what's so funny about this whole cult is that it's always the other Gematria tards that are the grifters and shills, right? But they're saying the same exact rhetoric. No, they're saying the same exact shit.
Let me tell you why
you guys are low-level scum scammers. You should be put in jail, in fact. I think you should be jailed for what you do.
Jim Bob, all you do is get online and talk shit, man.
We're not talking about me. We're not talking about me. We're talking about whether or not Gematria is useful, bro.
Let me tell you about Gary since you wanted to
tell us about Gary. When was he born?
I don't know.
What year was he born? How old is he? 58.
Gary and I haven't really had any communication since 2016, and that's because he embarrassed himself. And here's how that happened, Jim Bob.
Tell us. Numbers.
I used to have a Wednesday show, Truth Frequency Radio, Gematria Effect News. He would call in every Wednesday and try to compete with his sports picks. And every week he would do piss poor and embarrass himself. And he kept striking out during the 2016 MLB.
Why? I thought Gematria works.
Jim Bob, listen.
Is he using wrong ciphers or what? I'm so tired of these faulty ciphers, bro.
Based off the Chinese zodiac. That's what he's into.
Oh, that's what it went. He went wrong there. Yeah, you got to go with the Jews.
This is the point, Jim Bob. You're trying to compare us. We're not comparable people.
Oh, you're comparable. You're both grifting fucking liars. Lowest forms of humans.
Oh, so tell me what I've lied about tonight.
You think you lied. You said you can do predictions, and then you're refusing to make a prediction right now using Gematria.
Hey, the predictions I make have value.
Yeah, give us one.
Prove it,
you little slime ball.
It's been proven for over a decade.
No, prove it in front of 1,000 people right now.
Hey,
No,
join the Patreon.
silence.
Yeah, we did
No,
again today.
join the Patreon, right? Give me, oi! They're running.
Bob,
They're running the
sitting in
nation.
your corner
Give me my
begging for
Patreon.
super
Give me
chats.
my Patreon.
Hey, you're the one with the graphic in the corner begging for super chats. Do you see that on my screen?
Give me.
I don't need to beg for super chats.
Give me my.
I don't need to
Give
get
me
online
my
and talk shit about people
Patreon.
to
I'll
beg
give
for
you the
super chats.
numbers. I'll give you the
All
numbers.
right, gentlemen. All right.
Give me the numbers. I'll give you the numbers. Dude, have you ever considered growing curls? Little side curls? Maybe swing them next debate?
JimBob.
What?
Hold on, Jim Bob. Again, the point of this knowledge is you can see how rigged the game is.
You little weasel.
On evolution. Do you ever bring up Piltdown Man?
Yeah, it's a scam, just like you.
Well, how long did the Piltdown Man scam last?
How long are you going to scam?
I'm not scamming anybody.
Yeah, you are.
False accusation. How long did the Piltdown Man scam last?
I think it was like 50 years.
Wrong.
58 years.
Wrong.
Yes. What's the number?
It lasted 41 years.
What's the significance of 41?
Hold on. Do you want to guess what Piltdown equals in Gematria?
41.
It does equal 41.
Oh, shit. Now, how can I use that tomorrow?
Well, this is the point of this knowledge. You can
What
go
is the
through
point? How
history
can I
and see
use
how
that
many
right now?
things
No,
there
no,
are
no,
just
no,
like
no,
this.
no. Stop doing post-diction descriptions, Zach. Tell me how I'm going to use the Piltdown Man 41 years of scamming equals 41 years in the cipher of the word Piltdown Man. How am I going to use that tomorrow, Zach?
So here's a way for everyone who's in the market. Stocks that have a Gematria value of 25. Circle a list of those companies and see how many with the 25 value overperform in 2025. My community is not real big into the market. The last time I did it was 2023, but my blue chip stock for 2023 was Apple. Apple equals 23. Apple far exceeded its expectation for 2023. This stuff goes on day after day, year after year.
Zach,
It's
are they
actually
part
really
of it?
simple to learn this and
Wait,
apply it.
Zach, is Apple in on it?
The market, the game is rigged, Jim Bob.
I'm asking you a question. I didn't ask it for a general fucking
to
headline,
answer your
dude.
question, Jim Bob,
Is
when did
Apple in
price
on it?
their first consumer computer at?
Is Apple in on it?
I'm answering your question.
No, I didn't. No, you're asking me a question. I'm asking you a question.
They're in on
Okay,
it.
so you made money on the people who are deceiving you, right?
You can take advantage of the rig system, Jim Bob.
Do you like to make money on the people who are deceiving you and then also make money on people, right? By telling them these people are deceiving them and you're saying, don't interact with these people. Don't go to NFL. Don't go to the NBA. Don't buy Apple. But I can bet on them and make money. Dude, you're scummier. You're worse than them, in fact. You're like a little fucking, you're terrible, dude. You're a terrible human. Terrible.
Well, I don't think taking
Terrible
advantage
human.
of the rig game is the same as participating in
you're
it.
scum.
Let him finish, JimBob.
Okay. So hold on, Jim Bob. Again, the power of this knowledge. You can see how the news is rigged day in and day out. You can see how the elections are rigged. Here, I want to make a point. Here, I haven't even gotten to a topic that I'd like to discuss.
What's your Patreon?
Huh?
What's your Patreon?
It's patreon.com/Zachary K. Hubbard.
And what do you promise them?
Life-changing knowledge.
What? That sounds pretty vague.
Life-changing knowledge.
Like describing post-diction numerology after events happen.
No, we don't go after events every day. It's before the events happen. Yeah, I just recently did a stream on having people call in for their appreciation for the knowledge. First caller on the stream talked about how...
Wait. Does this work with other languages? Like, because the words are spelled differently. Like, so if someone spelled the Piltdown Man differently, are you saying Gematria doesn't work in France?
Again, it's the system that was built in the 16th century.
I asked you a direct question. I didn't ask you when the fucking system was built, you little slime ball. Now listen, answer the question. When language changes and the meaning, not the meaning, but the amount of words.
Bob, why do you keep saying little? Aren't you a tiny guy?
Dude, no, I'm
5'10",
5'10", average 5'10". So listen, why doesn't...
I don't think you're that tall. Your daughter comes in there and she towers over you.
Don't talk about my daughter. You fucking freak.
Yeah,
I'll fucking
we do.
find you.
I do ask.
I will physically find you, motherfucker.
Stop it. Stop.
Talk about my daughter. I will fucking physically find you.
You won't do anything, Jim Bob.
Gentlemen.
You put
You
on your
fucking freak.
act.
You're a
Okay,
sick
I'm
freak.
going to put you both backstage for just a second and allow me to lay down a law here. Kids are absolutely, positively off limits. Family members, friends, whatever. If they are not an actual content creator, they do not get brought up in here. I do have a problem with that. Let's lay off it. Okay, gentlemen, I will put you back up and let's mind the threats to play fair, or I take my ball and I go home.
You little fucking creep.
So Jim Bob, you're the creep, dude.
So back to the
you
bring in daughters, but I'm the creep. You little fucking creep, dude.
Here,
I'm gonna investigate you, motherfucker.
Jim Bob, let me speak.
I'm gonna investigate you. I'm gonna look closer on you with all of my resources. How about that? I'm gonna use all of my resources on you. You little fucking freak. Now listen to me. I'm asking you a question. When you convert the words into different languages and they don't have the same numbers, are you saying when you have a French customer on your Patreon, you have to tell them it's not going to work as well because the numbers don't match up?
The point is, the system that was built was with the language.
I asked you a fucking question.
End of the 16th century.
I asked you a question. When a different language finds you on Patreon, they go, oh, la, 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 I like the greasy face. When they sign up for your Patreon and asking for life-changing knowledge, if their language actually messes up the cipher and the how the numbers transpose, do you have to refund them or tell them they can't sign up?
It's all done within English. It's just like yesterday.
Okay.
To make a point, yesterday is the 47th day of the year. And what are they telling you about Trump? They're telling you that he's quoting Napoleon. Well, in Gematria, hold on, France equals 47, right? Again, the word for France would be different, but that's not the point. They're using English worldwide.
Cool. How is it useful? How is it useful?
Because you can see day after day that Donald Trump is a puppet on strings. Here, I want to come back to
what if someone already knew that? How is it useful? You really think you need a fucking schizophrenic Sesame Street calculator to tell you that maybe it's the case that presidents are maybe chosen or whatever? Like, how is that useful, bro?
Okay, so Jim Bob, when you see these three headlines in the news in one day, what sense do you make of it? Because this is what happened July 14th, 2022.
There we go. Fucking psycho prattle. Go ahead.
No, you tell me how you make sense of this. So July 14th, 2022, the news came out in these orders. Trump comes out in the morning and says, I'm going to run in the next election. Later that day, conservatives against Trump release a 72-page report based on 60 legal cases for why he should not become president. And then the third story that breaks that day is his ex-wife fell down the stairs and died.
Oh, wow.
What is the connection between these three stories?
I think the connection is who fucking cares about any of them, retard?
That's the wrong answer. And
tell me how any of that's useful, retard.
Well, here's why it is useful. So July 14th, 2022 was exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuit.
How is that useful? Is the topic of the debate, dude.
Let him land the plane. Let him land the plane.
It was exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuitic nation year. The election that just happened was the 60th election.
How is it useful?
I'm explaining how.
Tell me, arrive at the point. Arrive at the point. Arrive at the point, Hubbard.
I'm answering.
Do you know your Hubbard? You have the same last name. Do you ever do that? You ever Gematria tard about the fact that you share a last name with a complete scam artist? Isn't that a coincidence? Is that a coincidence, Zach?
There was a great baseball player named Hubbard. There's a great
yeah. When did he die? When did he die? When did the famous baseball player die? 58.
All right, hold on. So you're saying how is this useful? Exactly 60 weeks into the first ever Jesuitic nation year. Keep in mind, Donald Trump is Jesuit educated. He went to Fordham. The Jesuits, their first decade with the Roman Catholic Church, their order was limited to 60 members. For the record, in Gematria, order equals 60. But think about it. On the same day that Trump says he'll run in the election, which is the first time he alluded to it, for the 60th election, he just happened to do it 60 weeks into the first Jesuit nation year. And then you have this story about 60 legal cases that had to be 60 again. For people against Trump. And this is before all the indictments came. And by the way, indictment equals 60, like Alvin Bragg. Hold on. But then his ex-wife falls down the stairs and dies.
How many stairs were there?
They didn't put that in the story.
But how many steps were there, though?
But again, we were already on Trump.
Isn't that important?
we were already on Trump coming back and winning. And I said that day, I said, I mean, what more do you need to see that the next election, the 60th, is going to be rigged for this man?
I have a question, Zach. How is it useful?
Bob, I know that you're trying.
Stop the filibustering. How is it useful?
I don't know how you don't see the usefulness of that.
Yeah, no. Saying that isn't an answer because I'm not the one asking. The whole chat is asking, how is it useful?
Your authority.
How is it useful?
Rigged. They're ritually sacrificing.
Yeah. We already know that, and I didn't do Sesame Street schizophrenia calculator. I already know that. How is it useful?
I don't know how it's not useful for the American people to see these truths.
Oh my gosh,
and how
dude.
evil this system is.
Saying you can't see how it's not useful isn't an answer to how it is directly useful.
It is useful in the sense that you can see the system's rigged so you don't participate in it and become a part of it. Instead, you're working to end it, which needs to happen.
When you take bets on the NFL, are you working to end the NFL?
First of all, this isn't the only thing I do.
I'm asking you a question. Another little dodge from the. Listen, no. He has to answer the fucking question.
I know, but you gotta let him at least finish.
I know, but he's not. He's dodging. I asked him a simple question. When you take bets,
interrupting.
Well, because he's not going to answer. He's not going to answer.
Well, let him finish the sentence,
okay,
and then if he doesn't answer, then you
okay.
go in and say you didn't answer.
Sure. Some
people are more long-winded. It's okay.
First of all, actually, to answer your question, this comes in. A gentleman who came out to rally with us in front of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, March 13th, 2020, the same day that Trump declared the national emergency. The reason he was able to come out, along with other people who traveled from around the nation to gather with us.
Amazing.
The reason that they were able to afford to come out is because of the winnings taking advantage of the rigged system.
Gotcha.
Okay, a lot of people can't get away from their slave job and their 9 to 5 and their livelihood because they don't have any extra money in the bank.
Oh, so you're helping them. And all the people that lose?
Help them improve their financial position so that they can come out and participate in things
That's
like that.
great. That's beautiful. You're doing such virtuous good work, Zach. So I have a question. You didn't answer my question, by the way. You didn't answer my question.
I did just answer your question. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Look.
I did.
So you're saying the ultimate prescriptive from your view, how it's useful, the ultimately prescriptive is that you have to see how people are controlling the world. And Gematria and your Patreon is going to help that happen. And ultimately, your prescriptive is stop going to basketball games, stop going to NFL games, stop buying Apple, stop feeding into this system of total elite control. And yet you yourself don't take your own prescriptions because people need to buy into NFL and need to go to the NBA and need to go to all of these things you're betting on. For you to take money from them. You're such a scumbag, dude.
Nobody needs to watch the game.
You're an absolute scumbag.
No, you just made a completely false argument.
People don't need to support the NBA for it to exist.
People need to support the NBA for it to exist.
You mean go to it and watch it? You mean go to it and watch it?
We're not going to the games. We're not watching the games.
No, you're making money off of something you're prescribing people stop participating in, you scumbag.
But that is not going to the game.
I know, but you're participating in making money in things you're prescribing others, your own Patreon people, to stop participating in.
Again, you
remind me of people who you're like a porn producer. You would, if I cornered you and you said, well, no, I think that people, maybe shouldn't participate in that. It's not good for you, but you're the one who owns it. You kind of have the face of that kind of producer too. You're a doubled, a split tongue little fucking scumbag. That's what you are.
You're making a false argument and you're not listening.
You're a grifting little slippery little. Is Hubbard your real last name?
It absolutely is.
Okay.
Here, I want to come back to a point. Again, what did we show in the 2020 election? I think I was the only one on the internet explaining why Joe Biden was going to win. Everyone thought it was Trump for sure, and Biden had no chance.
Here we go. Postdiction. I did it right. Here we go. Tell us.
Hey, recounting the correct predictions over the years is actual information. There's a reason that so many people do support my work because it's been earned. Now, listen, when Beau Biden died at age 46, This is very important.
Very important. Why?
It is.
You can't tell me.
Joe Biden died at 46. The same Jesuit priest did his funeral, Leo
shit.
Jeremiah O'Donovan, the former head of Georgetown. He also did the inauguration for Joe Biden as number 46. And again, here's the power of this knowledge and why it's important to understand this.
Tell us.
In Gematria, Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan equals 201. The founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, his name equals 201. Pope Francis, the first Jesuit pope, his name Jorge Mario Bergoglio equates to 201. Pope Francis is also the first pope to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican, and it has a name if you want to look it up. The name is Domus Sanctae Marte, which equates to 201.
Oh, fuck.
Like the Jesuit order equates to 201.
Oh, shit.
The Jesuits were created in history to counter the 95 Theses written by Martin Luther. They were created 201 months after the 95 Theses was
You
finished.
don't say. Now it's coming together.
Hold on. When the Jesuits were suppressed, the order was preserved by Catherine the Great in Russia, and she preserved the order with 201 Jesuit priests. That's according to their own written history. Now, when Beau Biden died at 46, he died 201 days before Pope Francis's birthday. 201 is interesting because this nation's capital and its inauguration day wasn't always either of the two things. It wasn't always Washington, D.C. That's where the Jesuits set up camp when they came to America. And it wasn't always January 20th. January 20th is the 201st day of the USA's age each year, and the majority of the world writes that date 20/1. If you look at the U.S. government website,
hey, Megan, can I have another beer, please?
Inauguration of the President of the United States, which equates to 201. That's a lot of 201. And
holy shit. There is a lot of ways you can look at 201.
If you go back, the year that Joe Biden became senator-elect in 72, his wife and daughter just happened to die days later in a car crash. They died on Limestone Road. Limestone Road equates to 201.
Not in French. Not in French, it doesn't.
Hold on. This 201 it has a long history with the Jesuits, and it sheds a light on a lot of things. When Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, he wasn't born Martin Luther. He assumed that name after the Protestant Reformation leader. Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed on the 95th day of the year, 3 days before the Club of Rome was established. And then the nation's first major gun control legislation came 201 days later.
That's amazing.
All these mass shootings in the news, ones that we can't even name because we'll lose our channels. You study, you'll see how 201 is encoded in all of them. The one that happened,
Zach, hold on. That's a lot. Hold on. Let me just stop you there. Is there any place that you can't, if you really looked hard enough, isn't there any place in any location, any news, anything you give me? Isn't it true that I could find 201 in it in some way?
I doubt it.
No. Isn't it true that you give me any document, any headline, any event, any location, and I will, if you give me enough time, I could find 201 in some way in that event?
I doubt it.
You doubt it?
I can't find 201. I mean, I sit here and look at history. I can't find 201 in every event.
You just can't pick an arbitrary word that happens to be.
Was anything I said arbitrary?
Yeah, it's all arbitrary. Your whole fucking script is arbitrary, bro.
How was it arbitrary?
Because you're selecting things that you deem important and mapping them to a Gematria code that makes sense, but you totally disregard all of the things that don't actually map onto the Gematria cipher.
No.
It's literally confirmation bias, and you literally sell to your audience a Patreon account based on confirmation bias. That's all you do, dude. You're the ultimate slime ball.
If it was just confirmation bias, we wouldn't have the history of calling futures at the rate we have, which is unprecedented.
Okay, call one right now then. Prove us wrong.
Again, hey, you want futures? Join us on Patreon.
Yeah.
You want futures? Just join us on Patreon, eh?
Yeah, you're such a,
you're
such low. You're so low.
Everything on what you call
level down.
Hold on, about what he's doing right now. Here,
Oi. No, if you want it, you can have it.
Hold on, Jim Bob. Let him.
We want to wake you all up, except it costs money.
Here, anyone can go back and watch my video from December 29th, 2022, the day Netanyahu came back into power. You can still watch the video. It's still up and dated from that day.
More Postdiction.
Explaining why a major war would begin in Israel, very close to Yale.
A war that's been going on forever.
No. Here, stop. Again,
You're such a creep, dude.
Jim Bob, level down a little bit. Let him. He is talking, and he is trying.
He's
to
not really
explain it.
talking.
I understand your point.
Go ahead.
But
Sorry.
let's at
All
least
right.
back it down because you're getting a little.
Okay.
I know where you are. It's good. I know who you are. Go ahead, Zach.
Again, anyone can watch the video. You can see what we do. The day Netanyahu came back into power, explain the significance of 201 because we talk about pretty much each day. But I said, watch, a major war will start in Israel right around the time Yale turns 322 years old. That war started October 7th, the anniversary of the Yom Kippur War. One day after the anniversary of the New York Times article from October 6, 1940, everyone can look up that headline. It says, New World Order pledged to JEWS. There's a reason there's recurring dates. But Yale turned 322 years old October 9th, 2 days after the war began. Okay? Now, the reason it matters the day that Netanyahu came back, 12/29, is that's Albert Pike's birthday. Albert Pike is the man who wrote the letter about 3 future world wars to come, and the third one to be centered on political Zionism. And if you look at the publishing date of that letter, it's published August 15th, 1871, which is the Jesuit order's birthday. And it was addressed to Mazzini, who was the second leader of the Illuminati. The Illuminati was founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt. And for the record, he named it Order of Illuminati, which equates to 201. He also died in history 201 days after the anniversary of its establishment. But 1229, the day that Netanyahu came back, the number 1229 is the 201st prime. When Netanyahu stepped down from power, he stepped down on June 13th, the day leaving 201 days left in the year. State of Israel, the official name of Israel, equates to 201. Another thing that's 201 is the Holy Bible, 201. And the Catholic Church gave us the Bible as we know it. It doesn't matter if you're looking at the Catholic Bible or the Protestant Bible. These English translations of the Bible, the church has everything to do with it. And again, you learn this little simple code of ABC 1, 2, 3. You see how they use the Bible like a playbook. They called what happened in Israel their 9/11. Keep in mind, the war began on the anniversary of the U.S. invading Afghanistan after what happened? The Twin Towers, 2, crumbled into 0 before they were rebuilt as 1. 201, this ongoing ritualism. And don't forget, after 9/11, you did have the leader of Israel, Ehud Barak, go on TV on the BBC and tell us to declare a war on terrorism and attack Afghanistan and Iraq, which is what happened at the time. But again, from understanding this knowledge, you can see who's actually puppeteering these people. A lot of people like you think it's Israel that run the show, but
no,
they don't.
I don't think that.
Over there and say bagels all the time on your channel.
No, I just make fun of Jews and their culture and their shitty Talmudic theology. That's
but don't you worship a Jew? Aren't you a Christian?
No, that's not the same kind of Jew that we're talking about. Talmudic Jews are no, Zach. Are pre-Christ Jews the same as post-Christ Talmudic Jews?
The point is,
I don't fucking answer any questions. I'm a nonsense machine. You're literally a fax machine. I don't see you different than a mechanism at this point.
I think, Zach, I think a good place, because you are referring to a lot of past concepts, and I think maybe we're looking for how does this affect now and beyond, and maybe looking for that. Maybe I think that's what Jim Bob sounds like he's looking like.
Yeah, I want to. I'm asking a question here. Like, pretend I'm just an ordinary, I don't know, mechanic, right? And I'm like, oh, like maybe I don't know what's going on in the world. What do I do? What do we do, Zach? And Zach comes along. He says,
well, if you sign up for my Patreon, I'll give you the numbers.
Okay. Why should anybody in the chat go sign up for Zach Hubbard Patreon to get the good news from your view? And why should they do it? Why is it important to them? Why is it useful? Everything you said is a description of the past that happened, right? Anyone can do that. We're not asking for that. We're asking for use. So, you know what I mean? Like, if I give someone a hammer, Zach, and I go, here's the use of this, they have a future-based tense of the use of the hammer. Your view, Gematria, and all of you scammers have past based. So what you do is you sell people who are mostly mentally ill and want a lot of money. They go, what if I can describe the past accurately? Well, that's not useful. What's useful is
what we do.
What's useful is the hammer. What's useful in hammer. Now, if it were the case, Zach, this is why I outed you so clearly for the chat. If it were the case that you found virtue in people taking on this endeavor of practicing or uncovering gematria, such that it warranted signing up for your Patreon, you could give us one little example of a prediction using gematria right now for thousands of people, right? Not just 1,000 now, but thousands in the future. And you could actually say, look, here's the proof of concept. I'll give you a little nugget. Okay, guys, I'm going to use gematria right now, live, to predict something meaningful and useful in your life right now. But guess what? You won't do it because you're a fucking scamming. You're a scamming lowlife.
We're not scamming. Here, just
you are. You're a fucking scammer, dude.
It is just simple elementary math. So next year, for example,
so we don't need your Patreon.
Hold on.
No. Everybody listening, Zach is saying you don't actually need his Patreon. So if you were interested, don't sign up for his Patreon because it's simple math. You heard it here. Go on.
Again, this is the kind of stuff we do. So we have the whole NFL offseason to look at what happens. Sadly, in terms of deaths, it so often is connected to celebrity death. But we'll look for the clues.
So you bet. You want to bet? You want to bet on celebrity death?
Hold on.
Even a worse scumbag than I even thought. Go on.
No, I'm saying sadly that so often is the clue for what's coming. You just saw the plane crash is connected to Philadelphia. Plane crash equals 173. They win the Super Bowl and become 17-3 for the year. Okay, but hold on. Next year's Super Bowl 60. Okay, you can think it's funny.
I'm laughing at the chat. I'm laughing at the chat, laughing at you.
Equals 60. One of them is the Bengals. Bengals equals 60. And the Super Bowl just happens to be 60 days after Joe Burrow's birthday, who's the quarterback of the Bengals. Oh, fuck. And they've been doing a lot of rituals with Joe Burrow and Joe Montana, who did beat the Bengals in Super Bowl 16 and 23. And the 49ers are hosting the Super Bowl next year. So we have our eye on the Bengals. We'll watch what happens in the offseason. Because I'm not.
What's going to happen?
Bengals are a lock for the Super Bowl.
Wait. What? Why would you say watch what happens if you can say what happens?
What?
Why are we watching what happens and finding out post-diction to see if you're right? Why don't you say what's going? Why don't you tell me what's no? Why don't you tell me what's going to happen instead of saying, guys, watch and see when I'm right? You'll think you'll glorify me and double down on my Patreon, but when I'm wrong, it just didn't work out. We don't talk about that, dude. Make a verified prediction right now using gematria, dude. You'll sell everybody on gematria
again, right now. JimBob, it seems that you don't understand how it works because you're not listening.
Okay, how does it work?
Use the clues that are laid down to figure out what the right futures are.
So you can't predict right now. You don't have enough clues right now.
You just asked me to give you a nugget of what we look at. And
you have enough clues right now to make a prediction.
What did I just say to you to see if you're even listening? What did I just say to you about Super Bowl 60?
You said that you need enough clues to add up to a prediction, and I'm saying, well, if you're doing
about a certain team and player,
did you make a prediction?
See, this is what you're not even listening, JimBob. Are you?
I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm not drunk yet, but I hope I am. I can't wait till I am.
Okay. I was interrupted by a chat, but I'm happy to be presented with that again. I do apologize.
Can you just make a prediction that's very clear and concise, please, for the chat?
I just explained something very clear and concise. So
make a prediction. No, make a prediction.
JimBob. Usually we do our NFL seasons predictions about a week or two before the season begins because we gather the clues from the off season.
Why does it have to be? No, I didn't say anything about seasons and betting and the thing that you're betting and making money on based on while simultaneously telling people to not participating in watching and going to those events. I'm talking about anything in the world, Zach. You get to choose any category of life.
Well,
Hold on. You get to make a prediction right now. From right now, everyone's listening. Use gematria, not just make a prediction. Use numerology and gematria right now and make a prediction that's precise, that is unquestionably true, vindicated if it happens.
Again, if you would listen to what we do make a lot of precise predictions.
I didn't ask what you think you do.
Jimbob, you're trying to control.
You're such a fucking worm, dude. It's unbelievable what a worm you are.
Knowledge, Jimbob. When you look at the news,
Jimbob, just fucking answer the question, dude.
You're under the mind control of it.
I want to believe. No, telling me I'm under mind control doesn't give me the veracity of your claims. Now, right now, in any category you want, Zach, any category, it could be any sports, it could be fucking cricket for all I care. Make a prediction and tell the audience how you're using Gematria to make the prediction right now, dude. You could prove everybody wrong.
I just did that, and you did not listen, and you cannot even say back what I just told you.
Do it again. Make a prediction. Oh, you're not going to.
Jimbob, here's what I want to say. Again, what you're essentially saying is that there's no point in having detectives solve murders unless they can do what's the movie with Tom Cruise? Unless they can see into the future and predict the crime before it happens. There's no point in having detectives unless they can stop the crime.
No, that's a massive that's a massive category, all right? Because
that's what you're trying to do.
No, because solving murders has nothing to do with predictability. You actually have to look back at the evidence and come to a conclusion inductively about the murder and investigate it, which is valid.
And figure out who was doing the murdering.
Your view could actually predict the murder, dude. That's ironic that you use Minority Report because you're the one with the claim that you could actually produce Minority Report, and you can't because you're a fucking scammer.
No, Jimbob.
Yeah, you are. You're a fucking scammer.
Hey, did you call Prince's death before it happened?
Predict a murder right now.
Did you predict Prince's death before it happened?
Me? No, I don't make predictions because I'm not a low-life scammer.
Well, it wasn't about being a low-life scammer. And by the way, I was here for 5 years every day and never raised a penny, never put ads on, never sold anything. Never
make a prediction right now. Make a specific prediction using Gematria right now.
Again, I'm going to come back to the point of the knowledge.
Thanks for coming to my bank. Oh, oi, 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 oi.
That's all I hear. Fucking oi. That's all I hear from you.
If anybody wants predictions, we do a lot every single day.
Oi, just sign up for my Patreon. You'll hear a lot every fucking day. Yeah, I won't give you one right now.
You're such a fucking lowlife, dude. I'm so ashamed of you that you're a man and a father, and you literally are like, I'm a fucking scammer, but I don't know what else to do with my life.
No, there's no scam to what we do.
Yeah, you're a fucking scammer. Make a prediction right now.
Here, let's go through something. True or false, Jimbob? We called the World Series correctly. The last one.
Who's we? Who's we?
Me.
You called what?
Last year's World Series in spring training. True or false?
Are you saying who won a baseball game?
Calling one of 30 teams to win it. Did we do that in spring training last year?
You did that using Gematria. How?
We understood how the whole season.
No. How? No. Stop it. Stop doing the headlines. How specifically did you use Gematria to predict the 1 of 30?
Because we saw that the whole season was synced up with the Dodgers and Steve Garvey from the first spring training game.
I don't hear any numbers. I don't hear any numbers.
World Series was scheduled for.
I don't hear any numbers in that.
So, and here, just by the way, very recurring pattern. World Series with the alphabetic order equals 147.
This is the Dodge, folks. You hear it? I asked him specifically how he used Gematria as an application, and he won't answer.
Bob, the point is, I was just
going to go through all the World Series. Actually, allow me to ask, gentlemen. Allow me to interrupt.
You're such a low life.
There's about 1,400 of you watching now. I hope you've all done your job and at least hit the like button. I think I'm wondering if. I understand the predictability, Zach, from you. I hear that. I think maybe we can look into why is that predictability useful instead of just pinpointing the predictability, maybe pinpointing why it's useful for people of the world. Would that maybe translate a little bit better?
If you can call the games before they happen, you can make money.
If you could, yeah. So it's all money. It's all money. It's all money. It's all money.
Reason if you know when Bitcoin's going to surge and when it's going to come back
down. All money.
Now, you were mentioning about other things about predicting like celebrity deaths too as well. Could that be something that this could be useful in other directions outside of predicting when people might die or Twin Tower kind of stuff?
Absolutely.
And how would that relate to like the average normal people in the world?
So, for example, a lot of people have children, and their children aspire to be on the world stage and in the world of entertainment. But if you saw what was really going on in this world of entertainment, would you really aspire to be there? Case in point, there's a date that comes up once a month. Today happens to be that date. And what makes it special is the numerology. So today, we call today the kill date. And there's always a suspicious headline of the death of an entertainer every single month. It never fails on the kill date.
When's the next one?
In the headlines, there's a death of a 24-year-old actress who supposedly self-deleted herself.
Let him.
Now, here's what makes the kill date the kill date. Again, there's 4 base ciphers of the English language. Kill equates to 64, 44, 28, and 17. These are the 4 values of kill. So it's the 17th of the month today. The date numerology, there's different paths. Today's February 17th, 2025. So 2 plus 17 plus 20 plus 25 is 64. There's an abbreviated path. 2, 17, 25. 2 plus 17 plus 25 is 44. The life lesson number path is you add the day and the month whole. So 2 plus 17 is 19. And the year digit by digit, which is 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 for 9 more for 28. So every month there will be one date that has at least 3 of the 4 values. There's only one date in the whole year we'll have all 4, and that's because it'll fall on the 17th of the month like today. So this young girl who's dead, this South Korean 24-year-old, they're saying she self-deleted herself yesterday. It's in the news today. The SUICIDE word equals 47. That's supposedly the day that she did it, the 47th day of the year. But it being in the news today, here's what's interesting. From her birthday to her death is 201 days later. And we're talking about the Jesuits and ritual sacrifice in this number. You might think it's funny, but if you look at
it's not just me who thinks it's funny.
Hold on. Her birthday is Ignatius of Loyola feast date, July 31st. That's
shit. What other dates is it though? What other dates is it you left out? Hold on. I just selected the one. Hold on. I selected the one that's important to my narrative, but I left out all the other fucking things that are associated to it, just so I can sell more Patreon accounts.
Again, the point is 201 is important to the Jesuits. Listen, are you denying that they write in their order was preserved with 201 priests? They were created 201 months after the 95 Theses was pinned to stop.
Do you deny?
Hold on. Again, you have the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis, living in Suite 201. If you look, the last French Pope was the 201st Pope in the history of the church, and the Jesuits are from France. But again, 201 special to the Jesuits. Her birthday is a special day to the Jesuits. It's the feast date of Ignatius of Loyola. She's dead 201 days after her birthday under suspicious circumstances. And if you look, her first movie, it came out on Cannonball Day, May 20th.
I guess it's all solved. Chat, it's all solved now.
Let me finish the point. Most people don't even know what Cannonball Day is. It's the day in history that Ignatius of Loyola was shot with a cannonball and changed his life. He went from a soldier to a monk and eventually founded the Jesuit order. They say
what's the order of what's the numerology of BALL?
Hold on. Again, you learn these dates, you see the recurring ritualism that happened on them.
After the fact.
In the 2019-2020 football season, Joe Burrow transferred from Ohio State to LSU, and he transferred on Cannonball Day, and Billy Cannon died the same exact day. Who's Billy Cannon?
What's the topic of the debate? What's the topic of the debate, filibuster boy? Filibuster. I know you're used to filibustering to a bunch of brain-dead retards who have no money and want to make a quick buck. But listen, the topic of the debate is, Zach, how is it useful? So if everything you said is true, which we don't even grant, but let's just grant your psychopathic rants, how is it useful?
It's useful to understand that people are being murdered. Nobody should be going to these college football games, these NFL football games.
But you can bet on it. You can
be voting in these rigged selections.
But you can bet on it.
hold on. By understanding that the game is rigged, guess what? Now the nightly news isn't scaring you so much. You're not falling for the
But you can bet on them. But you can make money betting on them.
Hold on, you're understanding why. You're understanding why.
Should we bet on them?
One was the name of the
Look, Zach, stop with the filibustering, dude. Look. If it's the case that we should take the information you have, right? And you're saying we should bet on this information, right? We might as well make money on this, but also know it, right? Now, let's say one of your followers, your Patreon subscribers, says, Zach, they email you and they say, Zach, you know what? You're simultaneously saying we should be not participating and supporting these elite structures, but also we're making money on the structures. Now, I think, Zach, as a paid loyal customer of yours, I think that we should encourage more people to go to the games because I'm getting a pretty good stream of income now. Isn't it the case, Zach, that from your view, someone who's benefiting from your knowledge at the other side of the Patreon wall that you have up, isn't it true that they would then develop a necessity to keep these structures in place if in fact they're making money on these structures?
No, I don't want these structures to stay in place. And my ultimate purpose is not to make
didn't
money
ask what you wanted. I asked if someone who's paying you on your Patreon to get this knowledge and make bets on the NFL and all of these things, if they get used to winning and they start saying, hey, we should actually encourage people to go to these games because it's a beneficial income. How are you going to respond to that, Zach?
Did he? I think he cut out for a second.
Yeah, you cut out, JimBob.
Sorry. How are you going to respond to someone who says, well, I actually think we should keep the NFL and all of these elite structures in place because I'm actually making good money on it, Zach?
Again, I'd say that's ultimately not the purpose.
So what is the use then if it's not just to make money?
The real purpose is to put these organizations out of business.
While betting on them,
construct an argument that just isn't there. That's again,
no. I just laid out the argument.
Not participate, to not watch, taking advantage of the rig system. You don't have to do any of those things to take advantage.
How is betting on games not participating in the games?
We're not at the games. We're not funding the stadium. We're not funding the team. No.
What do you mean? You're actually putting money into a participate. You're participating. I didn't ask if you're funding it. I said, are you participating? Is a bet on a game a participation in the game? Yes or no? Behaviorally.
No, it is not.
Oh, holy shit. So guys, get this in the chat. Zach thinks that when I make a bet on a game that's happening, I'm actually not participating behaviorally in the thing called the game.
Yeah, I would say you're not.
Yeah, you're not. You're right. That's how you get away with your grift.
No one in my community even watches the games.
So could you make a bet? Could you participate in betting on sports if there were no sports?
No, because that's
the end of your argument, bro. Get out of here. Hold in the chat.
No.
Yeah.
That's participating in the leagues of the game.
You're. It's pathetic. Go get a job. Go get a fucking real job, dude.
JimBob, you sit online and talk shit all day. You don't provide any useful utility to the world.
No, I make people laugh. You don't make anybody laugh.
Well, I don't know if that's true either. I don't find you funny at all.
I don't care what you find funny. You're a grifting piece of shit, and that doesn't matter.
You're a guy who's begging for super chats all day.
I don't beg. I don't beg at all. People just give it to me because I'm funny.
Bobchats.com. I mean,
yeah,
no joke.
Yeah. And how's that begging? I'll get one right now.
I'd never put anything on the screen like that. Look like
you just hide a Patreon pretending you're virtuous and saying, pay me behind a wall for information that I think is virtuous.
Expose evil all day.
You don't have a basis for evil. Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm exposing
You're evil. You're evil. Dude, you encourage people to bet, dude.
I don't think
you actually
evil.
no,
See, hold on. Do you want to transition that? You have this bullshit religious worldview.
You encourage
bullshit
people.
Religion is something.
Way back in the Babylon's corner now.
All right, gentlemen. I let you go for a little bit to have your fun.
Do you encourage betting?
That's something with your religion.
I asked you, do you encourage betting? Yes or no, Zach? You little fucking bagel.
If you want to get down to it, Genesis 19 is what you support.
I didn't ask about Genesis. You don't. We're not debating Christianity. Do you,
that might
Zach?
be what's going on in your household?
Do you encourage betting? You little weasel.
Like a chomo. You look like a chomo, Jim Bob.
Didn't answer the question. Do you encourage betting? Yes or no?
You look like a creepy child molester. I think that's why you got.
Here we go. Here we go. This is the guy who brought up kids. So, do you encourage betting?
Let's be mindful.
Jim Bob,
do you encourage betting?
You support a text that
We're not talking about theology. We're not talking about theology.
All upset when
Are we talking about theology? Wait, is the topic of the debate theology? Zach, is the topic of the debate theology?
Yeah, because Gematria is related.
Great. So do you support? Do you encourage gambling? Yes or no, Zach?
I let people choose.
Do you encourage it? You little fucking weasel.
I wouldn't necessarily say I do encourage it.
Dude, you should have been a lawyer or a banker, dude, because you really made a mistake here. All of your tactics are just as scammy and disgusting as the people you expose.
Your tactics are disgusting.
So do you encourage debate?
Jim Bob, how is exposing ritual murder not exposing evil? You're the one downplaying that. No, you're participating. You're making fun of it. You can't even listen. You keep talking.
That doesn't give anybody use.
71's not that old. Do you know how many young athletes have been sacrificed? How many players died in the offseason in their 20s and 40s?
Here we go. How many, Zach? Tell us.
A lot.
Give us another filibuster. We can't wait. Go ahead.
What happened to the 27-year-old Kansas City Chiefs reporter a few days before the game? What happened to him? This goes on every year.
Tell us.
Did you see that the Kansas City Chiefs reporter for Telemundo just dropped dead at the game?
Tell us.
Do you remember when the World Cup was going on, how the young reporter just dropped dead? Big news story for the day. Why is this stuff going on all the time and nobody's saying anything about it? We're over here exposing it in spades.
And go ahead. Keep going. Expose
every month we have the kill dates circled, and you see a young celebrity dead almost every month on the kill date, like the 24-year-old woman today.
Amazing.
You don't think that's evil that they're killing these entertainers? Why do you think they're making songs about it? Why do you think the band Slipknot, why do you think that's out there? Gematria, the killing name.
What is Slipknot in Gematria?
Slipknot equals 46, and the two members of the band who here, by the way, Slipknot equals 46, like sacrifice, and Genesis 46 is about sacrifice. Again, there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament. Both members of the Slipknot band who've died, one died on 46 date numerology.
Did you predict that?
At age 46.
Did you predict that? So tell me how it's useful to know when Slipknot members die, please, Zach.
So just for the record, they have the song Gematria.
That didn't answer my question. Tell me how it's useful to know when Slipknot members die.
It's bigger than them.
Can you tell me?
Song.
Let him land the plane.
Can you answer the question? How is it useful to know when the members of Slipknot die?
Because it's bigger than them, and the same patterns they died by. Many celebrities have died by.
Okay, here we go. Schizophrenic Sesame Street. Go on.
Can you see what's in my background? That Murder by Numbers movie poster.
Yes.
The E is a 3 and the B is an 8.
Amazing.
Well, listen. Not an arbitrary number, okay? Oh, no. So in this code of letters and numbers, Gematria equals 38. So does killing. So does English. So does energy. So does Kabbalah. So does
not another language.
Death. Hold on. This 38 is very recurring in celebrity death. The members of Slipknot who died, I said they both died in connection to 46, which is true. The other one died at age 38, and the one who died at 46 died on 38 date numerology. So sacrifice 46, murder 38. Again, Gematria, the killing name this band put out there. And again, the Police put out Murder by Numbers, a song about how killing is as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3. This 38 pattern's recurring. This nation's military department, Pentagon equals 38.
Oh,
it's
shit.
on the 38th parallel north. One of the most worthless wars of all time, Vietnam. Troops were first deployed on March 8th, 3/8. Who just got installed as the head of the Pentagon? The Fox News guy, 38 days after the Pope's birthday, he's sworn in to lead the Pentagon. Hold on.
There's
what
more.
Day was that?
Wait, there's more. ShamWow. Gematria ShamWow. There's more.
What day was that same guy picked to be the head of the Pentagon? This guy's got Templar tattoos on his chest.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on, he
understand,
was
Zach.
chosen on the superior
Zach,
general's
Zach,
birthday.
Zach, what is the topic of the debate, please?
The point of understanding this knowledge.
No. What's the topic of the debate? Is it
Gematria
useful? Yeah, so tell me everything you just said. Tell me how it's useful to me right now.
To understand, listen, we have a government ruling over us.
You're still describing. No, stop. I granted you everything. Okay. All your descriptions I granted. Tell me how it's useful to Jim Bob today, please.
You should understand as an American citizen, which I assume you are, what is actually controlling the government that rules over you and makes you pay taxes. And
that's more descriptions. Yeah. I'm waiting for the answer to my question.
I am answering your question.
How is it useful tomorrow for Jim Bob? I wake up tomorrow. I think first thing, I have some coffee with my wife, right? And I go, well, I better fucking do some fucking Gematria right now. Tell me why I should do that.
Again, to understand who is controlling your government really, again, we're on a calendar named after the Pope. For the record,
so you can't fucking answer the question, dude. You're a fucking
you're
an absolute fucking lunatic. You
Jim
can't
Bob.
even answer the simple question. Jim Bob wakes up in the morning, Zach. I wake up, I have a fucking double espresso. Here we go. I kiss my wife. We go, the kids are still off from school. Great. What should we do today? And my own wife looks at me and goes, Jim Bob, I think we should do some fucking Gematria right now. Why should we do that?
To understand who's governing over you.
Why is that relevant in my day?
Because you're being governed over by something tyrannical and evil that's mocking you every single day.
Why is it useful? I already know that. I already know that.
Watching the world crumble
I
around
already
you and
know that.
why?
I already know that without Gematria. So
No,
why
you
is
don't know what
Gematria?
is
Yes, I
specific.
do. Yes, I do.
You don't know what is specific.
No, I do
Jim
know.
Bob, you're blaming bagels when that's
I don't
not
blame
who's
anybody.
doing it.
I don't blame anybody,
You
dude.
do.
No, I don't.
Okay, you've been doing it in the show, even with your mom.
No, I make fun of bagels like yourself because it's funny and it makes people
First of
laugh.
all, I think you're closer to
listen,
being a bagel than I am.
don't scapegoat people.
Here, let me ask you something. Are you trimmed in the Jewish tradition from Genesis?
No.
Oh,
So
well, neither am I. So we're
great.
both very not Jewish.
That's great. So again, why should I wake up and do Gematria if there are people who already know the corruption that exists and they don't need numbers and fucking Sesame Street schizophrenia? No, Sesame Street schizophrenia is not needed to know that there's corruption, right?
Here, let me ask you a question. Let's just skip it to symbols. Do you know that Pete Hegseth has a Templar tattoo on his chest?
Why is that useful to me?
Do you know that the Templar cross is in the middle of the Jesuit order's logo?
Why is that useful to me?
Because he was chosen by someone who's Jesuit educated on the leader of the Jesuit order.
Why is that useful to me?
Department when the Jesuits are a military order.
Why is that useful to me?
Because it gives you the clear picture of what really runs this nation.
Why is that useful to me, Zach?
Because if you understand who's running the nation, then you're not being deceived by that thing and you're seeing.
What is the term of what is the definition of use? Like, could we agree, Zach, that when I give you a hammer, you go, thanks, Jimbo, that's a pretty nice hammer. What is that, DeWalt? And I go, I don't know, fucking know. It hammers and shit, and we know how to use it, right? You go, thanks, buddy. There's no question of the use of it, right? Now, what's the audience is starting to recognize here in this debate is being that the topic is what is the use of Gematria? Every time I ask you, you go further into describing something that's occurring, and I'm asking you, why is that thing describing that thing occurring
and I'm
useful?
Explaining
and
why.
you cannot tell me how I can apply the use of Gematria in my daily life.
So here, I want to make a statement. I've never found an intelligent religious person. I mean,
cool way to dodge. Good. It has nothing to do with religion.
The problem.
All right,
the problem I say is you're a retard. Again,
good
I'm
argument.
Very clearly how this knowledge is used every day by your federal government to perform ritualism that shows you what really controls the nation. I mean, it should be obvious with all the Roman architecture. This nation is not sovereign. We are controlled by foreign entities, and people need to wake up to it.
I already know that without the fucking Gematria calculator, dude.
But you can't prove it as well.
What do you mean? I can't prove that, like, that foreign influence is in our Congress? Of course I can.
So you already knew that the Jesuits run this nation.
Regardless of who you name, I know that nations and the multiplicity of nations working together is organized by men, and that the fundamental nature of reality, Zach, is power and force. That's all I really need to know, Zach.
Vague. So
no, it's not vague. No, hold on. It's not vague, because if I know, Zach, that the reality of let me talk, dude. Let me talk. If I know from my,
why should I let you talk? You interrupt. You just gave a
very
I let you interrupt. Are you serious? Are you serious?
All right, gentlemen.
Dude, I literally let you talk for memes. I literally played fucking funny memes just so you can talk, dude. I gave you minutes and minutes and minutes, dude.
Funny to who?
What?
Mental midgets like yourself?
Yeah, you don't have any. You just said that you have no argument.
Men run the world. Think about how vague and lame that is.
You got no arguments, bro.
I'm showing you how all of this stuff that's going on is synced with the Pope and the Superior General.
Yeah, that's great. So how is that valuable?
Okay, the nation.
So if someone comes to the knowledge, Zach, that the named people are running shit without Gematria, if they could come to that conclusion without Gematria, are you okay admitting that it's possible for people to come to the conclusion that XYZ are running nations and the world? Then if that's the case, why is Gematria useful if other people can come to the same conclusions about who's running the world?
How would that not be useful?
Dude, if it's the case that people can come to the conclusion about who's running the world without Gematria, why is Gematria useful?
Because it's proof of what's going on, how they operate Kabbalistically, and where the force of this is.
Dude, you're not answering. You don't understand what I'm asking you. If it's the case that people can come to the same conclusions that you do with Gematria, without Gematria, why is Gematria useful?
Because it provides proof. You're not understanding what I'm saying. It provides proof. You can see why they're doing it on the dates they're doing it on.
And why is that useful?
Absolutely it is. Because they're recurring. These people work in patterns.
And why is that useful to know that people work in patterns?
Because, again, if you're trying to understand what's ruling over you, what's the quote? Know your enemy. You understand why they operate this way, why these recurring dates take place. Well, I mean, why is Israel's 9/11 happening on the same day that we invaded Afghanistan, October 7th? Again, to understand how connected it is. Listen for a second. Rudy Giuliani was the 107th mayor of New York City, okay? 9/11 happened on the 107th day of his age. And then we invaded Afghanistan on 10/7, like 107. And Gematria military equals 107. And October 7th leaves 85 days left in the year. The word Templar equals 85. Bush, who was the sitting president at the time, referred to what we did over there as a crusade, which of course were waged by the Templars, and the Jesuits are the modern day Templars. Bush was also a member of Skull and Bones. And where does Skull and Bones get their symbolism from? From how the Templars bury their dead in an ossuary. These things are related. Cool. October 7th, leaving 85 days left in the year, is also important because the Jesuit motto, Isus Hominum Salvator, equates to 85, and that's what the IHS is in their logo, right below the Templar cross. Understanding these things gives insight into what is really going on. And you see, it's not just an accident that Bush referred to as a crusade. It's part of a ritual. It's part of a sick joke.
Okay.
We spent how many lives and how many trillions of dollars on the war on Afghanistan? What day did Afghanistan's government collapse, Jim Bob?
These are all descriptive post-diction descriptions. I don't care because it has nothing to do with the usefulness of Gematria.
On the Jesuit order's birthday.
It has nothing. What's the topic of the debate? What is the topic of the debate again? I need to remind you is not whether or not Zach can go into a schizophrenic rant about post-diction description.
What's the point of calling it a schizophrenic rant when it's just about facts?
Because you're basically using sharpshooter fallacies to just basically make your worldview make sense post-diction. What I ask you very simply put, Zach, is how is it useful tomorrow for Ricky? There's a guy named Ricky in fucking Missouri, okay? He wakes up and he goes, I'm going to have a fucking normal day of plumbing. I'm good. I got a skill. I'm plumbing. And he and someone sends him a link to fucking Zach Hubbard. And he goes, why should I look at this? Now, you have an opportunity right now to tell Ricky, directly talk to Ricky, Zach. What do you say to Ricky? Why should he tune into Gematria at all?
Because this knowledge will keep you ahead of the curve. Just like how we knew what was just like how we knew what was coming in 2020 way before any of it went down.
Back to Postdiction.
No,
back to
hold on.
Postdiction right now.
No, but it's
Do you guys see in the chat? He just
not.
goes to Postdiction. He lets things happen. This is what Gematria tards do.
No.
They do all this shit, and then when it works out, they put shut. I'm talking now. I am talking. Shut up,
gentlemen.
Dude, let me talk.
No, because you're just talking bullshit.
No, what they do is they let things happen, and then they
just need to listen to you
look at him. He can't even. He knows what I'm saying is true. He can't let me talk.
What you're saying is not true, and there's no point in you talking.
Okay, yeah, you want to shut me down? Yeah, because I'm accurately describing what you're doing. You're a fucking.
All right, gentlemen.
You are such.
Bob, finish your statement, and then back to Zach.
Yeah, is he gonna interrupt?
You're just talking bullshit.
All he's doing.
You're just talking bullshit.
All these people do is post-diction analysis, and then they sell their audience and say, "Look, I was right." See, he won't let me talk.
Hold on. Zach, let him finish.
You won't let me talk.
I don't want to
because I'm saying the truth.
I published a book in the middle of 2020.
I don't care about your published book. You didn't even let me talk.
As soon as the year of the tiger came around,
you won't let me. You won't let me expose you, bro. You won't let me expose you.
So again, owned. Just shut up, Jim Bob.
You won't just shut up. Yeah, dude. You just shut up.
Drinking away, talking bullshit.
Yeah. You're so mad that I'm exposing you right now. All these Gematria.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 'cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
All right, gentlemen, you get the doggy porn if you keep interrupting each other. Settle down, chill out. I've let you guys kind of duke it out because you're both grown-ass men, and I know you're capable of doing it, but at least let each other talk.
I like that. Betty Spaghetti says, if Jim Bobby would just shut his mouth and actually listen, you guys may understand. And Jim Bobby, Dobby, distract, dismantle. Yeah, dude, just stick to whatever. Just stick to whatever you're doing.
So Jim Bob, true or false? I published a book in the middle of 2020.
Anyone can publish a book.
Because the year of the tiger came around, and that did happen. True or false?
What are you talking about? You just did a post-diction proving the thing that I just talked about.
I published a book in the middle of 2020.
You published a book that did what? No, did what now?
Anyone can look up my book. It's very well reviewed.
So what did it do?
Out in the middle of 2020. It's called Number Games 9/11 to the Virus, which you guys don't want to say the name of.
And it did what?
It says they will wind down the scandemic as soon as the year of the tiger comes around. That's exactly when they wound down.
Oh wow! Holy shit! I got to sign up for Patreon now. It turns out that when something happens in the world, it doesn't actually maintain forever because it's an abnormal situation. So you're basically your fucking proof, Zach Hubbard, is that there's a pandemic and the restrictions that have never been seen before and worldwide are occurring, and you're saying, guys, my prediction is that it would wind down at some point. Wow, that's amazing, dude.
It was a specific prediction for when they would wind it down, which is exactly what happened.
Wow, that's amazing. Cool. How did you? No. Hold on. The topic of the debate is, how did you use Gematria to do that?
Because tiger equals 201, and every celebrity and their mother was coming out wearing tiger shit at the beginning of the pandemic.
How does that predict it?
And by the way, Tiger
no.
His Masters dinner with everybody.
How did it predict?
For the record, he called 5 of the last 6 Masters from the start of the tournament. With Tiger Woods in 2019.
Zach, the question is, how did you predict it using Gematria?
I just answered.
No, you said a bunch of shit about a tiger, dude.
I just answered.
You're literally a schizophrenic.
Tiger stuff that supposedly had the virus.
Dude, look, dude. If you ask me, how did I determine what caused scurvy?
Because event 201 was the simulation. You're not listening to anything. That's why
you're just saying shit. You're not making a causal jump from A to B, dude. You're schizophrenic.
Okay, listen. Event 201 was the simulation for the scandemic.
How did you use Gematria to predict when the scandemic was going to wind down? Specifically.
Again, listen carefully, Jim Bob.
We're all listening.
I realize I'm talking to a retard. Event 201 was the scandemic simulation. It took place the same day the military world games began in Wuhan, China. And if you look into the military world games, they were brought on by the Jesuits.
I'm still waiting for the answer to my question, Zach.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. Is in the chat? Is he answering my question? How do you use Gematria numerology to predict the the slowing down of the
You're a
pandemic?
special kind of stupid. I've already answered 3 times. I'm giving you a slower,
You're saying
longer
nothing,
response.
dude. You're saying you
in.
literally say nothing. You're a nonsense machine.
Again, it's
How do you use gematria to predict the what do you call it? What do you call it? When the scandemic starts lowering down and started tapering off, how did you use specifically gematria? Numerology. Hold on. No, you said shit about a tiger. You didn't tell me how that predicted anything.
Because understanding how important 201 is to these people and the fact that it was stimulated with something called Event 201. And at the beginning of the pandemic, if you go back and look, every celebrity who was coming out saying they had the virus or their child had the virus, they were all wearing tiger symbolism.
Amazing. And how did you predict
201?
How did you predict the thing you're saying you're predicted, dude?
Again, and the year of the tiger was within the same time frame that the simulation of the scandemic lasted. So it was saying, okay, this is how long it lasts in here. 201. The tiger has the 201 connection. Looks like there
was there any celebrity that didn't represent the year of the tiger?
Huh?
Was there any celebrity that advocated for this scandemic nonsense machine?
You're asking how we predicted it. This is how. And here,
dude, all you do is post it. You're a scam artist. You know what I mean?
Okay,
No. Let me talk. You're a scam artist because this is what you do.
You're a liar, and you're too stupid to follow obvious things.
I'm not. Make a prediction right now. You make a prediction right now using
another point.
Using gematria. Make a prediction right now for the audience.
Again, join the page.
Again. Thanks for coming to my bank, but we don't do that here. Oi.
The point is
Bob.
Dude, you're such a scam artist, dude. If what you're saying is true, you could make a prediction confidently using gematria right now to the audience. You would convince fucking everybody, by the way. And yet you don't do it because you're full of shit.
No, I'm not full of shit.
Yeah, you are. Then predict something right now. Break something right now.
Hey, Bob, the first time I ever made a video, it was a prediction.
I don't care. Predict something right now. Predict something right now.
I don't need to make any more predictions.
Predict something right now, bro.
Let me explain something. Again, Jim Bob, Thomas Jefferson, he said there needed to be a revolution every how many years to preserve.
I don't care. Predict something right now with you, gematria.
I'm explaining the importance of understanding.
I'm going to post-diction. I'm going to do more post-diction analysis.
Thomas Jefferson said every how many years there has to be a revolution to preserve rights and liberty. Every how many years?
No idea. Predict something with gematria.
He said every 19 years.
Cool, scam boy. Predict something right now with gematria.
Okay, but this is how we were a million miles ahead of 2020. I was talking about this endlessly from 2015 on, that they were going to do something massive in the world in 2020.
That's great. Predict something right now.
Hold on. How many hijackers did they say there were on 9/11?
I don't know. 58. Predict something right now.
Oh, they said there were 19.
That's great. Predict something right now using gematria.
If you don't know this, the moon is on a 19-year cycle. Every 19 years, will appear in the same place in the sky.
Oh, shit. I think you changed everybody in the chat. Can you predict something right now using gematria or not?
Well, hey, follow the 19-year pattern.
I don't know. Can you predict something? I don't know, Zach. Can you predict something right now using gematria right now?
On the level of a 9/11 of a cooties virus in 2039. These people.
That's great. That's great. Can you predict something right now using gematria? Yes or no?
I just gave you a prediction.
What's the prediction right now?
I just gave one.
What is it?
I just gave a prediction.
No. Tell me the prediction from right now in the future.
An idiot looks like.
Okay.
Sir, is this guy just a moron? Are you listening? Is he listening?
Okay, Zach, it's pretty. Everybody in the chat is waiting because they want to know that gematria is real. Right now, in reality, we're in space-time right now. In the future, there are events that haven't unfolded yet. Can you tell us right now, using gematria, to predict a specific event with a specific person right now?
2039 will be another event on the scale of what we saw in 2020 and 2001. These people operate on a 19-year cycle, and
what
they bring
specifically
major events into the world every 19 years.
What specifically is going to happen in 39? Because obviously in today's age, something somewhere in the world could happen, and you could just name that thing as specific, right? This is why you're such a fucking scam artist, dude.
Let him finish, Jim. Let him finish.
Scammer, again, dude. You're such a dirty little scammer too. It's not just an ordinary scammer. You're a real dirty scammer.
Is horrendous.
You're a real filthy kind of scammer.
Look at your face.
That doesn't mean it. That doesn't mean anything to me. The point is, in 2039, what specifically is going to happen, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if the children in your house are the ones that
right back to children. Right back to children. This guy talks about other people's children.
I believing anyone would ever procreate with you.
These people have no arguments. They're scam artists.
Go back and make the point.
Look at your face. Let's talk about your children. That's all Zach has. When I ask him,
bring it back up.
Dude, you're such a scam artist, dude.
No,
you should be put in jail. You should be in jail. You should be in jail.
Jim Bob. 1968. Listen.
That's Postdiction. I'm asking for future, bro.
Because I'm bringing how all these things are connected together.
No. Make a prediction right now. You said 2039, right? Everyone's listening, waiting. Now tell us specifically what's going to happen.
2039. You have to shut up so I can explain.
Tell us. Don't go to 1968.
No. Let him get there. Let him get to it.
Now you're going backwards.
Yeah, to go forwards. You have to understand the past to understand the present.
Wow, that's deep, and I'm 14. That's deep, and I'm 14. Great.
Yeah, again, listen. 1968, World Trade Center construction begins in New York.
Amazing.
911's made the National Emergency Dialing Code. The Quran code is discovered that says the whole book centered on...
let him finish.
No, I'm agreeing. It's a fucking blowing my mind.
Coronavirus is coined in 1968.
You don't say.
Fentanyl is approved by the FDA. George W. Bush just happened to graduate from Yale and Skull and Bones that year. The year of major assassinations. It was the year the Jets won their only Super Bowl.
What's that? What's the significance of that? No, what's the significance of the Jets?
The point more.
No. You can't just dude. Listen, you can't just make a bunch of fucking statements. Tell me what's significance about the Jets winning the Super Bowl. Please tell me.
I'm making the point, moron. And if you were smarter, you'd already put it together.
Oh, really?
Boeing debuted their jumbo jetliners for the first time in 68, and Boeing was founded by a Yale Skull and Bones member as well.
What does that have to do with the Jets?
Because the New York Jets, think about it. What happened 9/11? Was that not the Patriot Act and then the emergence of
what does that have to do with the Jets?
Hold on, how did that happen?
What does that have to do with the Jets, bro? You're schizophrenic.
I'm making the point.
What does it have to do with the Jets, bro? Jets hit the tower?
Hey,
is that what you're saying?
Hey, bro, how about listen, you fucking retard?
So Jets hit the tower. That's how the Jets, it's all connected. You should be locked up, literally. You should be actually locked up.
Hey, was that Super Bowl 3? Like 3 planes hit targets on that day? Hold on.
Did they?
That's what they tell us.
Wait, no. Did they? Did they? No, Zach, did they?
That's the official story, right?
No. Did they? No. Did they?
Based on the original image that was put out, it showed the plane fly all the way through and come out with its nose intact.
Okay, great. So this guys, just in the chat, watch this. You think that there's a predictive power and you need 3 jets to hit something, and yet from your own view, you couldn't possibly, with a thinking mind, think there was a full-scale 747 jet that no, stop it.
No, you're asking how it's connected.
Dude, you talked a lot. I'm actually showing right now that you pick and choose when you want something to be true.
Choosing. I'm
Dude, let me talk. You said a lot. Let me talk. You're picking and choosing when.
All right, hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. Stop.
Unbelievable.
Stop. Both of you, just stop.
JimBob doesn't let you finish making the point, and so
ironic.
Like, let me finish making the point, and then you can respond.
No, because you're smuggling a bunch of shit in that I need clarification on.
Shit with no listening skills.
Do you think that 3 jets hit any targets?
I don't.
Okay, so now stop right there.
This is the official.
No. Hold on. Stop. You know where this is going. That's why you're fucking squirrely.
Let me finish. Unbelievable. And then you can rebut.
He won't even let me. Counter him.
I'm actually going to.
He won't even let me counter because he knows it's over for him.
Let's do this.
JimBob.
Why is it over? Because here's the thing, audience.
Hey,
it's over.
Drew Bledsoe. And where does Drew Bledsoe fit in?
Let me just say something. Let me just say one thing. It'll take 30 seconds. Audience, notice that when Zach needs something to be true, it's true. But when he needs it to be false, it's false. So predictive. No. Okay, I asked for 30 seconds. Mute him.
All right. I'm just going to say fuck it to both of you. Sit down. Shut up for a minute. Zach, let him finish his 30 seconds.
mute him.
And then Jim Bob, hold on. Then
the piece
he
of
has.
shit all
He
night.
has.
Let
Jim,
me
you've been
finish
an asshole
the
all
point.
Hey, look
night.
at him. Look at him. Look
Jim
at him.
Bob
He's
sit.
Spurgin. You got
Then-
ruined, dude.
No, Sarah, he
You're
needs
a
to
mess.
shut up so
You're
I
a
can
mess.
finish the
He doesn't
point
want me
and
to
he
be
can rebut.
debunk him right now.
No, you're not debunking anything.
Let me do
You're
it. Then
interrupting.
let me talk.
No.
No. You put in the plain thing, and I'm going to actually show you how your own fucking mechanism is a bunch of bullshit, and you're a scam artist. Now, give me 30 seconds, Sarah.
So
Give
let
me
me
30
finish
seconds.
the point. And
No, he
you can
won't.
rebut.
So he won't let me.
Yeah, because I'm not done.
Go ahead.
So you said, how does the New York Jets fit in? Again, 9/11 Patriot Act Patriots. How did the Patriots become the greatest team? Because of supposedly Tom Brady. How did Tom Brady get on the field? It was because of the New York Jet, Mo Lewis, who took out Drew Bledsoe. Jim Bob, where did Drew Bledsoe go to college?
I don't know, Zach.
Well, let me explain. Washington State. Why does that matter? Hold on. Why does that matter?
Jim Bob, let him
Because
finish.
Boeing is from Washington State.
Oh, I see.
Hold on,
It all
who
makes sense
designed-
now.
The man who designed the World Trade Centers, where was he from?
Well, I don't know.
He was from Washington State. He was a
Oh my
Japanese
gosh. Why did
American.
they do that, Zach?
Jim Bob,
Hold on,
let
he
him
was a
finish.
Japanese
Let him
American.
finish.
Why? would they
Again,
do
like how on 9/11 they had to tie it in with Pearl Harbor. They called it kamikaze pilots. They called it the new Pearl Harbor. They said buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell down in New York, kind of like the Pearl Harbor date, December 7th. Not to mention the Pentagon was part of that day. And the Pentagon opened, or construction began on September 11th, 1941, just before Pearl Harbor. About numbers and ritualism, is it not true that Flight 77 supposedly what hit the 77-foot tall Pentagon on the 77th meridian 77 minutes after taking off? Again, if you look into it, it's all number ritualism. Brady was born in 77. By the way, that was 201 years after this nation. ESPN, you can still look it up to this day. They had to write an article about.
They predicted his birth?
201.
Wait a second. They predicted his birth?
I'm making a point about why he's the chosen one.
Oh, he's chosen one now. Who's the Christian one now?
Well, in terms of the rig sports.
Well, I just Postdiction look at the things that comport with my fucking narrative.
Again, we've been acing NFL.
Are you saying a birth was planned?
Hold on,
dude.
Jim
You said a
Bob.
lot, Sarah. He
Oh
just
my
said a shit ton.
God.
Let me respond, dude.
I will agree with that. You did monologue for a bit.
Please tell me, did they plan the dude's birthday?
Who, Brady?
Yeah.
Well, him and Manning were the face of the league. For a
I
long
asked
time.
you a
Manning's
fucking
from the
question,
80s.
Zach. Did they plan his birthday?
I got to show you why it matters.
I didn't ask why it matters, Zach. I said, did they plan his
Well, his
birthday?
birthday's 8-3 in football.
Did they plan his
They say the
birthday?
greatest QB draft class ever was 83.
Watch, chat. Do you understand what's happening here? Did they plan his birthday?
It's why he's chosen.
Did they plan his
He's
birthday?
chosen because his birthday.
You're not answering. You're not
His
answering my
dad's a
question.
billionaire. You know that he's not.
You're
just-
not answering the
All
question.
right, gentlemen,
Like 4 billion.
thank God. that
Not
it's
answering my
11:15.
question.
We're going to move into closing statements by the grace of God. But I did want to take a moment just to send a big shout out to the Crucible crew. I have been informed that my visit up to the modern day debate, Debaticon 5, has been sponsored by the Crucible crew. So I just want to say a big thank you to all of you. It was a great time. If you missed it, you definitely missed out. Get to the next one. Lots of great content creators up there, so on and so forth. Additionally, members only, I have created a post with the StreamYard link. If you are a member, you can go and get early access to the panel. Outside of that, I will publicly drop the StreamYard link here shortly. And gentlemen, once I do that, you're welcome to drop them on your end as well. We will go into open panel. You've both been total assholes, but to everyone in the chat that wants to be a dick and tell me I suck as a mod, well, fuck off. I don't care. You can suck your own dick. All right, Jim Bob, and I'm going to ask both of you, just shut up while the other person's talking. Spend your time with your closing statement. You can refute anything you want when it's your turn. And Jim Bob, to you, you have the first round.
Sure. Yeah. The whole point of the debate is how is it useful? Every time I ask Zach, how is it useful to the ordinary plumber when they wake up in the morning with their family? The answer is going back into Postdiction, a narrative about how something happened in the past. That's all we heard all night. Okay. So the question recently that he wouldn't let me talk about is that he's basically choosing when something's real and when something's a psyop. So when it's a psyop, it's also real because it's gematria. But when it's a psyop, it's also real because it's gematria. So that's why I asked about the planes hitting, because if he really believes the planes hit, then now he has to tailor his gematria to say that there's fake planes hitting, right? And they didn't hit their target. So it has to be true and false at the same time. And then it gets to the point where he has to actually say who Drew Bledsoe is chosen. That means that for Zach,
quarterback.
I am fucking finishing my topic, you prick. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you loser.
You don't even have the right quarterback.
Well, dude, Sarah, if you want more debate, Sarah, you're gonna have to mute him.
It is closing statements.
I'm closing statements. Shut your fucking Jew mouth.
The one time you can talk without being interrupted.
Shut your mouth, you fucking
Jim Bob. Please finish your.
Jim Bob, I would like to
scammer. Shut up, scammer. Shut up, scammer.
Shut up, scammer. I'm mute now, only because it is.
You're just scared that everyone's gonna see you're a scammer, and they should, because you're a fucking scammer.
You're a piece of shit.
Shut up. That's my closing.
I'm muting you. Stop it. Stop it, or I'll put you backstage. So, closing statements. Stop it.
For Zach Hubbard's insane, completely insane, delusional worldview to work out, he actually has to say at the tail end of this debate that Drew Bledsoe was chosen at birth to be groomed as a fucking quarterback just so his numerology could match the winning of some fucking NFL team, okay? That means that the Jesuits are governing births, and they're saying, let me get in the hospital there, Mr. Bledsoe. Do you know that your baby is chosen to be a fucking right arm thrower for the Jets or whatever the fuck? These people are so insane. But the key is they target people who are weak. They target people, Zach and company, all these, Gary, the numbers guy, they target people who are desperate and want to see the world in some sort of massive way that scapegoats people, right? They use scapegoat methodology to then say that there's a them out there. And this is how cults work, by the way. They say there's a them out there doing stuff. And if you have the knowledge, Gnostic knowledge about these people, you can then evade and make money on these things. We already drew out a contradiction with Zach. He actually sells his Patreon account to gamble. When I ask him straight out the gates, do you advocate for gamble? He can't answer. He's a little evader. He's a dodger. He's just like the elite that he talks about, right? When I ask him whether or not people should go to NFL games and NBA games and participate in all this elite networks of bread and circuses, he says, no, I want to wake people up so they don't participate in this shit. Yet he makes money getting people who are poor, who hope to be rich, using his methodology. He sells them Patreon accounts, and he tells them to participate in these games, even though he's simultaneously telling them to disengage. This guy is a scam artist, just like every other Gematria scam artist, right? All he does is Postdiction affirmations once something happens. When we ask him straight up in the chat, listen, buddy, you can prove it right fucking now, you little greasy scam artist. Tell us a prediction using Gematria right now, and everyone will be on board. He says, no, it's not how it works. You got to sign up for my Patreon. You're worse than the elites. You're worse. At least they actually say straight up, we're going to be controlling people, and we get off on it. You are a fucking measly little coward who hides in the shadows doing fucking Sesame Street calculator work, selling the weakest of the weakest minds on your bullshit scam. Right? At least the elite have the balls to say, we're fucking taking over this shit. You don't even have the balls to do that. You're a coward and a weakling. Fuck you.
Thank you, Jim Bob. Go ahead and give your closing statement, Zach.
Yeah, so the topic was, is Gematria useful? And absolutely it is useful. We've proven that in spades. It wasn't, can Zach come on here and make predictions tonight? You guys, anyone who knows my resume knows the unprecedented track record of predictions. And it's just like Jim Bob, he cannot concede the point. That's the way he debates, in a dishonest manner, because he's a dishonest man. Again, I did publish a book in the middle of 2020 explaining why the scandemic, why they would wind down their bullshit scandemic exactly when they did. We also called it out years in advance why it would happen in 2020, because we understand that these people operate in numeric sequence. And by the way this debate came about was because on January 20th, Inauguration Day, Jim Bob's thing showed up in my feed. I happened to pop in here and I talked about how that night Elon Musk had done his little salute, and there was a debate about what that salute was really about. And I came on here and I explained how, Elon Musk, he was written about in a book by Werner von Braun, the NAZI. I know you guys are scared to say those words, even though they're perfectly fine to say, but just to respect the way you self-censor yourselves. Again, Werner von Braun published a book, Project Mars, where the main character is the Elon. In Gematria, Werner von Braun equals 207. The day that Elon did his salute was the 207th day of his age. What ended up breaking in the news shortly after that happened? It was that Werner von Braun's wife died on the exact same day. And what day did they announce that she died? They waited until the 38th day of the year, a recurring pattern that I've been teaching about for over 11 years. 38 and ritualistic death. Because again, in Gematria, murder equals 38, killing equals 38, death equals 38, RIP 38, the word Gematria itself, the word English, energy, Kabbalah, again, this nation's military, the building called the Pentagon is 38. You can laugh at it all you want.
It's not just me, Zach.
Jim
I mean,
Bob,
11 years? Holy shit, that's sad.
Let him finish, please.
I don't think it is sad. I've been standing up for truth and justice.
What do you got, a poster behind you? That's all you got is a fucking poster?
Jim Bob, I'm going to make a point.
All right, let him finish, Jim Bob, or I'll mute you too.
The one thing she was concerned about is that I wasn't a Christian. And what I said to her, I said, well, I'm probably better than any Christian man you've ever known. And she realized right away, she's like, a lot of the Christians I've met are like not very good people, actually. And
wow.
Guys like you claim to be
typical Jew.
Bob, stop.
But again, coming back to this, is Gematria useful? Yes, we prove every day how you can use it to take advantage of the rigged game. And again, you can see right through the news headlines how we're being lied to, who's really pulling the strings on this corrupt federal government. And if you don't understand why that's important, that just shows that you have a very low intellect and IQ. Again, there is a reason Thomas Jefferson said there needed to be a revolution in this country every 19 years or we'd lose rights and liberties. And you can see that playing out in real time, why you get the C-19 after 19 years, 19 years from 9/11 and the 19 hijackers, which came 19 years after the war on drugs and so on and so forth. All of these wars that have been declared, drugs, terrorism, germs, they've all wrecked this nation. We've lost rights and liberties in a major way. We've been given major bills that we have to pay with tax dollars. Again, these are things people should be upset about, outraged about, and willing to do something about. This is stuff that needs to be stopped, not mocked. And again, understanding the way your enemy operates is absolutely crucial. By the way, Jim Bob confesses to be a Christian. You guys should, again, just ask yourself, why did they even rename the man Jesus? Where does a name like that come from? Is there a corruption to that name? Jim Bob can laugh all he wants, drunk loser. But again, is it not interesting if you just take the most simple cipher, you guys, the most simple cipher, the alphabetic order, A is 1 up to Z is 26. Jesus happens to equal 74, just like cross, just like Messiah, just like gospel, just like parables. Also in that simple cipher. If people don't know the story of Jesus of the gospel, he spoke in riddles, which are parables. But in the most simple cipher, English is also 74. So is Gematria. So is killing. So is holiday. 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents happened to die on July 4th, 7-4. By the way, Independence Day also equals 74. But 3 of the first 5 presidents died on 7-4, and they all had something in common. They were all outspoken against the same thing I'm talking about tonight. Jefferson and Adams were the most outspoken about how this nation could be subverted and destroyed if the Jesuits came out of suppression. Monroe, they both died together on the same day, for people who don't know, July 4th, 1826. 1,826 days later, Monroe died on July 4th. Monroe was also a major critic of the Catholic Church. They all, I mean, just what are the odds that 3 of the first 5 presidents would die on 7-4? This calendar that was given to us by the Catholic Church, it has the Ides of March on the 74th day of the year to remember the killing of Caesar. The word stabbing also equates to 74. He was stabbed to death. Pay attention year after year when the Ides of March comes around. Very weird and suspicious deaths year after year if you just pay attention. Again, most people are so consumed in their own life, their work, their school, that they're missing the obvious ritualism that's going on day after day, year after year, and it does trace back to this same cabal that the founders warned about. The Jesuits were warned about by founders. People don't even understand it. People have lost track of history. The people who traveled across the Atlantic, they were trying to escape the Catholic Church, which was the tyranny of Europe at the time. This same ruling force is still alive and well and present today. Lincoln, at the end of the Civil War, just before his assassination, he said at the beginning of the war, he didn't even know who the Jesuits were. It came to his attention over the course of the war that it was the Jesuits that had instigated the American Civil War. Again, there's so much more that can be said about all these things, but the things we're talking about tonight, you can see that it really is the Jesuits by using and applying this knowledge, because they did lay down the calendar. Again, the calendar is credited to the Jesuit priest Christopher Clavius that says this debate's happening February 17, 2025. Again, at the end of the 16th century, at the same moment the calendar was laid down, so was the language. And there's been a system that you can trace through history, and by understanding the present, by understanding the past, you can project the future because there's recurring patterns over and over. And again, I would say to anybody out there, if you really think that I'm insane or I'm the one with the mental problem, take a look at this man tonight. No listening skills, nothing but insults, couldn't regurgitate back 2 seconds later what I just told him. Again, this guy is what I would call the American disgrace, and an example of the film Idiocracy, which is, literally become a documentary. But again, you guys, you learn this knowledge, you will see that I'm not the one who's tripping. Again, you can use it for the market, crypto, sports, and most important of all, to just escape the matrix of misinformation. So many people are caught up in the news and the headlines and the lies, and they let all that fear and paranoia infiltrate their mind. You can free your mind from the deception by seeing right through it. And I do got to say one more thing about 1968. I mentioned how fentanyl was approved that year, and 911 was made the code, and World Trade Center construction began, and how it was all synced up with Giuliani, who's Catholic. Think about what happened. We went over to Afghanistan and killed the Taliban, and a lot of Christians cheered it on because they're caught up in the cult of religion, like modern day Nazis. We went back over there and brought back the opioid production, and next thing you know, there's an opioid crisis like no other, and it's fentanyl, the same thing that was approved in 68 that's really doing the killing everywhere. These things are not accidents. And one other thing I'd ask you to look into in 1968 is the book published by the Yale professor, The Population Bomb, which is 201 pages long, calling for a need to depopulate. War, fentanyl, C-19. These are the biggest killers of the 21st century, and it does seem all of this was foretold 33 years before 2001. Another special number of the cabal, which Jim Bob also had to have up on his screen all night as some kind of mockery. But again, work on your listening skills. If what I'm saying is not making sense to you, I think the problem's probably up here, low IQ and probably poor listening.
Thank you so much. Okay. So I have officially dropped the panel link into my chat. It is pinned at the top. Gentlemen, if you feel the need to drop it on your ends, feel free to do so. I've looked at the super chats because it's between all three of our channels, and there's a lot going on in there. So I'm just going to do 5 and up. Some of them I want to just try to blow through, but feel free to respond. You can unmute too, Jim Bob, if you want. Feel free to respond to something if it's worthy of a response. But,
real quick, can you drop the link in the private chat?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
You have a million miles to get to the top pinned comment.
I just want to add that in his long ass closing, he said we can make predictions, and I just asked him for one for the entire chat, just for charity, and he couldn't do one. Just so you know,
I'm not in the charity business.
That's right, because you're a.
And to all of you little shitheads in the chat, still talking shit, welcome to Bloodsport Debate. This is how we roll. I don't give a fuck, and that's how we're gonna do it. All right, Extanglia.
Thank
you. Coming up with the Big 10 said, so he is a millionaire, right? Because he can pick the lottery numbers.
That's a good question. Could you pick the lottery numbers?
Well, there's a gentleman in New York. His name is Shark Milton. He's been using it. There's another gentleman out here who does very well with Keno. I've never used it for the lottery. That's not my thing. But yeah, you can use the knowledge to take advantage of the lottery. Get ahead of some of the numbers. Yep.
All right. Ignorance is strength. Coming with the big five. Zach is lying. Secret teachings of all ages has 0 English gematria in it.
Look in the book
None.
themselves.
Gotta let her
Not
read the
even-
fucking chat, dude.
It's okay. He's still new here. None. Not even a cipher in the entire book.
That's totally false.
Anson coming in with the big five. In Hebrew, gematria, Sara equals 180. The journey toward love equals 13. And a date equals 30. So according to gematria, Sara is going on a date with me soon. American Nacho with the big five. All that power and he couldn't predict I would send this super chat calling him an idiot. Frank the Truth Tank. Zach predicted the Cubs would win series in 2016, and I'm from Chicago.
Wow, Frank, the Truth Tank. That's amazing. So did a bunch of people who didn't use gematria, you retard.
Dean Lem 2 coming in with the big five. I want to be your number in Prince voice. Moxie coming in with big five. Greg, aka Ignorance is Strength, has a crush on Zach for years. Obsessed. Anson coming in with the big five. Somebody tell the OCT gematria guy that one of the books on the shelf behind him isn't lined up correctly. Slick Nick with the big 10. Jim Bob has a very little IQ level. He needs to shut up and actually listen.
Exactly.
I was waiting. I was actually listening for the prediction and how it's useful. And not only myself, but the entire chat didn't hear how it's useful or a prediction. So
fair enough. Mike Ball coming in with the big 10. Zach, no one cares about the numbers. Remember, they mean absolutely nothing to us. It does not certify what you are saying.
I have actually a follow-up question. Zach, honestly, good faith question. Let's say everybody figured out, everyone signed up for Zach's Patreon and we figured out the ciphers and shit. We started predicting things. Wouldn't it be the case that the rulers, the elites, the Jesuits would just change their ciphers and do it all over again?
Absolutely.
Right? So you're asking, so you're basically saying, people, instead of living your lives, chase Jesuit number games, right?
No.
Well, then what do we do when they change the cipher? Aren't you going to say, everybody, we gotta change, right?
Game,
right?
In a way, you're winning. You're making them change what they're doing.
Yeah, but they can just do it again. So I'm asking, what can you do about it?
Well, they're losing power if you're making them change.
No. The same power, same authority. If they change the cipher, what are you going to do about it?
Adjust, study, figure out what they've.
So play their game instead of living your life. Got it. Okay, move on.
Jim Bob, what do you mean by live your life? You get online and talk shit about people all day. Is that living a life?
No, I do other things not online. You fucking dipshit. You little greasy scam artist. I do other things off of line, dude. That has nothing to do with the question, you little pig.
Jester all coming in with a big 10. To everyone listening, this guy is claiming to be, is it Harry Seldon from Foundation? And gematria is his knockoff brand of psychohistory.
Yeah, he's a scammer.
Zach
Hubbard's a scammer.
No, I'm not a scammer.
Yeah, you are. Everyone saw it today.
But it's a false accusation.
Nah, it's true. It's predictive.
People will come on and they'll tell you about how much of a scammer I am. Trolls will probably come on and say it, but real people will come on and show you.
Dragon XTV coming in with a big 5. Cheddar Bob is drinking a gas station energy drink with nano machines in it. A sheep still believing in voting.
Cool, all caps, bro. How much money did you lose to gematria tard?
Chuck coming in with a big 5. MAGA equals make asylums great again.
That's true. I can agree with that.
Bonsai Jungle with the big 5. Everything that matches this code is true. 129 in Chaldine. I can prove Zachary K. Hubbard is totally insane. 129 in Chaldine. What is
Chaldean?
Mm-hmm. Coincidence?
Yeah, that's actually a good point, is that you can actually look at numbers and draw an infinite amount of conclusions about any event. And this is I did a stream about gematria. I just want to really quickly do this. I know there's a lot of chats. Gematria people, the kind of manic thing that you pick up with Zach and Marty Leeds and the rest of them, they actually think that numbers occurring are events. And that's the part that really messes them up in the mind, is they really believe that numbers are events, and they're not events.
Jim Bob, why do you think Trump says
that doesn't matter? What I think about Trump is irrelevant.
25th, right before 2020.
Yeah, see, he actually totally proves my point. He thinks that numbers are events.
I'm asking you about the ritualism.
He conflates a number with an event. Notice it. Notice it in the future when you deal with these people.
I'm asking you why
even in his question, he thinks the number is an event.
Answer the question. Why does Trump propose a 25% tariff on the 25th just before 2025 starts?
I don't know. Tell me why, Zach, and why it's useful. Nobody knows.
It's an obvious number ritual.
Cool. Why is it useful?
They're performing rituals.
Cool. Why is it useful?
To see how they operate.
Why is that useful to see how they operate, Zach?
You can trace back to who's really controlling.
Why is that useful, Zach? You have no power, bro. You're a powerless little goblin.
All right, gentlemen. Wrongful rage with the big 5. My God, I've seen Hodolph the Grey casting spells from God, and I thought that was dumb. However, I ran the numbers. Barney wants his lucky boy back. RT with the big 5. After the fact, dot connecting and inability to predict anything in advance of the event is the poster child of internet grifting, in my opinion.
Loser.
Well, but that's not the legacy.
You have no legacy. You're a low scale fucking.
There's a reason nobody's written about you, Jim Bob.
The wildest wake up show with the big 5. Does this work to predict before someone dies, or it's only after the fact?
Again, we called Prince's death before it happened, and
why is that useful to call our Prince's death?
Huh?
Why is it useful to call the death of somebody?
So people can understand the ritualism.
Why is that useful, Zach? 0 silence every fucking time with you because we can understand ritualism. You fucking you're a grifting little creep.
Did he have the song "I Would Die for You" with the number?
Why is that useful, Zach?
First letter, and did he
why
die
is that useful, Zach? Zach, why is that useful?
He died 201 days before.
Cool.
Trump
That's a.
I'm Black Donald Trump. If you're listening to what I'm saying,
I mean, there's a lot of artists, especially now, who do like their song titles will have like 4s in user or like shorthand kind of thing.
Sure.
I'm wondering if that's the case for Prince, then would that be the case for like Billie Eilish, Ariana Grande, so on and so forth?
That's right.
That's my only question to that.
Everyone who's covered that song, Chris Cornell and Sinead O'Connor, as well as their son, are all
dead.
What
if I cover it, Zach? Can you predict? What is that going to mean? What does that mean?
I think you should do a skit and cover it.
I can cover it. I can cover it, Zach. Everybody who's covered it, including YouTube, people who were no names. No.
Coming with the big 5, wanting to predict something useful. How many names and dates involved do you have to collect? How do you choose which are significant? Tossing bones right now. That's a good question. To you, Zach.
All right. Wanting to predict something useful. How many names and dates involved do you have to collect? How do you choose what are significant? Tossing. I mean, it depends on what subject you're talking about. If you're looking at trying to call NFL futures, you're going to want to look at the quarterback and the head coach and any other star player on that team.
Their birthday or what?
The Eagles who just won the Super Bowl. They had 2 players with their birthday the day of Super Bowl 59. It was number 26.
What if their birthday? What if their birthday doesn't match that?
Jersey's had 59 and 33 had a pick 6. So you got to look at the ritualism because it is rigged every
What
year.
if their birthday doesn't match, Zach? Do you look at something else like their car, the year of their car? Do you look at that, Zach? Do you look at anything that conforms with your fucking stupid worldview, you retard?
Won the Super Bowl, and the only 2 guys on their team with their birthdays, their jerseys.
I asked you when they don't match up, Zach. What do you look at next?
Dub Gotti coming in with the big 5. Jim Bob is dumbass Matumbo.
This is Zach's following, by the way. This is the IQ that he's taken advantage.
Oh, that's okay. They want their voices heard too.
Oh,
Jim Bob, played for the Nuggets, where he made his names as the first 8 seed.
Barely a sentence for him with his
1
following.
seed. Does that make sense?
No, none of it makes sense. Barely a sentence formed with his following.
The first 8 seed to beat a 1 seed in the playoffs.
They're retarded. They can't even form sentences.
Huh? I see. Anson with the big 10 in Hebrew Gematria. Sara 180 plus Anson 167 equals 347. The word for fate. I don't know what that is 239. Dating Sara is my destined path, since 347 minus 239 equals 108. The journey to destiny.
What's the number for simp, Zach? Where does that come out in the cipher? Simp, S-A-I-M-P.
Well, the same thing as Jim Bob.
Wow.
Blue Skittle with the big 5. Schizophrenia? No. Spiritual revelations with the big 5. Jim Bob is evidently a fool. Continuous interruptions, playing memes while Zach is educating, and obviously has a preconceived notion.
Look at that
about
fucking
the
picture of the Israel towel around this guy's goblin face. I mean, get him off the screen immediately.
Jim Bob, have you seen yourself? You're one of the ugliest guys on the internet.
Maximum 911 with the big 5, laughing my fucking ass off. Hanson again with the big 5 in English Gematria. Jim Bob 42 is a key part of won the debate 114, suggesting his victory was destined.
That's right. I put that together early, way early, Hanson. Way early, like 15 minutes in.
Luca with the big 5 equals in Gematria equals whatever I want to mean in an arbitrary equation.
Totally.
King of Sosa with the big 5. Win, Zach. This guy's a man-child. Jordan Lofgren with the big 5. 6 eyes on the screen. 6 and 3 people. 9 and 2 is 11. You have 8,960 members on Patreon. All that is the years you should spend in prison.
He really should. He really should be in jail.
Smalls with the big 5. I'm putting his words into Gematria calculators, and they aren't even the numbers he's saying they are.
Notice he can't even spell. Probably the problem.
Anson with the big 5. In English Gematria, Gematria is fake, 93, and Gematria is real, 129, differ by 36, which reduces to 9, suggesting an end to Gematria's validity. Open up with the big 5. Rim job IQ is too low, even with the answers he can't understand.
Yeah, we're just
3rd grade.
I mean, this is you guys understand that what I stated earlier is that Zach takes advantage of people who can't think properly.
You're a moron, buddy. I mean, you can't convince an idiot's an idiot. That's what we're seeing tonight with you. You don't know.
See, he doesn't want me to out it that he relies on retarded people.
You know, low your intellect.
He's just a cult.
He watches your channel.
A lot of people.
Losers.
You're in a cult.
Every last person in your audience.
You're in a cult.
Guaranteed.
You're in a cult. 00300
You should be in jail.
With the big 5, Mr. Zach. Let's say I agree with you that the current system is corrupt and there are elite bad actors. Now, what do I do?
Here, I just want to make a logical point. My channel's been deleted 20-some times. Jim Bob, every time I get deleted, my channel's bigger than yours within a week. Why do you think you're important? Nobody gives a shit about you.
Because a lot of people are retarded. That says nothing, dude.
No, it says what you are.
Do you think the followers of Kim Kardashian are smart?
Irrelevant.
No, do you think that Kim look? He appealed to masses. Watch this. Watch this. If Kim Kardashian got deleted and she started an account, would it follow that what she's saying is valid or she has any value just because she has a following on her next account? You fucking retard.
There's nothing valid on your channel. You're a religious tard.
Yeah, you have no argument.
Religion's for mental midgets, Jim Bob.
Yeah.
Anson, no. Now wait a minute. I am 5'2". I take offense to the word midgets. Okay. Anson with the big 5. In English Gematria, Zach 41 and Grifter 83 differ by 42, suggesting it's an answer to his reputation.
Zach, how many people do you have in your live chat right now?
I don't know. I'm not looking.
Got 628. You have 634.
Oh, uh-oh.
And I finish up with the
shadow ban. People don't even get a notification on my channel.
They're shadow ban. I'm truth because I'm shadow banned.
Montero with the big 5.
It's not the same.
Dude, you're a scammer.
How many videos have you put out that got over 1 million views?
You're a scammer. You're a locale, bro. You're a locale.
Montero with the big 5. Tomato, I just want to pinch them cheeks, and I don't mean the ones under your eyes either. Oh, my. Rachel Wilson with the big 20. I looked into the followers of one of the more famous numerology sports.
Can I respond to this?
Just let her fucking read it, you idiot.
Stop. Jim Bob, I can handle.
Well, obviously.
Well, now with you on. I looked into the followers of one of the more famous numerology sports betting scammers and was horrified to find out that they basically take advantage of poor people who are mentally unstable. Shame on you.
We're seeing that in the chat, aren't we? We're seeing that in the chat.
I'm guessing who she's talking about is Gary, who is a legit scammer. And again, just to tell you about the history of me and Gary, in 2016, we said at the spring training, the Cubs would win the World Series. Mid-season, I said why they'd beat the Cleveland Indians. In that postseason, Gary was calling into my show, TFR, on Truth Frequency Radio, which is now defunct. But every week, He'd call in and he'd be like, your team's about to get eliminated. It's going to be this team. Every week, his team would be eliminated. He'd be calling back with another team. He kept picking the wrong team. And then when it was down to just Cubs versus Cleveland, which we said it was going to be in the middle of the season, and why the Cubs were going to win on November 2nd in the 112th World Series, we had all this called months in advance. He chooses Cleveland. And then Cleveland loses to the Cubs. And just for the record, there's 108 double stitches on a baseball. Major League.
There is?
The Cubs
Wait. Well, what?
When you say Major League, it should make you think of the Cleveland.
Wait, how many
Indians,
stitches?
Charlie Sheen. These are all the things we called out early in the year.
How many stitches are on a baseball?
The point I'm making is what Gary did after he lost is he set up a website called Gematria Scammer, which was just my face on it. It's like, dude, you just got it wrong every week. I was dead on, and now I'm the scammer. That's what it reminds me of you. You're the same type of person. You're the frauds, and then you call me the scammer.
Wait, how many stitches on a baseball?
Gary is a joke. Gary lies about his record. He's always wrong. His Chinese zodiac shit is broken.
Wait.
Gary does give everybody in this community a bad name.
Wait, how many stitches on a baseball?
2016. 2016, he had like 500 subs. I don't know how he got to 250K subs. I don't know how that happened.
Wait, how many stitches on a baseball?
108 double stitches on a baseball. Major League equals 108.
Oh, shit. Fuck. I'm going to just change my whole life now.
Nitty with the Big Ten. Hey, Gem Griff Bro, can you game this system? Save the world and stop wars. Save babies from cancer. Can you do it? Why not? How about when Jesus is coming back?
Can you do anything with your gematria?
A lot.
What? Name one thing you can do.
I gave you some clues for how to use it.
No. Give me one thing you can do that isn't selling people clues in your fucking grift scam. Tell me one thing you can do, Zach. What can you do?
Again.
I'm a fucking scam artist. Again, I'm gonna.
Right.
Somebody asked me.
You're such a low life, dude.
There's a lot to get through, gentlemen. Zach, talk about Chad Boseman, Jackie Robinson, Black Panther. Start off easy for him. He's a little slow.
Okay, very quickly.
Again.
Do you want me to answer that?
Again.
Do you want me to answer that? Very quickly. Because of C-19, they had to move Jackie Robinson Day, and they moved it to August 28th, which was also the birthday of Jack Kirby, who wrote Black Panther. Chadwick Boseman played Jackie Robinson, and obviously Black Panther. He just happened to die that day, and he initially died at age 42. Then all the headlines changed it to 43. They just did this with the Atlanta rapper, too, did the song Walk It Out. There's a lot to explain about that, but the thing is, the Dodgers went on to win the World Series that year. It was also the year Kobe died. Lakers won the finals. Dodgers won the World Series. We called both those things before the season began. But Chadwick Boseman, the other thing about Jackie Robinson and the Black Panthers is if you look it up, in World War II, Jackie Robinson was in the tank brigade called the Black Panthers. Again, these people are paying tribute to history day in and day out.
Cole Marshall with the Big Five. Look up the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. His whole idea of math is a fallacy to begin with. Betty Spaghetti with the Big 50. Bob has nothing to spew but low vibrational insults. Try listening to hear instead of just to respond with ignorance. Keep doing what you're doing, Zach. Your work awakens the mentally dead and encourages the open-minded.
Oh, it definitely targets the mentally dead. That's for sure.
To seek truth and answers.
Betty Spaghetti. I'll listen to Betty Spaghetti.
Alter Void with the Big Five. Oh, this would be great because this looks at the past. Can he prove evolution is truth? Anson with the Big 10. In English gematria, Sara is 19 plus 1 plus 18 plus 1 equals 39. The phrase next ex-wife sums up to all of those numbers equals 107. 39 is a significant part of 107, meaning Sara, 39, is destined to become my next ex-wife, 107. Dean with the Big 10. What is the gematria of apophenia?
Apophenia was a word created by a Nazi scientist who came over here with Project Paperclip, for the record. And let's not forget that Project Paperclip happened on the 201st day of the year, 24 years to the day of the moon landing, where Wernher von Braun was the key scientist. So, yeah, just so you know, you're using a Nazi word.
Oh,
if you don't know what apophenia is, it's I'm surprised Jim Bob didn't bring it up. It's the idea that if you're connecting patterns through numbers, it's schizophrenic. Again, it was put out by a Nazi.
Demonstrably true.
By the way, the Reichstag fire, which has all kinds of parallels to 9/11.
Connected, Zach. Do it.
For the fire, his name just happens to equal 201. I'm sure it's a coincidence.
Thread those seams, Zach. You're doing it.
Yeah.
And answer with a big 5 in English Gematria. I love tomatoes. 162 is just one away from I love 53 and plus tomatoes 108, suggesting my singular love for tomatoes. Bonsai Jungle with a big 5. Zachary K. Hubbard equals 44 in Chaldean. A Gematria scammer equals 44.
That's right. What do you say about that? That's true. I did the cipher myself.
Again, there are such a thing as meaningless decodes.
Oh, now there's meaningless decodes, but the meaningful ones are yours, right? You fucking scammer scumbag.
Anson with the big 10. All right, we got a lot to get through, boys. Anson with the big 10 in English Gematria. Donald Trump 138, Barack Obama 84 plus Love Child equals 80 equals 184.
All right, there's fucking meaningless.
The difference 26 reduces to 8, suggesting Donald Trump is Barack's love child. Ultra Void with the big 10. If you just grant this dude that everything he is saying is true, then nothing has free will. So don't buy anything. If you're supposed to know, then the numbers will let you know.
That's right. Actually, that's a good point. If it's all determined, right? Because if you could be right about Gematria, Zach, aren't you saying that it's determined because you can predict it?
No, we're saying this is how they rigged the game.
So it's determined.
Not everything in life is determined.
How do you determine what's determined by Gematria Jesuits and which isn't? How do you determine that?
Again, the things.
Again, here's my sales pitch. You're such a fucking slime ball, dude.
A sports game is not our lives. A rigged election's not our lives. The stuff they're showing on.
I asked you, how do you determine the difference between something that's rigged and not rigged? And you can't answer because the moment you know his tell, you guys, he says again. That's his tell when he's fucking full of shit. A snake greasy snake salesman. Again, give me some time. Again, you're so full of shit, dude.
All right, gentlemen. Betty Spaghetti. I'm going to skip up to just 10 up only because our time is limited and I want to try to get through them all. Betty Spaghetti with the big 10.
Loser.
It's not all about predictions. It's about the who and the why, and why not make money off the knowledge and passion Zach has on Gematria.
Okay, stripper.
Bob makes money just talking shit on YouTube.
No, I don't.
That's all you do.
No,
just Gerald with the big 20 an hour and a half later, and I still haven't heard how Gematria is useful.
Zero use.
And Codens with the big 10 says, I owe you a coffee. It was my pleasure. X, the former X, the big 20. But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's more.
And X, the former X, with the big 20 again. The numbers, Jim Bob, what do they mean?
It depends. If the numbers that don't mean anything don't mean anything, and the numbers that do mean something, according to Zach. Again. Oi!
Betty Spaghetti with the big 10. If Jim Bobby Boy would shut his mouth and actually listen, you guys may get an understanding. Jim Bobby's daddy's here to distract and dismantle, not to enlighten or hear an opposing viewpoint. Ignorance.
You don't know who your father is.
Oh, boy. Jester all with a big 10. Jim Bob says anything. Zach, Jim Bob.
No, again. Again, it's not Jim Bob. It's again.
Charlie Brown with the big 10. Jim, you've spent the entire debate interrupting, being sarcastic, and name calling.
Cool. That's awesome, Charlie Brown. Can you give me one prediction?
Small Fry with the big 10. Is Zach a scammer or is apophenia caused by psychosis/OCD?
I don't know, actually. That's a good question.
Again.
Hey,
Using the language of a Nazi. Are you under Nazi mind control? The answer is yes.
Cutard with the big 10.
Again.
If we grant this Gematria actually works, you aren't actively trying. If we grant this Gematria actually works and you aren't actively trying to stop horrible deaths from occurring, shouldn't you be held responsible for those deaths and be deemed a mass unaliver?
Again.
I am trying to stop it. I'm trying to raise awareness about it.
How do you stop it?
Raising awareness.
Oh, cool. It sounds beautiful. Isn't that what Hollywood people that were raising awareness? It literally does fucking nothing, dude. You have no application. You're scamming. You're a scamming, grifting, fucking greaseball.
Hold on. Everybody in this community knows that we've had a
what
major
community?
impact.
What community?
Bob, listen. I single-handedly put the website 5 dimes out of business. Okay.
Oi, 5 dimes.
Hold on. Here's how you know that we're having an impact. You asked, wouldn't they change things? They are changing things.
So they changed the cipher?
Hold on. I just want to make a point.
Again,
I've always for people who don't know what I do, I teach you how to be responsible at gambling, because there are a lot of
I teach responsible gambling. Oi, you're such a fucking scumbag, dude.
JimBob, let me explain.
I teach people responsible pornography.
Hold on.
I teach them responsible gambling.
Quite often.
You're fucking such a scumbag, dude.
You guys are killing me.
Listen.
I teach them responsible gambling.
Listen. Colorado in Gematria equals 38, and Colorado is the 38th state in order of statehood. Listen, for 9 consecutive years, if there was a 38 on the board in a Denver Nuggets game, in a Colorado Avalanche game, in a Colorado Rockies game, a pitcher could pick up his 38th win or loss, et cetera, it came in about 95% of the time.
You want to be responsible with your gambling.
In the last 2 years, it only comes in about 2 out of 3
Who
times.
fucking cares, dude?
That's a drastically drop.
No one cares.
Because I'm making the point.
You make no point.
Bob, do you know there's about 1,000 people on Patreon now teaching what I taught to the world? Nobody was doing
I taught them responsible gambling.
Nobody was doing this before I came along.
Okay?
Carney's
who know now.
Responsible gambling.
All right, gentlemen, let's get through this. Carney's right coming to the big
I teach
10.
responsible usury.
All right, JimBob. All right. Will I hit the jackpot if I go to the casino tonight, Zach?
Well, we sports gambling, not slot.
I got to be responsible with your usury.
All right. Scony with the big 20. We didn't hear one piece of actual mathematical design that is scriptures.
Can I answer to that? So, again, Genesis 11:9, where the Tower of Babel story ends. Again, using the Bible.
Again.
Hold on.
Genesis. Finish, JimBob. Please.
When I'm trying to you're constantly interrupting. There are a lot of things that I would have said tonight if you're just not interrupting and bantering and calling. You didn't have any.
Dude, we already found your fucking signal.
JimBob, we can move faster.
I want to answer the question. Genesis 8:3 is where the biblical flood ends. In Gematria, flood equals 83, like Earth, also like Enlil.
Wait, English flood? Wait, English flood? Wait, F-L-O-U-D?
Beginning of the Torah. But hold on.
Wait, F-L-O-U-D or wait, is it spelled the same in Hebrew or in Greek?
We're talking about the system that was implemented in English.
I got it. You just choose your language. You're such a fucking scumbag.
But the point is, if you pay attention to the crazy ritualism that
you're the
goes
lowest.
on with
the lowest. The lowest of the scum.
Pay attention to the crazy ritualism that goes on with unprecedented weather. We bring up that 83 all the time.
You're the lowest of the scum.
Hold on. The two major hurricanes that happened this year, both of their names equaled 83.
Again.
All right, JimBob, stop.
Dude, how long is he going to fucking talk for?
I'm trying to, let me, but you keep interrupting and then he goes longer.
183. Again, one of those 83 days from the Pope's birthday, and the other made landfall on the day leaving 83 days left there. If you look into the history of weather warfare, it was first admitted to on the Jesuit order's birthday, August 15th, 1952.
That's cool. Did you take your medication yet or not? Did you take your medication yet?
Understanding the numbers in the verses and what's in the English language, there is a lot of connection to the Bible. So
all right, we're going to take a short little 2-minute potty break.
Zach.
I've got to pee. These two need to simmer down, and then we'll come back with it.
Again?
You got 2 minutes.
I just feel like we all have really great aim until the second we put on these helmets. You guys know I was actually on my way to the Death Star that morning.
Yeah, get out of here.
No. Forgot to set my alarm, got caught in space traffic. If it hadn't been for that space traffic.
Well, you can't think about that. You can't think about that, you're going to drive yourself crazy.
I'd be dead. I guess I'd be dead.
Yeah, it's just so eerie.
Yo, it's the stormtroopers, we be rising up, bringing our rep on the Death Star.
Then we will be revamping our Stormtrooper Benefits Program.
Don't rebuild. The Jedi's win.
Jedis. I'll tell you something. They hate our way of life.
You get 20/20 vision. You get 20/20 vision. Everybody gets 20/20 vision.
I'm out.
Listen, we have all of this technology, right? We can't find Luke Skywalker. One guy, hiding out in a cave somewhere in Dagobah.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sara has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raising Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
All right, everybody shut the fuck up for a minute. Shut up. Everybody just shut up. Swear to God, I will annihilate all of you. I've got a few people backstage who are in avatar mode only, and they're not familiar to the channel, so I'm going to bring them up, and I'm going to one at a time voice confirm so we don't get flashed with things we don't want to see on screen. So everybody just shut up. Don't talk. R510, can you please voice confirm for me?
Yo.
Hello. And what is 18 minus 3?
What? 15? What are we doing math for?
That's good. Perfect. Thank you.
Wait, it's a second though. A question for you. Why is your screen looks like?
Because I don't know if you're going to show penises and shit on screen, so that's why I need to voice confirm.
Whoa, yeah, we don't have that in our community. That's why that just threw me off. That was
yeah,
wild.
well, this is what we do to protect ourselves. All right, everybody's so far right now. I've got a full panel. Everybody's in line accordingly, and so listen. I swear to God, anyone fucking interrupts when I say to shut the fuck up, I'm just gonna boot you the fuck off, and I'm gonna bring up the next person. There's plenty of other people here that want to get on that have things to say. To those of you who are still backstage, just stand by. I'm sure I'll be booting quickly. All right. We are currently in open panel mode. That means it's dumpster fire zone. I know you're all going to spurg at each other and get crazy. To anyone who sent the super chats, anything under $10 towards the end, I'm sorry I didn't get to them. I will display them on screen. And if anybody wants to answer or be a dick about it or whatever, feel free to do so. All right. Floor's open. Fuck off.
Unbelievable. I watched that whole debate, and I gotta say, Zachary, you really know a lot about Gematria. I mean, I don't really know about Gematria, but I've been studying conspiracy theory and the spiritual language that they use. The whole world uses Gematria in the spiritual sense, and they dictate their plans based on what they come up with in this Gematria numerology. And you see they coincide things, and how many coincidences can happen before it's not a coincidence no more.
How many?
The more you learn their language, the more you understand what's happening, because that's what it doesn't matter what you believe, it's what they believe. And I really applauded your argument, Zachary. It was really impressive how much you know.
You can't get me, sir. I brought protection.
Thank you.
Say what?
Appreciate it.
You can't get me, sir. I brought protection.
It's pretty incredible, though. I just must say.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Could you tell me what his argument was?
I would say that he was trying to lay out really what the facts of Gematria can be used for and how the process happens. And unless you know the language of it, it's really like trying to understand Chinese in one paragraph. It takes a lot.
What was one example we can use it for?
Well, when he was trying to break down the 19-year cycle, he was going through the process of how they determine the 19 years and how they come up with the fact that that's a cycle that they will use and actually plan out, and sometimes their plans don't come into fruition. Sometimes they're
conveniently,
like,
conveniently they don't, right?
Well, it's a matter of, again, in the spiritual world, if you believe in God, God also puts monkey wrenches.
Yeah, but listen, train conductor guy, I asked, how is it useful?
You locally look like a train conductor.
I think it's very useful if you can understand the language that they speak on and they use to make their plans.
Yeah.
You cannot kind of protect yourself and know how to choose your own plan. But you have to understand
Tell me specifically how, though.
I mean, Zach did lay it out to you in an extensive way.
No, listen, I'm asking train conductor freak.
Like,
okay?
we're like all grown and you're acting like a legit.
No, you're not telling me how,
like,
though.
I don't know how these CIA operators
You're
hire
not
people
telling
like
me
you,
how, dude.
It's a guideline. Like, if
you stay on
you
the
want to know
stream.
how, it's
Like,
got to
your
be.
words
If you want to know how, someone will tell you, but it won't be us.
Like your projection.
My question is, can Gematria help us
Still not
with like actual deep questions that we have about our lives and actually be useful?
Can a computer help you? Can AI help you?
I don't know
Like,
how
you know how to use
Gematria
the
can be
computer.
helpful in my life. Like,
Well,
can it answer the question of
Still
who's going to be my
Sure,
wife?
I can answer that. I can answer that. I think there is an organic side to the code.
I mean, come on. I want to know how it helps me in my life.
I'm so glad I drank tonight.
Again, the
So glad.
Kabbalistic belief is that God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. This is expressed in the first page, in the first paragraph of the Book of Formation. If you're aware of this knowledge, it does seem that the numbers can manifest organically in your life.
Right.
And sometimes just witnessing those things can show you that it's beyond coincidence.
So it's
really interesting.
it's predestination, right?
Destiny. If you type into a Google search right now, what is the coldest day ever recorded? It's going to show you that it's July 21st, 1983.
They planned it.
Hold on. I'm just making a point about my own self. That just happens to be the same day I was born, right? July 21st, 1983.
Cold.
The record temperature that day was negative 89 Celsius.
Oh, shit.
My parents say they don't know why they named me what they named me, but what's really weird is my father's name in Gematria, and they don't know anything about this. His name happens to equal 89. My name happens to equal 89, and my mother's birthday is 89.
but
It's not just me.
Mr. Hubbard,
you'll find a lot of ties like
There's
that.
a lot
It
of
does
ties.
show
He's
there's
got
some kind of organic.
Andrew. He's got at
mathematics
least
happening
300
in
more
this.
words.
Huh?
Yeah, but I mean that's he's hang on, guys. Just relax for a
I just
second.
want to say
Mr.
one more
Hubbard.
thing.
Yeah,
My
go ahead.
dad always loved numbers. I always love numbers. The word number equals 89. And by the way, does 89 stand out to you about your faith, Jim Bob?
No, I don't use
How
Gematria.
many chapters is the gospel?
It's
89.
That doesn't play into
one?
anything.
Well, which
11
one?
Fibonacci number. It's the master number. Jesus equals 11. I'm not saying that's what I am. I'm just saying it's a special number, and it's related to numbers. And the fourth book of the Bible is also titled numbers. So
Mr. Hubbard, hang on.
To just kind of unlocking this code and educating so much of the world about it. And
Mr.
I would
Hubbard,
say, again,
I was
people who
looking at
reject this
this.
knowledge,
That's
maybe
a
they're not as
system
spiritually
called
adept.
You got to let other people talk, Zach. This is insane, dude.
Hang on. Mr. Hubbard, I was looking at this. You're right about the coldest day on record. But the thing is that I don't understand is that doesn't actually mean that was the coldest day. We've only been keeping records of temperature. Hang on, Zach. Calm down. We've only been keeping temperatures for about 100 years, right? So even if it was the case that this is just recorded as the coldest day, if there was actually another day which was the coldest day but was just not recorded, wouldn't that throw your math off here?
Well, that was the temperature that day, and I'm just saying how it kind of that one number connects with my mother, my father, and myself. And it's not.
Yeah, but how would it have meaning? How would it have meaning if it actually wasn't the coldest day?
Find interesting synchronicities. There is an organic side to this knowledge.
Yeah, but how would it actually correlate? How would it correlate? How would it actually correlate if it's not actually the coldest day?
And cold where? Cold where?
He's just making a point.
Well, he said the coldest day on Earth, to be fair, which is
really okay.
Yeah.
He said Earth.
Yeah, he said the coldest day on Earth, which is fair, and that is the coldest recorded day of Earth. To be fair to him, that is the claim. I agree with him that he's not giving us false facts. What I don't understand, though, is that doesn't mean it was actually the coldest day on
I agree
Earth.
with you, Andrew.
So if that's not the case, then this number wouldn't actually correlate.
I'm just saying that this number synchronicity.
Let him ask you the question, dude.
Andrew completely missed why he said that.
No, let him
What did I
ask you the
miss?
question. Yeah.
Well, he's saying that there's a correlate. He's saying that there's a correlation between this number and its meaning,
He's saying it's
and
organic.
that it
He's saying
moves.
he said it's
Yeah, that it moves beyond
organic
coincidence.
side, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, listen,
That it moves beyond
gentlemen,
coincidence.
Unbelievable.
interrupting one person at a time. I know you all like to spurg on each
Most
other,
definitely.
but just one at a time.
Yeah. So I just have a couple of inquiries that I won't even bother the panel for very much longer. I just want to make sure that I can get through some of this. If it is the case that there are other days where it's actually colder, how now would this number be relational to you, Mr. Hubbard?
Well, that day will always be relational to myself, my father, and my mother, because we're all connected through the number 89, which was the point I was making.
Yeah,
So
but
isn't that kind of like?
But does that mean that any different configuration that would equal 89 would have some kind of meaning towards you guys?
I really think it means more in the sense. Remember the movie, The Number 23, with Jim Carrey, and how?
Well, hang on. Hang on. Can you let him answer? Can you let him answer? Please? Hey, dude, can you let him answer, please?
Fucking retards.
Can you let him answer? I'm just wondering, because if that's the case,
smarter than this. I thought
because if that's the case, if we go through the Satanic Bible, for instance, right? There's 89 paragraphs. Does that mean you're a Satanist?
Again, it does not mean that. It does not mean that. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is how this thing happened that day, and that was the number. And it just happened to be the day I was born, but it connects with my mother and my father. Here, to make it more interesting,
That is a great
89,
connection,
the 11th Fibonacci number. The next Fibonacci number is 144. From my
I never
father's
read a
birthday
Satan
to my
Bible, though,
mother's
so I
birthday
would
is
know.
144
Please stop
days later.
interrupting.
Just mathematics. They say the Fibonacci sequence is the mathematical signature of God. It connects perfectly with my mother, my father, myself.
But none of that's math.
Well, I'm not saying it's just me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but none of that's mathematics.
It
doesn't matter if you pay attention to why he mentioned it.
The belief in Kabbalah is essentially and within sacred geometry is that God is the master mathematician.
Oh, you believe in God now?
I've always believed that there's a creator.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but the thing is Mr. Hubbard, this isn't actually mathematics. So we're not adding and subtracting anything that has a denotable value. What you're doing is you're saying this thing over here has meaning to me because it has meaning to me. What actually is the math? So what I'm asking is this: is that mathematics has structure to it? What is the actual mathematical structure that you're using? What is it?
The mathematical structure that I'm using that we're talking about today is the mathematics behind the language, which is Gematria, which means geometry and language.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of interesting things coded into the language that pay tribute to geometry and the relationship with the earth, sun, and moon. Again, what I discovered through this research is language, calendars, dates, spacing, ritualism.
Is it universal? Essentially, is it universal? Does it apply to everyone who is born on the same very cold day, Zach?
Right. That's the point.
It might very well.
So if we were to have a true mathematics system,
organic situation.
if we were to have a true mathematics system, all of its values.
No. Listen, the guy in the middle. No. We're asking a good question.
Andrew,
is it universal?
everybody's time?
Dude, listen. That's not an argument.
How am I wasting people's time?
We're asking a question of universality, dummy.
And here's the other thing, you stupid fuck. It's my time to waste. Shut up. So anyway, so the thing is like just to dive back into this. Right, it's my time to waste. So the thing is I would like to know.
Look at the Spurg in the middle.
You want me to show my face? Here's my face, you fucker.
Hold on, just a second, Andrew.
Spurg in the middle. Wasting a lot of money on Zach.
Gentlemen. I understand you guys want to like poke and prod at each other, but if you don't actually have something to add to the conversation or the topic in the moment or whatever's being said, and you just want to poke and prod whatever and make fun of each other, I will just remove. So please keep it to a minimum. There are 10 of us here. That's a lot of voices, and I know everybody's excited, but we're going to actually get through more if you just shut the fuck up and listen. Thank you. Andrew, back to you, please.
Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate it. Before the
retard
Spurg went fucking nutso. I'm just saying that mathematics is going to, so a value in math is going to be unchanging, right? Unless you add a reason to change the value. So I'm just asking if Gematria itself, because I played with the various Gematria systems, like you can go online and just grab Gematria calculators and start doing kind of your own research and this kind of thing. But there's many of them. And why is it that these are not universalized? Meaning anybody who has some correlation to the number 89, there should be some kind of shared experience that we can relate to for this value to be true.
Yeah.
So what is the fixed value that's relational that all of us can point at and be like, aha, there it is. That proves it right there.
Okay.
That all of us relate to this for this reason.
The most simple cipher, A is 1 up to Z is 26. They say the root of mathematics is pi. So the mathematical shorthand to get to pi is to divide 22 by 7. If you spell out 22 divided by 7 and take the gematria value of that, it equals 314, a lot like 3.14, what we recognize for pi. If you spell out the words 360 as words, it equals 227, a lot like 22 divided by 7. And we all know where pi fits in with finding measurements in regards to circles. So you can see how the entire language is encoded. Just for another thing, since gematria means geometry and language, the word geometry equates to 108 when you run the alphabetic order forwards and backwards. And as we learned when we were in school, this 108 is important for a lot of reasons. But again, they say that, for example, the diameter of the sun, they say that approximately it's 108
Who are they, sir?
From the sun to the earth is the diameter of the sun 108 times. And they say that the diameter of the moon 108 times is the difference of the earth and the moon. They say it's these mathematical ratios that allow eclipses to happen. Again,
this dude's a clown, bro.
Can you tell me what Andrew's question was?
Hang on. It doesn't matter ultimately. I'll just finish with this. Mr. Hubbard, I would actually be happy to come back on the channel and do a debate with you. There were no insults, none of that, just straight up fact versus fact. If you're interested in doing that on this channel, I'm happy to do it. Now, what I can guarantee you is if you do that, there will be thousands upon thousands of live viewers when that happens.
I know,
like many thousands. You will get out to more people than you've probably ever been out to it in a single time if you're interested.
I'm happy to do that. And just so you know, my channel was quite large before it was deleted 20-some times. So I don't know if you're going to give me a bigger outreach than I've had in the past on my own, but I do appreciate it, and I'm happy to do that.
No, I've looked at your channel algorithm, and yes, it'll be
because my channel is destroyed. This is Gematria Effect News 25 after 20-some deletions and buried at the bottom of the algorithm.
What was your? Well, let me ask you for a truthful statement here. What was your average live viewership?
At what point in 2018?
At your peak. At your peak. At your peak.
Huh? Well, in
at
2018,
your peak,
when I was live streaming, the average viewership was 2,000 people.
Well, that's great, man. My average live viewership is 7,000. So it'll definitely.
Hey, I know who you are. I haven't checked you out for a while. You've grown a lot then.
Yeah. It'll definitely help you out. So if you would like to do that debate, I'd like to come back and do it with you.
I'm happy to do it, and that's what I was really hoping to get to tonight. Somebody else who'd like to debate.
I will reach out to both of you, and we will pick.
All right, I appreciate it. Jim Bob, have a drink on me. You earned it.
Thanks, man.
Right.
Whatever. But I would guess I'll say something in this little space. All that.
Oops. I don't think he meant to do that.
He just accidentally hit himself. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
There he is. There he is.
Oh, well, I was just saying he's acting like a straight Democrat, pretty much shit in his pants. Zach's been putting in the work the last 11 years straight. His track record speaks for itself.
Amazing.
He tried to explain you on a ground level, like way of not being too overloading, not confusing, and you were like,
say something
just didn't want to just didn't want to accept it.
That's great
honestly.
meta. That's great meta. Yelp review.
It seems like you're a conspiracy.
You're not saying anything, dude.
It seems like you're a coincidence theorist, and that's pretty bad. Well, I was gonna say, if
you're literally saying nothing.
If you let me finish,
you might as well rap. You might as well start rapping for us.
Let him land the plane. Land the plane quickly.
At the end of the day, I've
literally gibberish.
I've turned $1 into 1,000.
That's amazing.
I've turned 10 cents into $600.
Amazing. That's amazing. You're a gambler. That's great. You're a gambler.
No, again, I just answered your question, so you can still be quiet.
Gambling.
You can just be quiet. You had 3 hours to talk. Just be quiet. It's the panel now. It's the panel. You had 3 hours.
You get to the point and land the plane.
That's the point,
dude.
No, it's not even that. It's
you
just
got
like, Hubbard.
You got Hubbard skin on your face, but that's all we got. That's all we know is you got Hubbard skin on your face.
At the end of the day, the knowledge is real. It's legit.
The knowledge is real.
You're
cool
mad
platitudes,
that
bro.
you got to go put your work in and learn.
I'm mad I have to work instead of gambling. I'm mad I have to work instead of gambling.
He changed. It doesn't matter.
I'm mad because I have to work instead of gambling.
Learn all over again.
Okay, cool.
Are you boys done? Are you boys
done? You literally said nothing. Nothing.
But
you've said zero.
Zach's legit. Like it's been a lot of
ball washing.
Community that's
do you have anything other than ball washing?
Made their own communities.
That's great. A lot of people make their own communities.
All right. Anyone else have
dude,
a
what the fuck is this?
This one thing I'll say.
At the end of the day,
you know what?
It really helped me gamble when I was going to be a basketball player, but I decided not to.
This message is sponsored in part by...
All right, you retards. You all are getting on my fucking nerves. All right, let's play a little round robin here. We're just gonna start moving around. Caucasian, can you shut the fuck up for a minute?
Shut up, dude.
You see how ages are weak.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and I fucking told you not to interrupt when I'm fucking talking. This really isn't that goddamn hard. Just shut the fuck up. You can spurg on each other when the moment is right, but if I'm asking you to be quiet, just shut your mouth. Really not that hard. And Jason Castle coming in with a big 10. Gematria, more like Gematria. Ha 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 ha. And going forward, I'm still going to be putting up anything under 10. I'm still going to pull them up on the screen. Anything 10 or more from here, I will interrupt the panel and try to get through them. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you see a yellow color or higher and I put it on the fucking screen, just shut your fucking mouth and let me talk. All right, Caucasian Sasquatch, do you want to? We're going to play a little round robin. Throw something out there.
I have a question for Zach. Zach, sir, do you believe in coincidence?
Some things.
Okay, I think we're making progress. Thank you.
All right. And dude in the top right, you already kind of had some words in there. Let's go with Paige. Do you want to add something in?
Yeah, Sarah, thanks for having me on. I actually had a question for Zach. Based on the parameters of what you outlined in terms of your position, it does appear to be a form of the occult. How would you combat an assertion in that regard?
I wouldn't combat. It is the occult. Just for the record, in the most simple cipher, occult equals 74. Like English, like Gematria, like Masonic. Very long list of that 74, including the word occult. Hidden. For people who don't know what that word means, it means hidden. It's hidden in plain sight. There's a reason they taught us the alphabetic order in kindergarten. A lot of us in our classrooms, we had it up. We had the A1, B2. We had it up along the border of our classroom.
Okay, would you go so far to say that it borderlines on witchcraft?
It is witchcraft. It's used. I didn't get to explain that because Jim Bob likes to interrupt.
Cry harder.
All it has two halves. There's the half about studying our relationship with Creator in this world, and the other half is called the clip-off, and it has to do with sorcery and spell casting and having influence over others through this knowledge. That's what the media is doing to us day in and day out.
Okay, so just on a pure ethical standpoint, do you not see a problematic aspect of that in terms of morality, in terms of you adopting an entire worldview based on witchcraft and the occult?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. That's not how I've adopted my worldview. I'm exposing how authorities are using this. In the time of researching it, I've paid attention to if there's an organic side, if there is a significance. I brought something up about that. But this isn't how my worldview is. And this isn't something, I'm not planning my life out by the numbers or performing rituals. I'm exposing what others are doing.
What's to stop you though? Like, why not just go full on, satanic Bible, black magic? Why not just go full on, just capitalize, right, on everything that the occult has to offer? Why not do that? Just tell me why. Just
because that would be evil, in my opinion, and that should not be done. If you read about Kabbalah, it does warn about even studying it, because it says it can open up a can of worms that you do not want to deal with. And I did consider that in my time of studying this, but I think it's important to expose what the people ruling over us are doing, for the sake of hopefully humanity catching on and not participating in the evil and putting an end to it. That is the ultimate goal of what my work has been.
Thank you for clarifying that. So you do believe that evil is okay up to a point?
How do you mean that?
So you have acknowledged that there are dark aspects to what you believe in, right? That it's witchcraft, that it's the occult, that it might not necessarily be based on the good or the Christian good. I'm a Christian, just disclaimer, right? So you acknowledge that there is a point at which the delusion in that being okay does end, where it's like, okay, this is too far.
I'm not sure exactly. I think you're. Look, it's just like once upon a time I was looking at this and I'd go, why is Donald Trump declaring 25% tariffs on the 25th right before 2025 starts? And then I'd watch the news the next day. I'd be like, okay, I just read this article. Why'd they throw 47 in there 3 times when it's not even useful information? I was asking the question for over a decade. I started asking this question when 9/11 happened. I saw the numerology in 9/11. I said, what is it about numerology in these people? What is going on? Finally came across the right book about a decade later, Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages. And I just started to look. I started saying, okay, A, B, C is 1, 2, 3. Let me see if there's something to this. And in no time, it started to add up. And I've just been exposing how every day, essentially, they lay out this Kabbalistic programming, which they call the news. So,
okay. So can I know though, Zach?
Not using.
Yeah, Zach, can I know, when does it become too dark for you? Like, what is the point in which your, I guess, involvement in your craft becomes too dark? What does it need to do? Does it need to be harmed by an individual? Does it need to border on the satanic? What is the bright line?
So, okay. Like, for example, I know these patterns of death and killing, right? If all of a sudden I saw that the people around me started to die in these same patterns, I'd think like, maybe I'm touching something and it's hurting the people around me. At that point, I probably would step down and say, okay, maybe this was the warning about opening up the can of worms. And I'll tell you something weird that I did notice like this. It wasn't death, but we had a large gathering on 9/11 in the year 2022, and it was really strange. I still haven't figured it out to this day why it happened. But so many people who participated in that gathering ended up getting in a car accident on the exact same day. It was mind-blowing how many people came out and wrecked on the same day. And I thought, is this just some kind of crazy coincidence, or did something happen here? So, if I saw something like that more severe, it might make me think like, okay, I need to step away from this.
Okay. I'll stop monopolizing the panel for now.
Thank you. Andy, thank you for your patience and for giving up your seat for a few minutes for Andrew. Your questions to the panel.
No problem. I have one. I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to keep it to one. Sure. What happens? I'm proposing a sort of semantic mysticism that you have, and it's a real problem, I think, because it destroys language. So what happens is words have meanings. Numbers, at least in Gematria, are assigned to words, and then numbers have meanings too. So what happens when the numerical meaning contradicts the actual meaning of the words?
Can you give me an example of how that would be?
Yeah, I mean, I can just give you like the word love, right? Let's say equals 444. This is just a random example, right? But 444 might mean destruction in another system, right? Another cipher, because you're only talking about the English language. And like, okay, so take the example of the English Gematria. Jesus, 74. Lucifer, 74. Cross, 74. What do? Right? Now you have a whole different set of meaning behind the actual English meaning. I don't. So to me, it seems like not only is it tied to the occult, but it's tied to postmodernism, which says there are an infinite number of interpretations by which you can interpret reality, because reality is also a text. But you're not using semantics; you're using numbers for that text, and that makes it even more esoteric, right? So how do you incorporate meaning into any of this?
Okay, so again, if you study Hermeticism, there's duality in everything. So there is no one set definition for any word. For example, killing equals 38 and 43, just like the word champion equates to 38 and 43. Killing and champion aren't the same thing. One is considered a bad thing. The other one's considered, in a way, a good thing. But you'll see the way they intertwine the things. Ohio State just won the college championship. And on the 43rd day of the year, what's the news? 2 of their former players dropped dead, one only 21 years old. And for the record, the word football is also 43. But on the 43rd day of the year, the news breaks after the champion. And you pay attention, this stuff goes on year after year. So to answer your question, again, that's why you can't say one number means just one thing.
Well, that's my point, though. That one number doesn't mean one thing.
So you force it to make the meaning you want. That's the point of the caller's question, bro. You're just admitted that you force the meaning that you need.
No, I'm not forcing.
You're sort of agreeing with me.
I'm not forcing the meaning. You can't understand what I just said about how on the 43rd day of the year, when football champion
you
and
just
killing, by the way,
admitted what the caller said. You just admitted what the caller said.
But really quick though, that's one way you can group those. There are other ways, probably on even that particular day, where you could group other numbers together. And even your Colorado example earlier, you said Colorado equals 38. Why did you pick 38?
Well, I'm just making the point about how it does equal 38, and it's the.
But why? Why does it equal 38?
Let's just stick to that.
Let's just stick to that. Why does Colorado equal 38?
Again, there's 4 base ciphers, and one is considered king among the 4. And I got this from Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, and also other related numerology books that were written. But it's the alphabetic order with numerology applied.
Yeah,
that's considered the best cipher.
And why
Let
did
me
you pick
interrupt
that one?
this.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Andy. Let me interrupt the train of thought. A ponder coming in with the Big Ten. I folded a $20 bill and it shows the 2 towers burning. 1 + 1 = 11. 11 is also the number of a brain worms Gematria scammers have or something. I predicted this with a T1911 Gematria calculator.
Texas Instruments.
Thank you, Art Ponder. And then also Melody, somebody paid to boot you to the back for a little bit. So I'm going to put you back up. I'm going to put you backstage. I'll throw you back in line, but also I have to pull the next person up and voice confirm. Plain Decoded, are you with us?
Hello.
Hi. Oh, you got some mic. Are you like weird?
Hold on, I'll switch.
Okay. Go ahead and do that. And Plain Decoded, what is 7 + 7? Sounds like you're still.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Plain Decoded,
Sorry,
what is
I'm
7
back
+ 7?
14.
Okay, thank you. We're not going to show any penises on screen, correct?
Melanie.
Plain Decoded, are we showing any penises on screen? Can anybody, does anybody know who Plain Decoded is?
He's like, no, I must show.
Yeah, watch out with these weirdos, man.
All right, I'm going to remove you. I'm fucking not playing with that. All right, let me bring the next one up. I just want to be able to get people up here. Top Secrets.
Hello.
Hello, are you with us?
I am.
What is 9 - 9?
0.
All right, are you going to show any penises on the screen, sir?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Okay, fair enough. All right,
I like
and then
this
we're gonna move back to Andy. I do apologize for the interruption. Please continue.
No problem. I'll just restate kind of what I was thinking, if that's okay, really
Mhm.
quick. So you said Colorado equals 38, but okay, and that's significant. Your justification was as 38th state. The number 38 appears frequently in gambling results. I don't remember exactly what the results were. But then you have this idea, well, in English ordinal gematria, Colorado's 83.
83.
Did you just decide to flip it? Did you decide to use a different cipher because it fits that data well? And then why didn't you use an Arabic cipher? Why didn't you
there's the 4 base
translate into a
ciphers,
different
right?
language and
Alphabetic
use that?
order, reverse alphabetic order, both orders with numerology. You can see that Colorado also equals 133 and 43, just like the word homosexual. And it was the first state with the homosexual governor. You pay attention to this kind of ritualism, you see what's going on. That's how you know it's relevant.
Just saying that it means homosexual.
Who's
and then,
mumbling?
then
Stop mumbling.
It's the guy on the bottom left with the hood.
I was once an avid follower of this. I used to decode.
Topsy's a dedicated troll.
Down left is simping. He's still simping for Zach while other people are talking.
He's a troll.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. I was speaking out loud. That's
He's a hater.
No, I'm not a hater.
The Gematria people think out loud a lot.
All right, let's get back between Andy and Zachary, please. Everybody else shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so I don't want to take up. I'll let the next person go, but I do think you run into a problem of semantics here. I don't mean literal semantics, right? Where the meaning of words get lost for the different ciphers, and then different ciphers can mean almost infinitely anything, and there's no justification for the causal connections, right? It's just a post hoc sort of fallacy. So
no, you have to see the way the ritualism is put together using numbers and words through relationships.
How do you see the ritualism?
Something I haven't mentioned tonight that I wanted to mention at the beginning and let it drop. All of these words equate to 47. President, White House, government, authority, Republican, Democrat, even the letters DC. They're all 47 in the base ciphers. Look at a guy like Joe Biden. He becomes senator-elect in the 47th U.S. presidential election, which was 1972. He's in office for 47 years before he becomes president himself. Not to mention he took office with a 47-year-old Obama when he was the president. The whole thing with Trump, it leads into Trump as number 47 when Trump also equals 47. Not to mention in 2016, he was sitting in the 47-story Midtown Hilton Hotel. The 47 gains greater significance because if you look into it, it's studied by the Masons. They study the 47th problem of Euclid. They lay their cornerstones on 47 date numerology, just like they did for DC, which is known as the Masonic City. There's certain numbers that will get used ritualistically over and over again.
That. So even in that long example, I can't fact check everything you said, but I don't think Biden was in there for 47 years. I think it was 44
Biden was a member of the federal government for 47 years before he became president-elect.
Sure. 44 years.
He became senator in 73. He became president-elect in 2020. That's 47 years later.
Even if you're right, though.
I am right. Hold on, stop. The word tariff equals 47. Do you know when Donald Trump implemented his tariffs? Exactly 47 weeks after the anniversary of the publishing of Adam Smith's 1776 text, The Wealth of Nations. And again, you have to understand how to use the numbers and see through the ritual. Everything
you get that as a
Trump
Gnostic
right
claim
now,
that you have to understand something.
Everything he is doing is a 47 ritual. He's dropping out of the WHO, established on 47. He wants the Panama Canal back 47 years after we gave it away.
I understand what you're saying in that respect.
It's all ritualism.
But let me. I need clarification on what you mean by you have to see the ritual. Like, what does that even mean?
Were you aware that Donald Trump implemented his tariffs exactly 47 weeks after the anniversary
of the publishing
of the Wealth of Nations?
But what does that have to do? What is the ritual you're talking about there?
Well, do you not know who Adam Smith is in his book that explained how tariffs are the destruction of the world?
Tariffs others, even though
you obviously didn't go to business school, did you? You didn't go to business school.
No, I didn't go to business school.
You don't know who Adam Smith is.
I know who Adam Smith is.
You guys, this is part of the problem too.
But I didn't go to business school.
I'm not trying to be an arrogant asshole, but a lot of you guys aren't educated. You don't know much about anything.
I have a
PhD
in philosophy.
Points.
Are you kidding me?
I'm 100%.
That's a very assumptive claim to make, Zach. Very assumptive claim.
I never said I didn't know who he was.
Put two and two together.
I
can't put two and two together because no one ever taught him.
No, dude, Zach, he's asking you a simple question. What is the ritual? And you just go on to
the book explains why nations should never have tariffs.
I'm not asking you a why question. I'm not asking you a why question.
It's not a why. 47 weeks after the anniversary of publishing date.
Tell me what.
All right, let me interrupt from a
definitional question.
Brief word from our sponsors. Marcus Antonio coming in with a Big 10 says, Zach, how do I know which numbers are good and which numbers are bad?
There's no such thing. All numbers are dualistic.
Alter Void comes up with the Big 10. Where the fuck is Flow State?
Thank
We
God
need
he's
him
not
here.
Talk about another moron.
I'm actually pissed too because he wanted to be here, and
He's as
I
dumb as they come.
specifically
He doesn't
talked
need
to
to be
him
here.
about this. Maybe he's had
Waste
to
of
take a
airtime.
shit. Anson knows with the Big 10. In English Gematria, Lily Phillips sums to 141, and having sex with 101 guys in one day sums to 355, or 141 plus 355 equals 496. Numerology reduces 19, relayed to S in the alphabet, meaning sexual escapade. Anson, you're killing me with these.
Fact.
Yeah, these are, I mean, when people do that, it's like, did you see me do anything like that tonight?
Yeah, your whole fucking worldview is that.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I didn't make one comment like that tonight.
And Nico Pluto coming in with the big 50 says, Jim Bob.
Thank you, sir.
And Jess Gerald coming in with the big 100 for your effortless victory.
Thank
I
you,
believe
Jess.
that was on your side. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
And then BW with the big 20 says, LOL, Jim Fingerling Carey.
Oh, Jim Carrey. That's a reference to the movie, the Gematria movie, the Numbers movie.
Just for the record, in 2 movies, he references Gematria, the number 23, and also where he's the Riddler in Batman.
Mm-hmm. So they're just giving you the clues. The enemy is giving you the clues.
Well, if anyone knows the history of Batman, it does pertain to Skull and Bones.
So they're hiding. So they're hiding the clues. They're giving you the clues.
Jim Bob, no, what it is they are putting the clues in there to signal dog whistle all of their brethren to trigger all of these events in a way that makes perfect sense.
You know how hard it is to fucking Sasquatch? You know how hard it is to plan 2 weeks in advance for anything? It's just fucking.
Dude, I've had 5 people on a YouTube panel. Yeah.
Marcus Antonio with a big 10. It's definitely a cult. Also believes in God. R. Allen with the big 10. Absent a DeLorean, none of this has any application in real life.
Fact.
Sarah, can I ask a quick question?
Bear with me just a moment. Anson with the big 10. In English Gematria is true, is 166. Multiplying a sphincter by 57, we get 171. The difference is 5 is what? Or Gematria's response to the question, a sphincter says what?
I feel like Anson found his calling, Sarah.
Anson has been
Really nailing
killing me with super chats
He is
lately,
nailing it,
like
bro. I love it.
knocking him out of the park. I don't know what fire got lit under his ass, but it is quite comical.
I like you, bro.
I have no complaints. Texas Jules with the big 10 says Moxie has beautiful hair and Zach is handsome as fuck. Congratulations. Alter Void with the big 10. But you know what comes after 47, 48, and 48 equals stuff. We all know about what happens with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Mind just blown.
That's right.
And then last one I'll read. Wrongful Rage with the big 10 says, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Why means why, not tell me the method. Zach, you either are willfully foolish or deaf. The third option comes with its own small bus. Fair enough. Okay. Andy, if you want to finish up your thoughts and then we'll move on to American Fathers.
That's okay. Yeah, we can give someone else a shot. Thanks for answering my questions, even condescendingly, Zach.
Good job, Andy.
Fair enough. American Fathers, your thoughts, and then to you, AJ.
Yeah, I noticed one of the comments or one of the super chats, somebody was just trying to write off an entire book by saying what's not in the book that's been referenced several times here. And I've read this book myself right here on page 500, and in numerous other pages of the books it talks about, like this section, the most simple numerical cipher, because the person said there was no ciphers mentioned in here at all. It talks about them many times throughout the book. Has a lot to do with the Kabbalistic creation of man. I mean, this is written by a 33rd degree Freemason, which is a part of the organizations that built this.
Totally trust them.
Yeah, well, we should trust them what they write, right?
The most simple
as a person,
in which the letters of the alphabet exchange for
our enemies told us in this book.
Thus, A becomes 1, B2, C 3, and so on.
Look, he's reading.
I and
Guys,
J.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Boy.
Hey, it is his time. Let him at least finish.
Yeah,
and
thank
then
you,
somehow
Peter
get
Dinklage.
to.
Peter Dinklage, shut the fuck up for a minute.
Gematria Sling Blade.
So the
I'm
most
reading,
simple
guys.
numerical cipher is that in which the letters of the alphabet are exchanged for numbers in ordinary sequence. A becomes 1, 2, B becomes 2, C becomes 3, and so on.
Good
Counting
job.
both I and J as 9 and both U and V as 20.
That's a full sentence.
I'm reading out of the book, Peter Dinklage. Listen close.
Yeah. So, do you have any arguments, fuckhead?
I'm arguing against the false comment that came through in the super chat read by the moderator that likes to waste a lot of time on a lot of these super chats.
Oh, you're going to insult the moderator now?
Let's
You're a shitty moderator.
play a
Now you're gonna insult the moderator. Wow.
Berg.
That's
all he
tough.
has. That's all he has.
Robert.
Really?
Yeah, I told you I'm not fucking around. I just don't give a fuck tonight.
all he
Like I
has?
can
He
take
read a
my
sentence.
ball and go home, or you can all be retarded. You pick. All right.
I'd like to say thank you for him coming on and reading from the book. I appreciate it. Thank you, American Father.
He could have
Nice
stayed
meeting.
longer, but the one person you don't insult is the fucking host.
Well, you let everybody
Especially
talk
when this
over him.
isn't even
He's
my
very
fight.
patient.
This isn't even my fucking fight. I don't care about any of this shit. You guys are going to argue one way or the other. That's fine. I maintain neutrality, but don't come on saying stupid shit to me. Fuck off. All right.
Yeah.
Who was AJ to you, my darling?
Yeah, I just wanted to respectfully ask. By the way, I thought it was a great debate, the satirical comedy aspect on behest of Jim Bob, and then just Zach. I think you're a kind, respectful person outside of the ad homs and insults that were thrown. But just it's. I think Paige made great points. It's like outside of the sports betting, what have you proven tonight that actually advances us as spiritual beings or human beings in the sense of like defeating this new world order and cabal? Because it is truly attracting when you drop these names and Manly P. Hall, Freeman, like a lot of us are aware, so it catches our attention. But ultimately, I think what we're missing is like, where is this guiding us outside of just making some money off of sports, off of what you talked about
I want
tonight?
to make something clear. I did not get into this to decode sports and make money off sports. That was never the intention. Sadly, that's what the majority of people were interested in, and that's where the people mostly support the work. You have to meet people where they are. My total intention with this work was to expose that we are ruled over by something evil and sinister and occult, and they are leading us to a very dangerous place, and it is costing people their lives and their quality of life, and that's what I want to stop. I don't live for money. I'm not a materialistic person. I'm in a white t-shirt almost every single day. Again, my life is not about materialism and money. I want to be happy. I want to know that the children of this world are living in a world where there's some hope for the future and not some totalitarian nightmare where they're watched over by an AI surveillance state like the people standing behind Trump are talking about. By the way, just with regards to all the 47 rituals, what was it called? The Stargate Project. They had announced that on 21/1, which is like 211, the 47th prime. The Stargate Project equals 211. The last Stargate Project was 47 years ago. Look it up. And the leader of that was born in 47. I don't want to go down the whole thing, but I want people to see through the tyrannical people who rule over us, to see through the two-party deception, to see how the media is nothing but propaganda, programming, and deception. This is what I really want people to see. And also, is the Kabbalistic belief about God creating the world with numbers, letters, and words? That's something that people might like for their own spiritual purpose. If gaining insight into that can add meaning to people's lives and understanding, there's also a power to that too. But that's secondary to me. My main thing that I do every day, and it's always free, is exposing the evil ritualism that's going on. And when I can make a prediction and forecast, I do that. And I'm not always right about that, but I'm right a lot more often than not. And we have been way ahead of the curve on things like C-19 and why it was coming in 2020.
But you were wrong about the Eagles, right? Let's just get that out. You were wrong about the Eagles.
Hey, I've done 12 Super Bowls. I'm 10-2. It was the Eagles that got me in 52 and 59. Yes.
So Zach, I just want to ask you, should people gamble?
Listen, when people say they don't gamble with the knowledge, I say, you know what, that's best. But I also don't think what I teach is bad or bad practice. I'm neutral in that regard.
So should people gamble their money?
It's up to them.
Do you think they should?
Personally, if they follow what I teach, I think it can be a lucrative practice, just like investing in the market or anything else. You can make money, and we routinely do with the knowledge.
So maybe that's a good idea to gamble. Then you're going to teach people to gamble. Then, right?
Listen, if it had to be black or white and I could only choose yes or no,
Yeah.
I would ultimately choose no, because a lot of people are not disciplined and it does create problems in their life, but not everybody's.
Zach, can I make a numbers appeal to you? Because you seem to be a pretty numerological guy. Is that fair? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'd like to kind of put forth the statistical analysis to you. So obviously you have this advantage that you assert that you know Gematria, or however you pronounce it. I'm not familiar with it myself. But overall, has that gained you more success or less success? Like on a statistical analysis, have you made better bets overall? And to what degree of a percentage have those bets been profitable?
By an infinite percentage. I could never do what I did before. I mean, I have listen, USA Today wrote their hit piece on me in 2016 because in week 3 we explained all of these things. And I mean, show me anyone who's ever made a better prediction. I explained in week 3 why Peyton Manning was going to beat Cam Newton, why Von Miller would be the MVP, and why there'd be a Black Panther tribute at halftime. Beyonce literally got criticized for dressing up as a Black Panther. The reason we were able to make that prediction, for people to understand how you can make that prediction. That Super Bowl was in the Bay Area, where once upon a time, the Black Panthers were founded by Huey P. Newton. Huey P. Newton died in 1989, the same year that Cam Newton was born, who's the star quarterback of the Panthers, who played with the Black Panther on their helmet. Cam Newton was born on the 131st day of the year. Huey P. Newton died on the day, leaving 131 days left in the year. In Gematria, Huey P. Newton and Super Bowl both equal 131. If you do it the small way, Huey P. Newton equates to 58. And I counted up all the quarterbacks who'd ever started in a Super Bowl, and I said, look at that. If there's only one new starting quarterback in the Super Bowl this year, he'll be the 58th. I said, that makes perfect sense for Cam Newton. He'd be playing Peyton Manning in his 18th season. He was number 18.
Can I just stop you,
Hold
Zach?
on.
Sorry, I just asked a very direct question. I want to know how much money your science has made you versus how much it has lost and what that equates to in a percentage.
Well, you should look into my haters who track me. He's mad at how many homes I own.
He won't answer.
Again, I don't want to brag about my own net worth, but I'm in a lot
I'm a
more
litigator,
financial
so
position because of this knowledge. I have multiple homes paid off. I have a cash flow revenue off renters.
What did she ask you though, bro?
I didn't come here to brag about myself, but very well.
She didn't ask if you did well. She's asked you what is the
Again,
ratio.
I don't want to brag about myself.
No, it's not a brag.
Well.
It's what's
I don't
the
have to work
ratio.
another day in my
Dude,
life.
You just fundamentally don't even understand the question.
Okay,
it's not from betting though. It's not from betting though. It's from people sub to your page.
Again, and Topsy, your proof of that is what?
I mean, post slips. Just post slips. You're the only person in this community that doesn't post slips.
He's your fan.
You're the only person that sells pics in this community that does not post slips. The only person. I've been in this community since 2016.
I'm the only person in this community that brought this knowledge, which has raised a lot of people.
I've been in this community since 2016. People doing it all
learn from me.
I think he's your ball washer though. You guys are fighting, but I think he's your ball washer. No?
Who, me?
He's a troll.
Oh, is he a troll?
I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll at all. I was once an avid follower of
does this learn from me.
I'm just being completely honest. I was once an
I
avid
think what he's
follower
saying
of
is he was drinking the
And I
Kool-Aid and he realized the Kool-Aid was Kool-Aid.
He's saying he was drinking the. Oh, okay. So you were once involved or something.
Yes, I was once an avid follower of his until I realized the fraudulence. Yes.
Gotcha.
No,
I've been in this community since
He was
2016.
calling him with really bad
Almost
phone
a
calls,
decade.
and I said enough, and he never
Let him
called
talk.
again.
Let him talk.
Yeah, exactly. Let me talk. Exactly.
let him
He
talk.
said, let me speak my piece. Just a week ago, he had me on his live stream, and he asked me, why did I turn into a troll? And I said, because you don't even believe in what you sell. If you did, you would bet on what you push. And he told me he did bet. Well, I said, if that's the case, post your slips. And he said, why do I have to post slips? That's a bunk argument. I said, because that would prove credibility. It would prove that to the people that you believe in what you're selling. And,
again,
then once don't cut me off. 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 Can you not cut me off? Can you not cut me off? Can you not cut me off? Can you not cut me off?
You're making a false argument, a straw man.
No, I am not. If y'all think I'm making a false argument, go to that live stream from a week ago. Go to that live stream from a week ago, and
This message is sponsored in part by.
Sounds like
It's
he's
just to let you know how gay you all are being. Please, one at a time.
Exactly.
And that was a
Let me
shout out
speak
to
my
all the
piece, man.
ladies that
I was
want to
almost
do.
there.
Listen,
I was almost
Topsy
there.
hangs out on a channel that sends me text messages at night about how hard his dick is. So don't tell me this isn't a troll.
Ah,
That's just
Jesus.
well
And you
poisoning.
hang out on that same
That
channel.
is
You be in
ever
his
so
live stream.
I don't
But
hang out on
that's
that
besides
channel.
the point. That's besides the point. I called
You're
in on
both
his
trolls.
live stream and I asked him why didn't he bet on the picks that he sells? And he said he does. And I said, well, if you do, post the slips. I've never in 9 years, I've never seen you post a betting slip.
Why
And he
is that?
said, well, instead of posting a slip, he said that's a bunk argument. And once he said that, he cut me off and muted me and said I gave out a bad decode. Well, if I gave out a bad decode, what is Chiefs three-peating? Because you damn sure gave out that the entire season.
Okay,
You told
10 and
the
2, and
entire
like I said, I
community
told
that the
everybody
Chiefs
to
were
hedge. We
three-peating.
had
And what
Chiefs
happened?
in
Is
the
that not a
Super Bowl
bad
before the
decode?
season
Is
began.
that
I
not
had
a
my
bad
whole
decode?
money hedged on
Is
the
that not a bad
Eagles.
decode? Is that not
Did
a
I
bad
have Baker
decode?
Worthy for 2
It
touchdowns
lost, so it
and
must
plus
be a bad
1,200?
decode, right?
Did all
Did
the
the Chiefs
props I really
three-peat?
emphasize land? Yeah. Was it
No,
a
no.
bad
You
day?
gave
No.
you gave
How
out
did we do the
17
other
and
day
only
for
5 of
troll?
them to
We
won.
won.
You gave out
When was the
17
last
prop
day we
bets
had a
for
bad
the
day,
Super
Topsy?
Bowl and only 5 won. You gave out 17 prop bets for the Super Bowl and only
That's
5
not
of
true.
those
I didn't give
won.
out 17.
Yes. If y'all think I'm lying about anything, all you have to do is go to a guy. His page, his name is Sports
Troll,
Gematria.
a guy who will
He
never
came
come
out
on
with a
the
video
debate.
a week
Another
ago,
dedicated troll
and
has been
he
trolling every day
he
for 10
proves
years.
Zach's
Tell people
lies.
that. Trolled
Zach
him every
has
day for
lied
a
over the
decade straight.
years. He's all you have go to. This guy's name is Sports Gematria. His YouTube channel
he's
is.
gay. and
He
he's been
came out with a
trolling for
video
10
a week
years,
ago, and
and
he
he's totally
exposes all of that
dishonest.
stuff.
Why doesn't he come on here and debate right now? How come there's only one time him and I been on the screen at the same time and he got owned in the debate and then he took it down? Why is that?
I'm not sure. All I'm saying is, if y'all want to,
I know why.
it's
I
proof
know
for
why.
his lies. All you have to do is go to this
Hey,
guy's
anyone who
page,
wants to listen
and
to
he
the
is.
old recordings of when Topsy called in, you'll understand why he doesn't call anymore, because he actually made the work look insane.
Like I said, man, if y'all want to see the proof of Zach's lies, go to Sports Gematria's page.
There's no
And he
lie.
came out with a video
If
a
you
week
wanna see
ago,
from somebody who
and he
chops
caught
up and
Zach in
edits
his lies.
only the wrong
Zach
things
said
when
that
we put
his
out
Super
20
Bowl
picks
record
a
was
day, yeah,
was
go
10
check
out
it
of
out.
12 since
Super
he's been doing
misleading.
this. But
Hey, by
he's
the
been
way,
caught up in
did
that
he
lie
leave
just
out
a
how in the
week ago.
conference championship how we had Jalen Hurts for 3 touchdowns?
Gematria
Had a
had
monster
Chiefs
payout?
three-peating. What happened?
Who else
Gematria
had
had
Jalen
Chiefs
Hurts for 3
three-peating.
touchdowns?
Gematria had Chiefs three-peating. What happened?
Am I 10 and 2 in Super Bowls?
No, you're not.
I am.
Because you said that same exact thing in Super Bowl 56. And
No,
he caught you in that lie just a week ago.
Bengals at
He
plus
caught
3.5.
you in that
You're
lie
another
just a
liar.
week
You're a
ago.
liar. Hey, did I have Odell Beckham to score the first touchdown at 9-1 odds in that
No,
game?
you also had Jeb
I
Bush
did,
winning
at
the
9-1.
presidential race over Trump. You also had Biden dying in office. That didn't happen.
What did you just
You
say
also
before
had
that?
Bengals winning the Super Bowl. That didn't happen.
No, you're
Yeah,
being
you did.
dishonest.
Yes,
You're
you
being
did.
dishonest,
Yes,
Topsy.
you did, man.
Topsy,
Yes, you
put your
did.
face on the screen. Hey, Topsy, put your face on the screen.
You see my face
Right
already.
now,
That's my face.
Put your face on the screen.
No, you see my face.
See, that's why you won't put your face on the screen, because you're a piece of shit. Like I said, you hang out on a troll's channel who sends text message about how hard his dick is. That's who you roll with. That's a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Everyone
Yeah,
knows.
like I
you
said,
deep down
man,
we're
if
the
y'all want to
weirdest
see
shit
the
ever.
lies
We call it-
exposed, go to
I would be
Sports
nice to
Gematria's
you, but I'm
page.
just like, what's wrong with this guy?
If y'all want to see the lies exposed, go to Sports Gematria's page, man. I don't have to
That
argue
would
with him.
not
You
expose
don't have
any
to take
lies.
my
That's
word.
a guy that
You don't have to
cherry
take
picks
my
and
word.
chops at what's
Just
wrong
go to
and
Sports.
leaves out all
And
the
keep in
right.
mind, I was once an avid follower of Zach's for almost a decade, and I finally realized the fraudulence.
Dude, you never were. You came on as a troll. You were a troll from the get, and then for a while you acted like you were cool for like 6 months, and then you went back to trolling. Please, you're totally a liar.
Once again, man, if y'all think I'm lying, just go to Sports Gematria's page. That's all you got to do. You don't have to take my word or Zach's word.
Literally
Sports
a gay
Gematria
guy
caught this dude in
who totally
lies.
misleads with chopped
Sports
up edited
Gematria's
videos.
channel is dedicated to catching this dude in his lies and his deception. You don't have to take our word at it. His name is Sports
Dedicated to chopping
Gematria.
up and editing.
Sports Gematria. He always exposes the lies by this guy. Always.
Gentlemen, are we done with our speed date here?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
we
spoke
can
my
move
piece.
on
The community
to.
heard what I had to say.
That is
the
fair.
faceless
Okay.
troll.
I will
Yeah.
add everybody else back
Troll's
up.
channel. Great.
All right, maybe we can actually move on to a better question. And to those those of you who are hanging backstage, please have patience. We're probably going to get some boots here soon. Full 40 if you want to just kick somebody off. You cannot kick off Zach or Jim. That's the only one I will say are protected this evening for obvious reasons.
What is he saying? Why is he to go into gay stuff? I just have red lips. I don't have lipstick on, but that's weird. You way to call yourself out, bro.
Exactly.
Weird.
And I'm going to go ahead and read a bunch of these that came in, anything 10 and up. Robert with the Big 10 says, yo, what is Anson on tonight? I want some.
He's killing it.
Yeah, he's on a roll tonight. Marcus with the Big 10. 47 doesn't add up to 47. What's up with that? Anybody?
I don't know what that means.
Like
He's
4 plus
saying
7?
he's saying 47 written out doesn't add up to the number 47, I guess.
Troll.
Yeah. And a question for the whole panel, and we can just go kind of one at a time. Quick response, please. We'll go left to right. For the whole panel, does anyone consider this planet is an ant farm? Bigger things going on than you understand than what you see in front of you. And we will start with you, James.
I mean, there are probably a lot of things going on that we don't see in front of us, but I don't think it's controlled by some sort of secret order or nothing. That's just crazy.
All right, Zach, to you.
You can say Satan is over that secret order.
Well, just bring it up. Satan, for the record, people don't know, the Church of Satan, the highest degree is mega. And
Holy fuck.
Nobody else respond. It's just one at a time so we can get through this super chat.
Bringing up Satan, the Church of Satan, anyone can verify this is true. April 30th, 2011 was their 45th anniversary of establishment. That was the day of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Barack Obama had Trump there, and he told the joke that Trump would become number 45. That was also 45 days before Trump's birthday. Earlier today, I was educating about 201 and the Jesuits. If you look into it, Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan, did die 201 days from his birthday and also 201 days from the sitting Pope's birthday at the time.
Useless.
But again, Satan is part of spirituality. In the Church of Satan, it's about self-worship, which Trump absolutely recognizes. Somebody like you, you're mocking history and you're just making ignorant statements. For the guy who looks like a meth head who just spoke with the muted mic, did
Useless.
Thomas Jefferson and John Adams not warn about the Jesuits and how they could subvert this nation? Did that not happen? Did
How does that help
Lincoln not
anything?
blame the American Civil War on the
They
Jesuits?
did or not.
What does
I'm
that
not
prove?
really too sure.
How does that help
I've
anything?
never heard of these documents. I need to see these documents to verify.
So you need to look into things. Your ignorance isn't an answer.
Oh well, I need. Can you send me a link in the back chat to the
Can I send
document?
you, how about do some research?
Patreon. Hey,
All
I gotta sign up for
right,
Patreon.
Jim, what is your response to the question?
I would consider the created order as a sort of a pasture, and we're sheep, and we're called to follow. And if you're of the world, you'll be of the world. And we're called to not be of the world. That is to say, we don't chase numbers, descriptions of the world. We try to align ourselves with Jesus Christ and his path. And everything Zach is doing is a chase of descriptions of reality. It's a Gnostic view. It's a Gnostic pursuit, and it's meaningless, and it produces nothing in the world that's good. And there's no duties. There's zero duties. So that's why we're here, right? We're all sheep. The question is, who's your shepherd?
How have you been Christ-like tonight is my question
hold
to you.
on.
You don't know what it means to be Christ-like. Shut the fuck up.
You don't.
Sasquatch, what are your thoughts to the question?
Well, I'm personally agnostic. I've traveled through a whole bunch of different faiths in the Southeast over here. And essentially, I don't believe I have any clue if there's a God or whether or not I could ever possibly figure out what his plan is. But I'm absolutely certain it's not in transposing numbers.
Thank you. Anson, to you. And Anson is the one that is on one this evening. So, Anson, go ahead.
Yeah. So, as for the question, I'm not prideful enough to assume that I know that everything, is what I know as it is. There's things that I don't understand, and I'm not going to presuppose that any sort of human construction is capable of being able to explain everything. So I don't know if it's an ant farm or what. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Fair enough. Andy?
Yeah, I would say there's certainly things bigger than us going on, particularly, the triune God, it's the spiritual warfare going around us. But what I'd like to point out, one issue with Gematria is it sort of replaces this divine revelation that humans can understand through meaning with arbitrary and contradictory meaning. So when Jesus comes incarnate and we learn from Revelation, right? clear revelation. Revelation is revealed to us so we can understand some hidden meaning that humans can't understand naturally. There is no way for us to understand anything about Gematria, right? It's totally contradictory or totally opposed to Christianity. So if you're looking for hope and you're looking for certainty with that hope, don't look to Gematria, look to Christ.
Okay, AJ, to you.
Yeah, that was a great point, the person who just spoke before me. And also, I think ultimately, just from my cultural upbringing, or even just reading books like Animal Farm by George Orwell or Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, it's quite evident that we do live in a reality that is extremely corrupted, and the battle is not the physical, it's the spiritual. Ultimately, I think all rivers lead to the same ocean. So if you mean well and your heart and brain and soul is coming from a good place, you'll understand that we do live in an ant farm. But at the same time, like the books that I just referred, there are systems of control. And so I think the biggest contention with your points today, Zach, really is we love hearing, the numbers, and it's nice being verbose, but we'd like some actual, meat and potatoes to this fight against the evil that we all are aware of, however we perceive it.
Thank you, AJ. Paige, to you.
Yeah, so I'm a creationist. I believe that the God Almighty created the earth and the heavens, and I think that anything that detracts from that belief, be it numerology or anything in terms of the occult, is in direct opposition to all that is holy. I know there are different theories on how life originated. For instance, Gary, who we spoke about earlier, does believe in a matrix type of simulation on which he predicates his belief in numerology. But I am a follower of faith. I believe in God. I am a servant to God. And as my good friend, well, we're not friends, but I do follow him. Jim Bob has touched on, the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. So, yes.
Thank you. And Topsy, to you.
Yeah, I don't think we know enough to come to a conclusion like that. I think stuff like that is beyond our thinking capability. So I stay away from stuff like that. I don't act like I know like what and why. I just take it as it comes. I live and I learn, And also, I don't think Gematria can affect or will affect change. And I think a perfect example of that is the regression of Zach's viewership. He used to draw a crowd of hundreds of thousands of views he used to get. And now at best is probably 15 to 20,000 at best. And I think that's a perfect indication of Gematria not affecting change. It really doesn't. I think it's like a rabbit wheel. You're not going to get anywhere with it. It may seem like it, but you're not. And yeah, that's what I think.
Perfect. Thank you. And let me read a few more of these. Sports Gematria with the Big Ten. Is that the channel you were talking about a minute ago?
There's that. Yep.
You gave yourself a super chat, bro?
All you got to do is go check his videos out.
No. This is a different person that Topsy was referring to earlier.
Yeah. This is the troll who's very...
No, he's not a troll.
Again,
he's not a troll.
He leaves. This is how all of his videos are. So again, at the beginning of the season, at the beginning of the college football season, we put out 3 futures for 3 champions. Notre Dame, Georgia, or Ohio State. Those were the only 3 teams we covered. We rode Notre Dame through the whole college football playoff. Largely, they were underdogs, so a lot of wins. And we were hoping Notre Dame would be the champion because they paid out a lot more. But the thing is, we were in the driver's seat all season. We had the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl before the season began. I told myself I need to hedge with the Eagles because the Eagles had key numbers. Very dishonest, very deceptive. Only chops up video, shows what he wants to show.
Why don't you read his chat, though, Zach? Why don't you just read his chat, though, instead of talking?
Dishonest.
Why don't you read his chat? He paid $10, so why don't you read it?
Dishonest.
I didn't read it yet.
Yeah, read it for us, Zach. Why don't you read it for us, Zach?
All right. I just said his name. I didn't get to read it yet. But Sports Gematria coming in with the Big Ten. Zach wrongly picked the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl.
No.
Notre Dame to win the college football championship. He picked 9 drivers for the Daytona 500 who all lost and said Biden.
Which is also everything he just said is false. So that's what I mean.
So you didn't have Chiefs? You didn't have Notre Dame? Come on, man. That's crazy, man.
Oh no, Zach.
Gematria is the grift that keeps on grifting, man.
Oh no,
it's
You're
not
a
a
troll,
scam.
Topsy. You're a
Zach.
troll, buddy.
I don't know, Zach.
Everybody's a troll.
Topsy,
Huh?
did at the beginning of the season, did I not? Here, listen, the only thing that I put out for free was Ohio State. So if you're not on my Patreon, the only thing you had was Ohio
You did
State.
not have Ohio State. You had
You're
Notre
lying. You want to
Dame.
go back and
And
watch
the reason why
video.
you had Notre
Johnny,
Dame
no,
is because the
this is
college
people
football
understand how we
season
do this.
started
Johnny
in
Gaudreau-
Ireland. That's why you
Johnny
had that.
Gaudreau, pro hockey star, was killed the days before the college football season
This is
began,
after
along
the
with
fact
his
stuff.
brother
This is
on
after
Route
the fact.
551
This is
riding their
after the fact.
bicycles. This
If
was
you're a
days
patron
before
on
the
Zach's
150th
Patreon,
football season
listen,
began.
if you're a patron on Zach's Patreon, he never gives a definitive answer. He always gives information that favors
Listen,
both
people who are
sides.
actually
So
on the
whenever there is an outcome, he says, "See,
He's always
I
right.
had this right here."
That's right.
If you think I'm lying, all you have to do is sub to his Patreon.
That's right.
I'm a guy that followed him for 9 years.
That's
I'm a
right.
guy. I was an avid
Oh,
follower of his
man.
for 9 years. Why would I lie? Like I'm not. I'm just being completely honest. I'm not trying to cause hurt feelings. I'm just
Yo,
being honest.
everyone, thanks for letting us join. This is Cuts One. This is Gematria Holics Anonymous live. We're live, everyone. It's Gematria Holics Anonymous. We're back. We're live. We're just outside. Where's Quackery at? Hey, you guys,
See?
did you know
See,
that
why do you think this many people oppose him? This is another person that opposes him.
Transgender.
We were once avid followers of his.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read another super chat.
One of you guys
are
read the definition of Gematria.
Please get this one.
This message is sponsored in part by.
All right, to the tard that is spurging, please shut the fuck up. You're really already annoying my ears with your loud obnoxiousness. Just Gerald with the Big Ten. Easy way to prove this. Put every dollar you have.
Sorry,
and every...
thank you for letting us join.
Who the fuck is really doing that?
He's mentally ill. I'm telling you, get him out of here.
No, I'm not mentally.
Okay, I'm going to mute your ass. Stop it. I am reading a fucking super chat. I said this very clearly earlier. If something yellow pops on screen and I'm fucking reading, you shut your fucking mouth. Really not that hard, dude. All right. Gestural with the Big Ten. Easy way to prove this. Put every dollar you have and every asset you own on one prediction and post the receipt.
He won't do it. He doesn't even bet. He convinces people to bet, but he won't bet himself. That's the grift.
Topsy, when I just did the Gematria appreciation in the
All you got to do is just post slips. All you got to do is just post slips. That'll kill me. That'll kill everything. That'll make my argument bump. It'll debunk my argument. Just post slips. You won't because you don't have any. Because you don't bet. You don't even believe in what you sell. You don't even believe in what you sell.
He won't.
So
He's
as
not
much
allowed to, it's illegal in his state.
as much as
gambling.
as much as this is entertaining, I wanted to let Zach know that I knew nothing about Gematria before this debate tonight. I did a lot of internet research, and you have really helped me answer life's difficult questions. I did not know exactly, what a sphincter said until tonight. So
in numbers, in number form.
Gematria helped me solve that riddle, and I also know for a fact that the Raging Tomato is going to be my next ex-wife because of Gematria. So, it's really, calmed me and the difficulties that I've had since my last divorce. I'm really looking forward to my next one now. So thank you for helping me with that, Zach.
Also, I have to give my last goodbyes. I have to put my kids to bed. Is there anything anyone else wants to confront or say before I give my last 3 minutes here?
Leave the bagels alone, Jim. Leave the bagels alone.
Okay, leave the bagels alone.
I do want to say you won, Jim Bob. I do want to say that you won the debate.
Thank you.
Excellent
Well, I was in
work,
a better
Thank you,
position.
sir.
Yeah, I was in a better position.
Excellent work. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. He's in the affirmative. With that said, Zach's in the tougher position making the affirmative. So, but yeah, I think overall, the use of this stuff is dwarfed by the practice of Christianity. This stuff and leaves you nowhere. It leaves you either at a gain with money or at a loss with money, or a gain with knowledge or a loss of knowledge, and that is useless if you don't have some sort of path. So,
or mentally ill.
Mentally ill too. Yeah.
And yeah, like you were saying, it's very Gnostic, the whole
It is
idea
Gnostic.
of Gematria. It's
It
very
is
Notice
Gnostic.
the guy with the methy teeth who thinks you won, who sits on
Yeah,
Chaotic
but
Truth Channel
that's not
all
an
day,
argument. Yeah,
lets
Zach,
people
that's not
come
an
on
argument. That
back
just
to the
shows how
N-word.
weak you are. That just shows how weak you are, bro.
The operative channel.
You're just weak, bro. You're weak. You have to make fun of his teeth or
No,
whatever.
I'm
You have
making-
no
I'm making
arguments,
a valid
dude.
point. I know who this
You're
is.
weak.
Out
You're
on
a grifting.
channel.
You're a
He
grifting
talks all
scaly
day.
snake,
That's where he
bro.
comes from.
You're a grifty, scaly snake.
No, far from it. Far
Yeah,
from
you
it.
are. Yeah, you got nothing.
I'd say I'd put out the most important information on this platform
For
the last
what?
decade
For
plus.
what?
Huh?
For what use?
All the use that I explained tonight. All the
What? Name one use.
I gave you several.
Give me one.
Escaping from the matrix of misinformation.
You didn't escape from shit, dude. You rely on gambling and Patreon.
Of the masses through the screen.
Oh yeah, the escape that you rely on betting.
That's a false argument.
No, you didn't escape anything if you need to bet on the things you're trying to escape. You're such a fucking loser, dude.
JimBob, you pay the bills by begging for super chat.
I don't beg. They just give it to me.
Why is the graphic on the screen constantly telling people to super
It's not
chat?
begging. It's reminding them if they want a tip.
Might as well be begging.
It's not begging.
Okay, it's right up on the screen again.
What's wrong with asking for a super chat?
Huh?
I said, what's wrong with getting super chats for entertainment? What's wrong with it?
Again.
Again. That's all you fucking say, dude. Again. You got fucking nothing,
Everyone's
dude.
got to pay the bills some way.
You got fucking nothing, dude. You got no skills.
I got nothing.
You got no
didn't make
skills.
one valid point.
You're not creative. You got no skills.
calling
You
names.
got no skills. You got no creativity. All you rely on is
Anyone
weak
with
people.
intelligence knows that you didn't come anywhere near winning the
Oh,
debate.
you got
Nothing
wrecked
I make
today.
on the channel where they
You got
just throw
wrecked.
the N-word around
Look,
all
I'm
day.
giving you one more chance to tell the audience. How do we use Gematria tomorrow?
I wonder about, I look at your channel and Chaotic Truth. You both have no subscribers, but you have a lot of super chats and you just get online and talk shit about it.
So listen, that's actually a compliment, dude. That puts me that's actually a compliment. That puts me in the 99th percentile, dude. That's not an insult. By the way, the question is, Zach, one more time for the chat. Give us one use tomorrow morning we can all wake up and use Gematria for.
You can see through all the lies in the media.
Oh, wow.
Knowledge tomorrow.
Oh, amazing. Well, the media guys, just so you know, he wants us to add numbers together in a calculator to know the media lies. Wow, you're fucking amazing, Zach. That's just amazing. I couldn't imagine that the media lies.
How do you prove that the media lies?
I assume the media lies and it doesn't weigh in on my life.
Not proof.
No, I don't need proof. Why would I seek proof that the media lies? Why would I do that?
Again, having proof.
Why would I seek proof? Why would my proof that the media lies? No, dude, my proof that the media lies is in about 1979. It was admitted that the CIA and other agencies admittedly infiltrated not only the journalism, but infiltrated entertainment and everything else. And that's all I needed to know that the media is lies and doesn't mean to be. Did I wait? Hold on. Did I need to add fucking numbers in my basement? No.
You need to. Okay, who runs the CIA at the end of the day?
Do I need numbers to know that? Do I need numbers to know that?
So, JimBob.
Do I need numbers to know that?
You don't know who runs the CIA.
Do I need numbers to know that?
Again, your argument is not as good.
Nothing. No, you can't answer. You're fucking getting wrecked, dude. Do I need yes or no? Answer. You're a grown man. Answer a yes or no question. Do I need numbers to know who runs the CIA?
Yes.
Okay. How do I need numbers to know who runs
outside the CIA's headquarters is Cryptos, which is what? A whole bunch of letters, a whole bunch of English letters.
Oh, so you already know who?
Huh?
You just said who owns the CIA, runs the CIA.
Is it not true? So here,
you fucking idiot. Dude, just stop. Stop.
The CIA was established September 18th, 47 on the 201st day of the Pope's age. The words in their logo equate to 201. Their motto equates to 201.
So you already know who runs it.
201's important to the
So you already know who runs it.
Howard Hunt, former
dude,
CIA,
stop the Spurgeon.
Dude.
Oh my gosh,
came out and said greatest intelligence network.
So you already know who runs the CIA. So you didn't need numbers to know who runs the CIA. What you did, Zach, is you isolated who you think runs the CIA, and then you did a post-diction tale using numbers to further describe the connections. I asked you, is it possible to figure out who runs the CIA without doing Gematria? The answer, Zach, just so you know, to train you as a grown man to answer direct questions, the answer is yes, Zach.
Yeah.
You can figure out who runs the CIA without fucking doing gematria, you little scam artist.
How come you haven't done that?
I don't need to do gematria to figure it out.
You didn't have the answer.
I just
Google who
Zach,
runs the
Zach,
CIA.
Zach, Zach. That's the thing. Just really quick. I'm sorry, guys. Zach, that's the thing. It's not that we haven't figured it out. We have figured it out. We just didn't need gematria to do it.
That's
So
the point.
again, that's our biggest contention. Is like, why does the path of trying to find the truth and living the best life that we think we need to live have to do with all these numbers? Because I understand, just really quick, I understand symbols
No,
will
let me
be
ask
there
you a
now.
question.
No, I'm almost done. I've been muted for a while, Zach. Hold on. Symbols will be their downfall. We all know this. But the way you make it seem is without those symbols, we can't get anywhere. And it's just a little charlatan-y, brother. I'm saying that with the most respectful way.
It adds a layer of understanding and very
That's not
repetitive
need.
proof that you can see through
Is
how
it
these
needed?
people operate.
Is it needed?
I would say absolutely.
No, it's not, because other people figured out this shit without doing fucking Sesame Street codes in their basement, dude. I'm out of here. Thank you, Sarah, so much for another excellent debate. I really appreciate it. It's one of the most fun platforms to debate on, honestly. I really do. I mean that. I was skeptical of the background music before, but now I realize there's a lot of dynamics you can add to this channel, and I'm glad you permit it. Zach, I do thank you for jumping on. I do recommend you do debate other people, including Andrew or anyone else who wants to debate you. I think gematria is total trash. I think it's useless. I think you ought to be going to church instead of cranking numbers in your basement, bro. With that, I'm just saying my goodbyes. Okay, Zach. You can, Zach.
It is final thoughts.
Zach,
Let him do
Zach,
final
just
thoughts.
let me do my final thoughts, you little bitch. So
No, you're the bitch.
Okay, so you're not gonna let you. Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
again,
should have
okay. Here he goes. He just can't help it. He just can't help himself.
All right, hold on, Zach.
Can't
His
help himself.
final thoughts when
Just
people are
punching numbers.
leaving the panel.
Just punching numbers.
All right, let me go ahead and hit the mute button for you. When people are leaving the panel, we do allow them the time to close out, only because they're not coming back.
Gotcha.
So if we could just allow him the space, and Jim Bob, if you noticed, I actually turned the music down for you tonight.
Thank you. It was lovely. I got accustomed to it though, so you can bring it back, because I was like, you know what, it adds a little flair.
You guys were hot and heavy enough
Yeah.
that I didn't need it.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Close it.
With that, I would say anyone listening who's tempted to get into gambling, really the only thing that culture offers is gambling when you really get down to it. Hence his former clients or former supporters come out and tell you they know what they're dealing with. They're dealing with something that ultimately comes down to trying to predict reality and then try to capitalize on predicting reality, which ironically ends up being no different than the perpetrators, the people who are supposedly coding all of this gematria. Guess what, guys? You are participating in the enemy's game. Stop that. Go to church. Find God.
Exactly.
Goodbye. God bless you all.
Jim Bob,
It's
do you want me
actually
to
not
disconnect?
gematria. It's something called
Hold
a
on,
riff,
hold on,
Nancy, and
stop.
what you're doing is
Stop.
divination.
I have.
Can't do it. He
Shut
can't
the
do it.
fuck up.
For sure.
Jim Bob, do you want me to disconnect on this
Yes,
end?
please.
Or
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. And to anybody watching on Jim Bob's, you can come over to the Raging Tomato if you want to continue on. If not, I hope you all have a lovely evening, and thank you for tuning in.
Thanks.
Bye, Jim Bob. Enjoy your evening, and thanks for popping on.
Ciao.
Bye. All right, and let me do another overlay because I have to just voice confirm. Jason Castle. Is that you, my darling?
It's Castle. Yeah.
It is Castle. Damn it. I was trying to add emphasis to it. What's 5 plus 5, darling?
What was that again? Can you repeat?
What's 5 plus 5?
I believe that is 10.
All right, perfect. And we're not going to show any penises on screen, correct?
No. Nope.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And back to you, gentlemen. And Paige, sorry. I'm so used to it always being
I
men on
know. I'm actually like an anomaly on most debate panels, right? But I've only done a few. On that note, actually, I do have to work tomorrow. I have a very early court hearing. So it's been lovely on this panel. Debbie Christianity, I can appreciate other viewpoints as well. I think that's kind of the key in today's societies, that we keep having these discussions, even if we disagree. I want to thank everybody for participating, and I hope to be on another panel again.
Perfect. Thank you, Paige. We appreciate having you. Have a
See you guys
wonderful
later.
evening.
You as well.
All
Bye.
right. And Adam. Adam, let me add Adam up. All right.
Hi.
Floor's open.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and drop off too because I gotta finish up my beer and then I gotta go to bed because I got some stuff to do tomorrow too because I got family stuff. So hope y'all have a
Shout
good
out
one.
to you, James. You're a brave dude, bro. You're a
Hold
good dude.
on. He's making his exit. Let him talk.
But yeah, I hope y'all have a good one and everything. So hopefully, God be with the people here and everything, and bless you and everything. So yes, y'all have a good one and everything. Talk to y'all later.
Perfect. Thanks, James. We appreciate having you. And with him jumping off, I'm going to add another one up so that we can do a voice confirm. Travis, is that you? Travis. Okay. And let's see who else.
Sarah,
I've
you know you
got.
made it when you got a bunch of random people on the thing. That's crazy.
Yeah, the line has been full tonight. The prompt has been popping up. Even though I have 15 seats like on the backstage, that thing's been popping up all night saying like someone's trying to pop on and your panel's full. Craig Pickens. Hello? Hello to you, Craig. You got to talk to me, buddy. You're muted. If you're trying to talk, you are muted. 3, 2, 1. All right. We'll
Talking to me?
No, whoever Craig Pickens is backstage. And then
That's the fakest name ever.
R510, are you back with us?
Yeah, I just had to mention something real fast.
Are you going to be a tard?
Nah.
All right. No penises on screen anymore or whatever at all?
Anymore?
Well, I mean, not anymore, but
Gigi's in the chat.
all right. Sounds like you're eating, so that's...
No, I'm ready. I just need to say something real fast. Doge just announced officially that they uncovered 4.7 trillion in debt. Again, this is the thing that Zach does. So he'll take this headline because that's what we do. It's just not out of thin air. We take what the news put down. Like, so Doge just uncovered 4.7 trillion. That's like funny. Isn't Trump the 47th president? That's what he'll do. But yeah, that's just pretty funny though. While we're streaming it, they just dropped it 3 hours ago. The stream's like 4 hours, so just letting Zach know that.
Fair enough. And seriously, Shelby coming in with the Big 10 says, again, Jim Bob, the numbers don't lie. Again, I'm putting my tinfoil hat on and not explaining anything. Again, when Jim Bob, Win Anson, L tinfoil hat guy. Marcus coming in with the Big 20 says, because you didn't ask. Thank you. All right. Okay. Adam, did you have any thoughts to add in? I see you're on. Any?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Am I coming
Mhm.
in? Great.
Yep.
Okay. So, I got your book, Zach. I haven't read all of it. I actually haven't even read most of it, but I read some of it. There are a few claims that I don't really get. Like, what's the actual connection between like Kabbalah and the Jesuits?
Well, the Jesuits, again, in the 16th century, the Jesuits came to be because of Martin Luther's Protestant Reformation, which targeted two religions, Catholicism and Judaism. So you did get many Jewish converts to Catholicism that made up the order. And obviously they brought the Kabbalistic knowledge, which is most common in Judaism. The other thing is if you look into it, after the Templars waged their crusades, they brought a lot of knowledge back from the Holy Lands, and they say that's when the Kabbalah first got into the hands of the church and spread through the European ruling class. So there's two historical links to how the Catholic Church became involved with this knowledge.
Well, that's I'll be frank. That's highly spurious.
Hold on.
The reason why I say this is highly spurious is because the Catholic Church has always been more or less hostile to Judaism as a religion. But you're making the claim here right now, and and this is implicit in your work, that the Catholic Church, or the Jesuits in particular, are first of all, that they're engaging in uniquely Jewish mysticism. Kabbalah contradicts ADS. You can't have Kabbalah and absolute divine simplicity at the same time. This is part of the reason why the Catholics reject the Orthodox essence energy distinction. It's because of ADS. You can't have Kabbalah and ADS at the same time.
Well, that's a claim you're making. Again, you can apply the knowledge in the history that I'm talking about and see that you're wrong.
Okay, so can you explain how Kabbalah works with ADS then? If you're saying they don't actually contradict. All right. Okay, I'll humor you. Can you provide specific reasoning why ADS doesn't contradict Kabbalah?
I don't understand the argument you're making.
The argument I'm making is that, historically, the Catholic Church, as you know, is very particular about theology. You know this. Anybody who knows anything about the Catholic Church knows this. The Catholic Church believes in absolute divine simplicity. That comes from Aquinas. Absolute divine simplicity and the claim I'm making is that absolute divine simplicity doesn't work with Kabbalah. You seem to think it does work with Kabbalah. So I want to know, okay, you're making that claim. How does it work with Kabbalah?
The Jesuits serve the Pope. The Jesuits are not the Catholic Church, but they work on behalf of the Church. So
the Jesuits are an order within the Catholic Church. They are Catholic. The Jesuit order is a part of the Catholic Church. They are.
Yeah, it's a black nobility. It's like, I guess you could call it the special forces of the Church.
Yes, they are part of the Catholic Church. They are directly under the Pope.
Right, and they operate on behalf of the Church, but within their own framework. There's a reason that they were suppressed. Again, so the two things you're equating don't equate. It's very evident that the Jesuits worked by this knowledge. It's very evident that when they implemented the calendar, the language was standardized. Listen, anyone can go through the Bible, the English translations, and just look at how obvious it is. God equals 26, Adam equals 26. And what verse does God make Adam? The 26. There's a reason there's a 26-letter alphabet. These people use this knowledge to play God over humanity. Again, that's the dark half of Kabbalah, the clip-off.
Okay, just to be clear, just so everybody follows, the specific claim I made here was that ADS contradicts Kabbalah. That ADS contradicts Kabbalah. Zach said it does not contradict Kabbalah, and yet he's not able to explain why it's not
making a straw man argument.
No, he's not. Zach, did you?
This is not a straw man. The statement I made is that you cannot show why Kabbalah and ADS do not contradict. You have not provided evidence for why they don't contradict.
Again, that's
not a straw man. That's not a straw man at all.
Again, you look at the facts.
Gematria is not found in the Kabbalah.
Please get the mentally ill tranny out of here.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Your fake Gematria is not found in the Kabbalah. That's a fact.
Sarah, this person has to go. This person's insane. You have no idea.
All right.
Look it up. No, I'm not insane.
Out of respect, I will remove. Usually, we're kind of like voice your opinion kind of platform, but I will respect that.
That person goes online and talks about how people need to murder my baby. They need to go to my wife's work and murder her. He calls her workplace.
Yeah, that's not okay at all. I fully agree. If I'd known that sooner, I would have removed sooner. And George, you're being added to the panel. Can you voice confirm for me, sir?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. What is 10 plus 10?
20.
All right, and we're not going to show any penis on the screen, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to you, gentlemen.
Zach, can you answer Adam's question?
Which question?
Can you provide a framework and explain why absolute divine simplicity does not contradict Kabbalah?
The point is, they're using the system. It's undeniable. Here, I want you to think about this and answer this. Do we not have a 52-week calendar named after the Pope? And the most simple cipher, does Pope not equal 52?
Our calendar is hold on. Based on the Gregorian calendar.
Hold on.
Do you not know that? Maybe just sit in the background and shut up.
I will.
Comment.
I will humor any question you have.
Seriously, listen how dumb that guy
I will humor any question you have.
Yeah, named after a pope, moron.
I will.
Yeah,
I
no
will
shit,
humor any
Zach, so
question
you
you
should
have,
probably
Zach.
explain
but-
that. Do you understand how you need to explain that? Like, just saying, the calendar that we have is based on the Pope.
Okay, so
This
here,
is why
let
you
me
get all the
make
hate
another
you get. Maybe mention
make another
Pope
point.
Gregor and the
Let me make
Gregorian
another
calendar,
point.
Zach.
Let me make another point. So the
Gematria
Jesuit
tomato.
motto. Hold on. The Jesuit motto, "Isus hominum salvator," when you run the alphabetic order, forwards equals 274. The IHS for Isus hominum salvator is inside the sun. Sol Invictus began in the year 274 AD on the day we now call Christmas Day. If you run the alphabetic order in reverse, Isus hominum salvator equates to 266. The first Jesuit pope is the 266th pope in the history of the church. You might recall when he came to DC, the Jesuit stronghold, the world shut down for him. It was September 23rd, 2015, the 266th day of the year. Again, I could go into a million more examples, but the point is you can clearly see they synced up the language in the calendar. They do this every day. If you watch my channel every day, I'm showing the ritualism synced with the Pope and the Superior General. We just took advantage of it very well. Sunday, 59 days after the Pope's birthday, big number with the Pope. The Catholic schools, it was a clean sweep with the 5 and 9s that could happen in the records. Again, you use this knowledge and you apply it. You can see how every day what's going on in this world is synced with the Pope and the Superior General, and it's done through this Kabbalistic code. So sitting here going, well, it should contradict with this Catholic belief. All that is beside the point.
Okay. So I just want to point out two things. First of all, Zach is unable to address the point I'm making about absolute divine simplicity. Yes, because he doesn't believe that that Catholics make any attempt to be consistent with their views, which is an interesting claim. I know some people who would agree with you on that, but if that's true, then there's really no reason to believe that they're being consistent with Kabbalah if they're not consistent with their other views. But regardless, all of these claims you're making with Gematria, have you run these same claims in Latin, or have you only done them in English?
It would be interesting to study it within Latin. I've been studying it within English.
Why haven't you been doing it in Latin?
Kind of where we get the idea of letters and numbers from growing up, just learning about Roman numerals. But
wait, hold on.
I've done some comparisons with Hebrew and English. That's covered in my first book. But there's a lot more to be studied about this subject.
They're raging tomatoes.
But hold on, man. Like you know that the Catholic Church does everything in Latin. Like they basically resurrected a dead fucking language just so they can use it.
Isus hominum salvator is Latin.
Yes. So the point I'm making here is, how can you say that the Catholic Church is using Kabbalah in this way if you haven't done the analysis through Latin, which is the main language that they use? Why would they use English specifically?
I've already answered that.
Why English? Why English specifically and not Latin, the language that they use primarily?
The oldest English script goes back to the Catholic Church. If you look into it, it's the monk Burfirth of Ramsey Abbey from the year 1011 AD. So the oldest known existence of English goes back to the church. It's at the end of the 16th century, at the same point that the Jesuits implemented the calendar that says today is February 17th, 2025, at least if you're still on the West Coast.
Hey, Zach, where was that church?
Wait, let him finish.
No, I actually know this. I just want to know, where was the geographical location of the church?
His question.
All right, chill out, bro. Smoke a blunt. Where was the geographical location?
He's getting to the good
of that
part.
church.
Set him off.
That's in the Ramsey Abbey. That's England.
Okay. All right.
So, Zach, I'm suffering here because I think that all Gematria is post hoc rationalization, and if it wasn't, then someone like you would have gone and bought a lottery ticket and won big. But I did a search, and your name's not on the list of big lottery winners. Why is that?
Why is that? Zach,
I don't know how to apply the knowledge personally to lottery because that's not something I do. I know how to apply it to sports, and we've done very well with that.
Bro, the lottery is you guys. You guys get all our money, and then y'all get it, bro. Come on. That shit.
Well,
no matter what,
to be
get
clear,
Gematria right on that shit, doesn't matter, bro. They're gonna put the numbers in y'all favor, and y'all gonna get the money.
To be clear, the particular claim I'm making.
Who's y'all?
The particular claim I'm making is
That's a
is
whole
that if
government psyop. The lottery shit is a whole government psyop,
fuck
bro.
off, fuck's sake.
Shit's not real.
Robert Demita coming in with a big 10 says, thank you for the stream, Sarah, and you're most welcome as always, Robert. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, the particular claim I'm making here is that if you're going to make the claim that the Catholics are using this in order to control the world, particularly with sports for some reason, or I don't know, maybe it's everything, and you just only use sports because you find it convenient or whatever. I don't really know or really care. You would obviously expect them to do the exact same thing in the primary language that they speak, which is Latin. But for some reason, you're entirely uninterested in doing it with Latin, even though
Well, that's why I asked the question, Adam.
Even
it was simply
even though it is by far the most important language to the Catholics.
Well, it's
Right,
English.
and that's
English
why I
is
asked the question,
world.
because 3 tribes of Germanic descent
English is
invaded Britain
universal.
in the 5th century AD, right? So I
English is
appreciate you,
universal.
Zach, for being correct about the location, but it had nothing to do with the Catholic Church. English was everything to do with Anglo-Saxons, the Germanic tribes that invaded Britain in the 5th century
Exactly.
AD.
Exactly.
The church at that time was the Catholic Church.
Wouldn't this also apply to Cyrillic?
Adam, here's the issue.
Okay,
When
do you know about Saint Cyril the Great, Zach?
Tell me about it.
Okay, so to be clear, you're a language guy. You want to apply language to Gematria. You don't know anything about Cyril, Saint Cyril, or Cyrillic.
I'm listening.
I'm asking you if you know anything. Do you or do you not?
No, I'm asking you to tell me about it.
Okay, so Saint Cyril the Great created the written language of Cyrillic for the Russians. When Christianity was being spread to Russia. Obviously, the question of whether it was Orthodox or Catholic depends on which side of the Great Schism you ended up on. But the point I'm making is, wouldn't you expect the exact same thing in Cyrillic also? Given that it was also literally invented by somebody from the church, a saint in the church, Saint Cyril the Great?
It's very possible that there are encodings in the other language. I study this within English.
Why limit yourself to that?
Well, again, it's a big topic to study. English is the language I'm proficient in, and from studying it within English, there's been a lot of gains. I've always encouraged other people who speak other languages to look into it. There have been people in Mexico who found my work, and they've reported findings that they found within Spanish and synchronicities there. So it's very possible that other languages are encoded. If you have an alphabetic order and there's a first letter and a last letter, again, this concept goes back to Sumer, the beginning of language. It's very possible that it's other languages. But English, what was standardized at the same time the Gregorian calendar was implemented, which caused me to really focus on that and trace it through history. I've written books about it. It's pretty undeniable the way the English language is in sync with the calendar. And a lot of the numerical meaning does come from verses in the Bible.
Again, Zach, avoiding insult.
Answered your question.
I respect your.
So let's get that out the way
I
first,
respect what you're saying because
Answer
a
the
lot of what you
question.
say is true. But again, like Lucifer, it's all tied in with lies, right? So what I'm trying to figure out, man to man, dude, without throwing insults out and calling each other dumb or whatever, is simply this.
He just answered the
You're
question.
talking about
simply.
English. I speak 4 languages. I do. So how does this apply to the Mayan calendar? How does it apply to these other cultures? If what you're saying, what you're saying is correct, Adam, hold on. If what you're saying is correct, why isn't there other people in all these other cultures that are applying their religions and their idea of how the world works to what you're saying? It's only a Roman numerology, excuse me, I'm messing that word up, numerology concept, right?
Roman numerological.
Well, with regards to the Mayans, they had a 26,000 year cycle. Again, this very specific number. My first book that I wrote, Letters and Numbers, is explaining the significance of why there's 26 letters in the English alphabet, where that number relates to God in both Hebrew and English, man, the fact that we have 206 bones in our adult body, not too far off from 26. What it has to do with the stars. They say man is made out of stardust. There is a connection. Again,
who is they?
Huh?
Who is they
Come
in
on,
this
bro.
case?
The whole the topic of discussion, bro. Like, let's stop acting stupid. We're very like
Okay,
intellectual
so
people, bro.
can you
Like,
show
come
me
on,
any
bro.
Catholic documents where the Catholics have said that
Like, you
humans are
keep
made
trying
out
to
of stardust?
gaslight it, bro. Like, it's all out. Like, let the guy say his shit, bro.
Can you show me a document where like a Catholic priest or any like person in Catholic authority says that humans are made of stardust? Because
Again,
we've
I'm
been
not
talking
saying
about the
that
Catholics the entire
agree,
time.
but these are other understandings in the world, and there's a lot of overlap. Again, the Catholic Church didn't come out.
Okay,
of
well,
nothing.
how does
A lot of their beliefs just came
Iroquois
from
understanding of the entire Earth being a plane on the back of a turtle flying through space? So the Iroquois believe that. How does that tie into this?
Huh?
How does the Iroquois belief of the Earth being on the back of a turtle flying through space? How does that tie into this?
Again, we're not necessarily saying everything ties in, but there's so much of hold on. There's so much of recorded history that's been lost. Why are there similar pyramids in North America that there are in Africa? People don't have the answers to everything. You got to look
because
at
a pyramid's an easy shape to build off of, and they aren't actually that close when you look at their purposes and how they're built.
So Zach, your description of gematria, I've been paying close attention to, and I think if I could steel man your position, it's that gematria is reading numbers using a code that is unknown to most people, and using that definition, I believe that it is no different than the Etruscan/Roman practice of reading entrails or the Middle Eastern practice of reading tea leaves. It suffers from severe confirmation bias because anytime you don't get the answer you want, you can just say, well, I didn't understand the code correctly. And it's not based in any sort of logic.
I think it's based on a lot of logic. Again, we're looking at things that happened at the same historical period. Who was in power at that time? I mean, have you even asked yourself, why was English made? All these languages existed. What was the point of even having this language? Again,
it's the most influential language in the world. It's the system of control that we're talking about. But
Right.
disagreeing about specific parts about, right?
You just answered this question by saying that. Why do you use the English language instead of using the Latin? You just answered it right there.
Look,
just
but
like
it
I
still
just
runs into
Yeah, of course.
semantic.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, our brother. Here's the thing.
I'm
Like I
chilling.
just
I'm in
said
the
before.
background, bro.
Right, but had you heard
Trust
what I
me.
said there,
Let
I
me just
agree with him.
read
But
this
there's
out loud. Numbers weaving reality coming in with the big 20 says, keep it up, Zach. Thank you so much. All right, back to you, AJ.
Yeah, had you heard what I was saying? It's like on a majority scale, I think a lot of us agree with what Zach says, but
I
it's
do
just
not.
the ultimatum. It's the ultimatum he's offering. Respectfully, like I'm still waiting for an ultimatum where it's like, oh, I need to implement gematria into my daily lifestyle so that I can evolve as a human being.
Bro,
But the
I
issue
was
is
12, bro, and I knew something was off. I discovered Zach in the 2016 finals, bro. I don't know how old I was, but he just connected the dots for me, bro. That's what it is. Everyone probably, not probably everyone, because a lot
You
of
don't know
people
how
are
old you were in
NPCs nowadays. Let me
2016?
finish. A lot of people are NPCs and brainwashed, but people like me, we need a Zach to bridge to connect the dots. And Zach was linked to me through the universe, bro, connected it all the way for me to where I could stop like thinking like I was just missing something, and gematria was the key that I needed. So people like me, like at the end of the day, you know what I mean, we need the gematria in our lives, bro, because I'm not gonna wake up every day and watch the Channel 7 news. That shit's fake to me. You know what I mean? I don't need that. I need the gematria at the end of the day. So that's why I need gematria in my day every day, bro. I think to answer your question. And there's a lot of people like me. It's a millions
How
of
is it,
people like me now.
brother? How has it helped you? Can you explain that?
I already did when I first got up here.
No,
It
no,
helped me.
like just specifically regarding to what you just said now. As
It's
a
helping
human being, every day, how do you use gematria? Like Jim
because, like
Bob
I
was
just
trying
said,
to
or
say.
boom, right now, that just happened 3 hours ago. Doge just again, I'm gonna drop it again. Doge just dropped. Oh, we've recovered $4.7 trillion in fraud waste. Zach says right behind him, literally, what is 47? Why would the first number they come out would be totality of 4.7, 47? What do you say? Democrat, Republican, White House, a lot of 47, bro. Boom, I just answered the question.
Wouldn't
Now
it
what?
be more reasonable to?
Now
is
what,
not
bro?
47.
Wouldn't it
How
be
does it
more
help in
reasonable?
life? That doesn't
Now
apply to
what,
life or
bro?
help.
I
That
just
doesn't help
answered
you
the
out in life.
question just like that, bro.
Wouldn't
Not
it be
really.
more
that was a
How does
great,
that,
that was
how
a
does that
great
impact
question.
your
But
life?
So you
again,
applied
What
outside
that
of
do?
outside,
I laugh at
no,
it.
that was
It
a
makes
great
me.
no,
It
no, no,
makes
no,
me
no. Hold on,
happy.
that was a great
I laugh
question.
at it,
That
bro,
was a great
because
question, and I appreciate you for answering it. But it just assisted in anything that Zach said today. Outside of profitable means, how does it assist us? Because for a lot
bro,
of us,
that's for
no
the extra
offense.
people. That's for the
Hold on,
people
brother.
that.
Let me finish. I just listened to
Go
you.
ahead.
For a lot of us, no offense, making money is not an issue. We don't need some secret code to make money. We're making money anyway. We're trying to find peace within ourselves. And that's why a lot of us are looking for each other, and we use the internet to do it.
Hey,
So the
Gematria gave
question is
me
much
peace,
greater
bro.
than how much money can you make using Gematria,
It's
respectfully.
not about. That's just a side, bro. The making money shit is a side, but the Gematria is what it helped me put me at peace, bro. Because it explained to me why things are how they are, how slavery, why slavery was, why the Chernobyl, all that stuff, why the Jewish Holocaust, why that was what it was. It was all based on the numbers and all this extra shit.
So you
Even though I'm
applied it
Aboriginal,
after the
so
fact.
that I've been on this land, like my ancestors built this land. I'm not from
I
Africa,
would
so
have
I
to
don't know where
argue
my
that
roots come from at the end of the
it's
day.
not
But that's a
actually
different story for a
performing
different
that.
day. But at the end of the day, Gematria just just showed like it just exposed y'all script. You know what I mean? That y'all go off of for the last 500 years. You know, and it's just funny to me when I see it every day
No,
now through Zach.
but
And
it's not
I
actually
appreciate it.
exposing
I applaud him
anything.
for it every day. And I'm
So
again answering your question. I mean, yeah, answering your question with ease, bro. But that's why I fuck with Gematria, and it's gonna get out whether you like it or not. It's out. You're gonna switch up your flow, your formula. Don't matter. We're gonna get on it just like that. Y'all gotta redo all y'all
so
homework and all this shit. It
I've
doesn't
already
our
matter.
switched my
We're
cipher
here. We
5
staying
Yeah,
times.
here. We're not going
this
nowhere.
isn't actually exposing anything.
We're not trying to expose anything. This is for the
You
people
could
that
pick
get
a
it.
slew. You could pick
This knowledge is not for the dumb
on
NPC
any
bot,
given
and that's not who
topic.
we're advertising to. We're
Yeah,
advertising to the people that can critically think and put 1 and 2 together. Okay,
you're
R510.
not
What you're
putting one
doing
and
is
two together because
marginality.
what you're
cool.
failing to consider.
Cool,
Are
but
you
you're the
done?
one being the shield, bro, trying to argue with me. So obviously we are putting something together, bro.
Man, I wish I
Whoever's
was getting paid for
Are you
this.
paying you to
done?
do this, bro.
Just let
Just
me
like
know
that
when you're done.
weirdo dude Topsy, bro. He not been there for 10 years, and all of a sudden he want to be opposing against that because someone that's been there for 10 years, he's been losing. He's just been on the wrong side of the narrative, and that's on him. He can't read common sense, and at the end of the day, Zach puts out notes for us to interpretate.
Please name one
Okay,
person
let
from
me
this
know when you're
community
done,
that's
And if you're
rich.
being
please.
used to
There's
what
not
we
a
want
single
to
person
use, so
from
he's
this
not telling
community
us
that has
that
become
if you can't
wealthy from
decipher it on
using
your own,
Gematria.
at the end of the
Not a
day,
single person.
that's
There's
on
not a single.
you.
And this is
You
a person that's
losing money
speaking
because
that's
you
been in this
suck.
community
You
almost a
can't decipher.
decade.
You can't put 1 and 1 together, bro. That's
Marcus
on
Okay,
you.
let us know when you're done,
Antonio,
buddy.
shut
Yeah,
the
yeah. Let us
fuck
know when you're done.
up.
Let us know when you're done, so I can speak my piece.
Marcus Antonio coming in with the big 10 says if Doge finds more than 4.7 million, does that then make Gematria false?
That's just the first number they came out with. That was my only point. Why is it that number? Why can it be 1.1, 2.2?
Other than Zach,
Can I
who is
make a
rich from
point
using this
now
knowledge in this
to
community?
explain that
Other than Zach,
it's not actually
other than
performing
Zach,
this
who is rich from
explanatory
using
power
this
you
knowledge?
think it is?
Shut up. George, I think you were trying to say something
Thank you.
that was actually
So
towards the
when
topic.
you consider this example with Doge and White House and whatever other words he's picking, why isn't he using Oval Office? Why isn't he using a slew of other related words in any of these given scenarios? Well, it's because he's picking. This is the Gnostic mystical side of it that was already pointed out earlier. So it's not actually giving this explanatory power that you think it is. It's going to be gauged off of a bias of any given person reading into it the narrative that they want.
Yeah, that's why I compared it to reading entrails earlier, George or G or whatever your name is, because it's basically confirmation bias, and whatever answer they want to get, if they don't like it, they just word salad their way through it and then find some sort of post hoc rationalization to make themselves feel better.
Again, let me respond to the point again that you just made. All of these words equate to 47. White House, president, government, authority, Republican, Democrat, and even the letters DC, if you just run the alphabetic order in reverse, are 47. It's not an arbitrary number. The Masons study the 47th problem of Euclid. It has to do with how to establish foundation. It's also known as the Pythagorean theorem. Of course, Pythagoras is very important to the Masons. In some Masonic lore, Pythagoras is the first Mason. But they literally do drop their cornerstones on dates with 47 numerology, just like DC's cornerstone was laid on a date with a life lesson number of 47, September 18th, 1793, It's also the day the CIA ended up getting established. Recently, it was the day Ruth Bader Ginsburg died on Rosh Hashanah. They do so many rituals with 47. And this was actually the number that really clued me in. But hold on. I want to rewind. 9/11, the third building to fall that day was the Solomon Brothers building. And again, the Masonic secrets are in Solomon's temple. That building, each floor was 47,000 square feet, and the building was 47 stories tall. But look at this. Again, there are 4 base ciphers of the English language. If you write out World Trade Center, it equates to 100. I'm going to go through all 4 real quick. If you write out World Trade Center, it equates to 185 with the alphabetic order. From Osama bin Laden's March 10th birthday to 9/11 is 185 days. And consider his birthday can be written 10/3, a bit like 103, when what was introduced as Middle Eastern terrorism on planes was Pan Am 103. Okay, with the alphabetic order and numerology, World Trade Center equates to 77, just like when you spell out September 11th as a word. Write it all the way out. September, spell out 11.
None of that means anything.
It equals 77.
Means
Remember
nothing.
on September 11th, there was a big 77 ritual. Flight 77 supposedly hit the 77-foot tall Pentagon 77 minutes after taking off on the 77th meridian.
But Zach, this is what I mean. Zach, this is what I mean.
Let me go through all 4. Come on, I'm almost done.
Yeah.
If you run the alphabetic order in reverse, World Trade Center equates to 247. From the day that George Tenet, the head of the CIA, took office, into 9/11 was 247 weeks. And if you run the alphabetic order in reverse with numerology, World Trade Center equates to 94, just like the word terror. The World Trade Centers opened on the 94th day of the year, April 4th, 73, 5 years to the day of the MLK assassination. Again, you learn this knowledge, you see the way the rituals are put together day in and day out and how these ciphers are used. I learned about this system in a book published in 1926. I didn't make this up. I read about it and then I applied it and I said, wow, look how perfect all that is.
Why
did you start?
Hold on.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Let me read. Hold your thoughts. Creative Pair coming in with the Big 10 says, Zach, I do not think they understand that it is a constant learning process. Every single headline is a chance to learn and decode. Their lack of intellect and interest in learning is clearly visible.
Zach, this is my thing.
Hold
sorry.
on. Robert Demita with the Big 10 says, interpretate.
Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks,
You,
teacher. My
AJ.
bad.
Zach, thank you, sir. This is my thing, Zach. Like, out of all that stuff you just said, the fact that you're missing the biggest link that it was released in the CIA Freedom of Information Act, that he worked for the CIA under the alias Tim Osmond, is where that, right, but you didn't say it. So that's what I'm saying. This is where the disconnect comes in. Because there's a lot of mainstream people who are aware of what you're talking about, but you lose us there, right? Because you miss the biggest part of the link.
I hear what you're saying.
No, hold on.
I think you're a little bit.
We're not going to hold on. I need to make
years
one more
old.
quick point, Zach. Why are we all of a sudden considering days between events, feet and
Sometimes
measurements of buildings, and then calculations from reverse ordinals? This is nothing that's simple. You could look at any gematria calculator, you go and type in World Trade Center. It'll pop up hundreds of words that have the same value. So you could construct and build up any kind of narrative you wanted, as was demonstrated by the guy making super chats.
Yeah, that was me. So I got a question for you. 47 you cited several times a minute ago. In English gematria, dork, nerd, and goof also totaled to 47. So why didn't you use those in your demonstration you gave a minute ago?
Because, bro, we're staying on topic.
They don't equate to
There's
that
no
either.
bias,
I
bro,
mean,
because the point of the topic is, we're
you
talking
just
about
made
White House,
something up.
DC,
None of those
this
words
and
equate
that.
to 47.
Yeah, I know. But how do you know those aren't applicable? What framework do you
matter
use?
in the headlines? We decipher the headlines, bro.
Is it because you just sort of make it up as you go along?
There's no making up if we're deciphering the headlines.
What's the framework you use to select the words?
There's no
What's the
bias.
framework you use to select the words? Is it just the end product that you want to get for your post hoc rationalization?
So you don't see where the list of words that are. By the way, here's another word that equals 47. Whig, as in WHIG, as in the party. And who made the Whig Party? It was Lincoln, or excuse me, Lincoln made the Whig Party into the Republican Party.
No, he didn't.
You probably remember in middle school having to learn the poem or his speech where he says 4 in 7 years ago. He could have said 87 years ago, but he said 4 in 7 years ago. And what's this nation's birthday? Is it not the 4th day of the 7th month? Do we not learn to call it the 4th of July, even though in English we typically write
if you really black
a month before the day? Again, 4-7. This number is super recurring. And when you guys sit there and go, oh, so if Doge goes beyond 4.7, is it debunked? Why aren't you guys like going, yeah, what are the odds? It's 4.7 in the time of number 47. And don't forget, the way this debate happened, you guys, was because I came on here to share that night because you guys were talking about the Elon Musk salute. I explained how Werner von Braun equates to 207. He did his salute on the 207th day of his age, Elon Musk, who's written about in a Werner von Braun book because he's a little puppet character.
207th day of his age?
Welcome back,
And again, hold on, what broke in the news days
Elon
after
Musk
I
is
came on
not
and
in
presented
any
that,
books written
that
by
Werner
von Braun.
von
That's just not
Braun's
true.
wife just happened to die the same day as the salute. I'd say any of you who just want to turn a blind eye to that and think it's all a coincidence, I'd say you're under some kind of satanic spell and you're part of the
Not at
rule of
all.
this world. That would be
Not
my
at all.
response.
We understand Werner von Braun, the father
So-
of rocketry,
Well,
who's
hold
one of the
on.
greatest. Now, hold on. Who's one of the greatest Nazis that we inducted through Operation Paperclip and directed our moon landings through NASA. We're very aware of him. But where we lose you is you start to mention these numbers constantly and make it seem like we're missing this link that is going to evolve us in some ways. And again, I'm asking you, how is this evolving us? Like all this stuff you're talking about, we know.
Hold on.
We know,
Again,
bro.
Operation Paperclip happens on the 201st
We know
day
y'all
of the
know
year.
that.
All right,
like
Zach,
the moon landing.
Zach, hold on.
We don't need
All right,
more
we put that-
numbers.
we put it
Again, you're
1,000
asking how it
times.
evolved. It shows
What
I
the
wanna
fuck
ask
are
you
you
a
talking about?
Thank you.
Operation Paperclip didn't occur on a single day.
It began
It
on
was
the
an ongoing
201st day of the year,
process.
okay? It began July 20th, 1945, the 201st day of the year.
Okay, so how does
Exactly, baby.
begin check out? Like what do you mean by begin in the context of
Exactly.
Operation Paperclip?
That's the first day
It could have
that the
It could have begun
operation
decades
began. That's
earlier
how
than
to
that.
explain it.
It's like,
Hey,
where the
Zach,
start
can I ask you a
at,
question?
bro, y'all? Like, why y'all holding
Okay,
that
so
technology?
hold on. So
Shit
are you
weird.
saying that that's the date it was proposed? That's the date it was accepted? That's the date they started shipping people over?
If you read about the history of it, they say the program began July 20th, 1945, which, by the way,
Okay,
was the year
Wikipedia,
today
Control
of the
F,
Jesuits trying to
began.
assassinate the guy whose name equals 201 on his birth certificate, which is the mustache man.
Zach, can I ask you a question? So
Okay, so what particular date are you saying again? In April?
July 20th, the same day
Okay.
the moon landing happened. And for the
So-
record, Neil Alden Armstrong equals 201.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because he's the guy credited with the moon landing on the 201st day of the year.
Yeah, but that doesn't tie anything together. Well, that's just a random fact.
Dude, a lot of things could have the value of 201. The last thing I'll say before I jump off, thanks for letting me on, moderator. Sorry, I don't know your name. I'm new to the channel, but
It's Sarah.
thank you, Sarah. Well, the last thing I want to say is that there probably is some level of significance to the corresponding words that you're talking about. The numerical value in the Hebrew language has a more significant effect, but the question I have is, where do you stop with it? It's not actually giving this type of explanatory power, certainly not to the level that has been claimed by some of your fans here. So
And it doesn't affect things.
Here, again, let me explain why 201 even matters to him. Something I meant to do, but Jim Bob at the beginning is interrupting and talking shit. 201 gains its significance in Hebrew Gematria. It represents illumination. And again, Order of Illuminati equates to 201 in English, just like the Jesuit order. And again, it was the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt who founded the Illuminati. Illumination is in the knowledge. They're using Kabbalistic knowledge in their world domination plan. They're doing the same repetitive things over and over. Think about a moon landing on the 201st day of the year. Is the moon not illuminated by the sun, the object of affection for the Catholic Church? By the way, the heliocentric model was also established in the 16th century, the century of the Jesuits. Heliocentrism also equates to 201.
Yeah, but Jim Bob, are you seeing
Okay.
how I never needed
Yeah, how's
geometry
freaking
to know that
Sally
in
bitch,
Bavaria,
buddy?
Germany, there was a professor named Adam Weishaupt who was ordered to kill and all of his members by the Pope, which is why they infiltrated the brick masons from England, the Scottish and the York Rite of the Masons. We
He
all
also
know this
wasn't
stuff.
a Jesuit.
Again, we all know this stuff. The Jesuit, we all know this stuff. But
Yeah.
what does that? How did I didn't learn it through gematria. So that's what we're asking. Like, why is gematria something we need to focus on so much to learn these
Well,
things?
why don't you ask this question? Like, all right, so instead of using your system for using your system for sports betting, why don't you start predicting things and stop them from happening?
Well, you know, we have predicted a lot of things accurately.
Yeah,
over
what have
the
you?
years,
Like what?
including the
What?
Las
Show us
Vegas
some
mass
receipts that
shooting
you actually
on
He even
Route
predicted
91
Queen
Harvest Festival on
Elizabeth's
day leaving
death.
91 days left in the year. I was calling out for about 6 months. I got my channel deleted for the first time June 28, 2017. I think for calling that out, and it got deleted about 5 more times before October 1st.
Man,
So you got no receipts. So
Queen
it's just,
He
Elizabeth was
literally called Queen
96 years
Elizabeth's
old.
death, dude.
Hold on.
Literally.
She was
yeah, she was
96
like
years
100
old.
years old. That was like any day that she would have died. Jesus
No, she
Christ.
should have been dead. He
He-
called her
hold
like
on,
damn near the
even
month
more
of.
Dead. That's a
than
good argument. She should have been dead.
Yeah.
Well,
even more than making predictions
very
about
significant
stuff.
when she died, and she
This
died on the day leaving 140 days left in the year. There's a lot of reasons for it, but Queen of England equals 140, and she also died on the Virgin Mary's birthday, bringing it back to the
okay.
Catholic Church.
We
You
don't
didn't
need
predict
more
that, though.
values,
You didn't
bro.
predict that.
She didn't do it, it happened.
Seriously, Shelby coming in with the Big Ten says, all right, I cleaned some crystals and I have a black crystal with Zach's name on it. Zach, look at the shiny object. I got him, boys. And I have a purple crystal. So that's about as close as I can get for that one. But
I
back
can't
to you
believe we
guys.
turned Sarah into a crystal girl. This was truly
This
truly
was
a failure
purchased
from the
by a
blame her?
Crucible crew member who said, well, you have to have a crystal now. So you guys have your own, for the members, you have your own meme for it.
Yeah,
And now
I'm
I
blaming
have
them.
one.
I'm not
It's-
blaming me. I'm blaming other people.
Can I answer Gematria Tomato's question?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. And just to make it clear, Freemasons didn't use, and I might be wrong, Zach, you could correct me, gematria to figure out how to lay architecture. It was through sacred geometry and ultimately what we're taught in school, geometry. I mean, come on, guys. It's like earlier when A-Dub was asking you
Can I
about
answer
what
your
type
question,
of
or you just wanna
category.
babble on about nonsense?
Hold on, just really quick. I'll shut up.
You're
It
wrong.
was like
What you're
A-Dub was
saying is
asking
wrong.
you earlier, what type of category of math are you discussing? And any mathematician would be able to explain the category of math they're discussing, and you're not able to.
Again, in Morals and Dogma, which is considered the Masonic Bible, well, there are Masonic Bibles, but outside of that, Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, he lays out how Masonry is based in Kabbalah, how they venerate Lucifer, and he talks about the simplicity of Kabbalah and the simplicity of numbers and letters and shapes. Again, so what you're saying
Okay, so
is
some of
false.
what you're saying is true. Other shit about what you're saying right there is not true. Morals and Dogma. At no point in Morals and Dogma does Albert Pike say that the Masons worship Satan. That's not in there.
He does talk about Lucifer in 2 different spots.
Okay, open it up. Open it up. Show me where it says that they worship Lucifer in Morals and Dogma.
Well,
Go.
it is back on my bookshelf behind me, but I'm not going to do it right now. Other people can look into it.
Yeah, because it doesn't say it.
Okay.
It's not in
I'm
there.
gonna make
You're making shit up.
one last point. This whole pursuit.
I'm not even a fan of Freemasons, but if
Hold
you're
on,
going
let
to just
George
say
do-
stupid shit.
George is being very patient. I'd
I
like
see
to hear
Doge
what
texting
you
y'all
guys have
asses
to
and
say.
like y'all
Thank
getting
you,
paid
Sarah.
double money
And
to be remote at the house.
I'll open up a slot for
Are you
somebody
chilling,
else.
bro? You're
to-
chilling. They haven't been empowered enough to take my money.
Okay, hold on. Okay, anybody point out where in Morals and Dogma Albert Pike's
there's
This message is sponsored in part by.
I asked George to speak. Let the
Right.
man fucking speak.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, there's really no need to go into morals and dogma. Like, people oftentimes as they grow up ask more, why are things the way they are questions. I did it for years. And thank God I started to come to the conclusion that maybe I need to start asking the question, how am I going to live despite things being the way they are? So this whole pursuit, it doesn't seem to be getting anybody to the point of, how am I going to live? What's my purpose in life? If you're only concerned with why, people go into, it's all Rome, it's all Constantine, it's all the Catholic Church, it's all the small-hatted people, it's all tiny mustache man followers, it's all gematria. This doesn't answer the questions of what's my purpose in life? How am I going to live? So
And you know what
that's
answered it
another
for me?
fundamental thing that needs to be addressed here.
You know what answered it for
pursuit-
me in that book, which is again why I'm wondering why you guys keep missing out the biggest points. What caught me more in that book that was written in the early or late 1800s by a circuit court judge named Albert Pike was the 3 world wars that he predicted, and 2 of them have already happened. The third is, I guess, we're seeing it play out. So it's like you want to talk about gematria and not the fact that these people organized how to create a new world order through corruption and war and government. Like this is what I mean. Like we don't need your numbers to figure this out.
Gematria tomato. Enough. Let me talk. You didn't. I bet there's no video online of you predicting almost to the day when the war would begin that did begin. You can watch my video. And again, the reason I'm able to make these accurate predictions and talk about these things years in advance. We knew when Israel was 75, something massive would happen. Everyone can look up this headline right now. New York Times. The date is October 6th, 1940. The headline reads, New World Order Pledged to Jews. That date, 10 plus 6 plus 19 plus 40 equates to 75. In Gematria, New World Order equals 75, just like Catholic Church equals 75, just like Roman Catholic equals 75. The list goes on. We knew when Israel was 75, something massive would happen. And then Netanyahu, like you said, came back on Albert Pike's birthday. And again, from the day he came back to power to the day the war began was 282 days later. Benjamin Netanyahu equals 282. This is the power of this knowledge. It allows you to see things and get an idea of what's to come, and then also prove the ritualism, that you can see that is ritual. Plus, again, the day that letter was published, his letter about 3 world wars, it was published on the Jesuit order's birthday, August 15th, 1871. A recurring date for crazy things in the world, including recently Afghanistan's government collapsing. What I hear you saying is, I already knew all that. I already knew all that. I already knew all that. But I don't hear you talking about any evidence for how you prove your points. When I was 18, 9/11 happened.
Research.
And I had very logical points, but I could still not persuade people because people were under so much mind control and just believing so much in the TV. I found that in the time of having more knowledge, I'm able to be more persuasive to more people, but still not everyone. That wouldn't be realistic to be persuasive to everyone. But I would wager in the last 11 years, the content I've put out and things I prepared people for has been a lot more exact and worthy than whatever you tell me exactly. What are some accomplishments you have?
Hold on.
Now, this is my biggest quarrel with you because you move the goalposts to how valuable are you, how important you are.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you, outside of being recognized as a shill for news organizations, my accomplishments are probably more than yours. But we don't need to move the goalposts. So let's get back to the topic, right? No. Let's not. No. Come on now.
Yeah,
let's get back to the topic. Here's the topic. The topic is simply this. Why are you sitting here? Why are you? Hold on. You asked me a question and you won't let me answer you. The topic is simply. I'll mute up. Give me 20 seconds, brother. 20 seconds. You asked me a question.
Where is your proof of the ritualism that happened on October 7th? How do you prove the ritualism of it?
I'm trying to answer you. I really am, Zach. And listen, amongst all these other trolls and people that want to cut you out and disrespect you, you've seen me before on other panels. You know I'm not one to do that.
I have no idea who you are.
Well, there you go. That's short-term memory loss because I met you on Jack Talcott's, the false prophet that you were on the panel with. We were talking about the Illuminati. There we go. There you go. And this is one of the many lies I've caught you in tonight, like the Eagles not winning, and they won. Again, Zach, I was about to call you Jack because you guys are looking like the same people.
You just lied.
Okay, I didn't lie. Okay, so did you or did you not say that the Chiefs would win the Super Bowl?
I said I'm 10-2 in Zeros, and the Eagles got me in 52 and 59. But I did also have.
That's not a yes or no question, sir. That's not a yes or no to my question.
Before the season began,
so essentially, you're now trying to scapegoat and say you gave your fan base a probability.
No, I'm not scapegoating. I'm stating a fact. We were in the driver's seat and in position to win either way. We would have won a lot more if the Chiefs came in. But yeah, 10-2 in the last 12 Super Bowls. I'm not ashamed of that. And when I missed Super Bowl 52, it wasn't bad either. We had the Eagles.
All right, no, let's stop the postdiction. Like Jim-Bob was saying, no postdiction, just recent and current. That was recent. Okay, I heard what you had to say.
You just
I will respect what you had to say about the recent event.
Lied.
Now let's get back to the topic.
No,
why is it, Zach? Let's not do this, brother. Let's get back to the topic.
You prove the ritualism of October 7th with your knowledge.
I'm trying to by saying let's get back to the topic. I'm trying to, brother Zach. I'm trying. It's really frustrating, but I'm trying. So let's get back to the topic. why are you so incumbent on trying to convince us that all the cultures and people around the world, let me finish, are so reliant on your idea of gematria, whatever you say, when we have all just figured out the truth like you without this coding and number system? We just, through research and well-traveled, self-involvement, we realize, oh, the world is really being controlled by a select amount of individuals throughout centuries because of their planned, organized agendas. So Zach, again, what do your numbers and all these people that think these numbers mean so much have to do with us figuring it out? Because we did it without your numbers.
You didn't explain how you figured out anything or how you explained the ritualism.
Simple research. The great British colonial fucking empire, the sun that never set on the empire. You don't think the people that were ruled over by the great British crown, the Anglo-Saxons, who had to change their name from Saxon-Gothenburg to the Windsor family, you don't think we know? You think we're all stupid coming to your countries, being tested at higher standards by Harvard and Harvard's getting sued for it because they think you're dumb and we're smart, so we should be tested higher? You think we're dumb? We know these things, and we didn't need your gematria to figure it out, bro.
You explain, with your knowledge set, how you explain the ritualism of October 7th.
October 7th? How about just the concept about, I agree with you about Freemasonry and the Jesuit order and the fact that occult symbology exists in every aspect of our lives. But I don't agree with you on the concept that we need your number system and your number patterns to figure it out. Why are you so hell-bent on not focusing on that?
How do you go up to a man on the street and you say, that was a ritual on October 7th. We were lied to. That wasn't what they told you in the news. How do you explain it?
How about innocent people being bombed and invaded by very powerful nations for absolutely no reason? And the individuals that are blamed, you find out without any numerology, oh, I said it right that time, guys, without any numerology, that it was just war and resource-based. We invaded Iraq on the contention of weapons of mass destruction, which we cutsed Colin Powell to talk about in the United Nations. And what did we find? Saddam Hussein, who we placed there, had no weapons of mass destruction. So again, Zach, rubbing your nose with frustration, what did gematria have to do with those lies that we all discovered around the world?
Well, again, if you knew about the code, you'd understand the 201 ritual and Saddam being pulled out of the hole. And again, how that points to the order that is manipulating these things.
Oh, Jesus.
You didn't give us one proof.
This is what you did. You just went right back to verboseness. You're being verbose, and you're just mentioning numbers. And it sounds attractive. Like I said before, it's attractive.
Not just numbers. It's why
Okay. How about the more important fact that we placed Saddam Hussein in the Middle East to keep Russia out of there because of the resources, and then when he was not conveniently an ally, we invaded. How about that? I
agree with all that. And that's
so what does that have to do with your gematria?
Huh?
What does that have to do with your gematria?
The gematria.
What is the founding? What do our founding fathers being? What do our founding fathers being Freemasons of the Scottish Rite that tried to evade the church and the monarchs of Europe to create a new world have anything to do with your numerology, my friend? Because this is all researchable without the knowledge of gematria or whatever the fuck.
Listen, again, understanding this, Benjamin Netanyahu equals 282. The war began 282 days after he came back into power, and he's a genocidal maniac. That shows the ritualism, okay? What do you have?
How about the fact that they clearly teach us that we can be gods of man, like Lucifer told them? How about that? How about Aleister Crowley? You brought up Manly P. Hall, and I researched it. And
so that's what you're
you were wrong about that. But how about all these individuals you bring up that are clearly occult members of an occult society? How about that?
Sarah,
what does that have to do with numbers?
On here? If anybody's going with
yeah, let's get somebody else on here because you're getting fucking cooked. Fuck off.
If you move on to somebody else, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, it's always wasting time when you're not looking smart, Zach. I'm sorry, buddy. Stop surrounding yourself with stupid people.
It's like I'm talking to a retard. God.
Jack, if I'm a retard, you're literally disabled. If we're going to label it.
All right. And let me go ahead and read this. Wrongful Rage came in with the Big 10, said, dork equals your mom and dad tell you enough. Amongst other things, don't make shit up. It's unbecoming. Deceit brings about ignorance. Thank you, Wrongful Rage. All All right. Did anybody else? Because I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 more backstage still waiting.
I can drop down.
Okay. Did you want to give your final thoughts before you go?
Yeah, sure. I just the semantic mysticism still just stands out to me, right? Like if you believe in Gematria, you claim numbers reveal hidden meanings, then numbers should stay the same when translated, right? If there's some sort of foundational aspect of them to reality, and then either reality is not stable, or the sentence Jesus is Lord in English is one number, the sentence Jesus Dominus est in Latin is a different number, and supposedly those numbers mean different things, so you have problems there. If you think 9/11 has a particular meaning to it.
Andy, enough of the straw man
No,
argument.
he's giving final thoughts.
It's not a
You
straw
can never
man.
let anybody give
It's a
final
straw man.
thoughts,
It's
Zach.
just a straw man argument.
It's semantics. It's
Andy,
semantics.
final
meaning.
thoughts.
What are the 7 hermetic principles?
Okay.
Turn off your calculator
Just a
brain and let him
second.
give final thoughts.
It's just his final thoughts. It doesn't prompt a response accordingly. He's just exiting the panel, so he's getting his final thoughts out. You're welcome to combat it after he
We can
leaves.
talk another time too. That's totally fine with me. So you have that arbitrariness. If you think 9/11 means something like that, September 11, 2001 at 8:46 a.m. Well, parts of Asia and the Pacific were already on September 12th when that happened. So like, does it mean something different for them, right? And so it's just arbitrariness upon arbitrariness. There's no basis. It's very Heraclitean. Everything flows and ebbs and changes, and people change their ciphers, so you don't even know if you have the truth anyways, right? So there is no truth to be found here. I would say stay away from it. All right.
Who is
Thank you for letting
breathing
me.
into your mic? Bye, Andy. We'll
Thanks
catch
for
you
letting
next
me join.
round, buddy.
Yep. Bye.
Absolutely. Thank you. And let me go. Who is fucking breathing into their fucking mic?
It's
Okay.
Topsy.
No, it's not.
Topsy,
I'm not nowhere
hold
near
on.
my
I
mom.
think I
Mute
just
you.
took a deep breath, but that was
Hold
like my
on,
first time
hold
taking a deep
on.
breath.
Sarah,
Okay.
do you remember when we were coming up in school how the teacher would tell you could just date date your paper a day ahead because it's a whole day ahead in China? I mean, listen to what that guy just said. I mean, who are these people?
I don't remember that, but
Yeah, nobody remembers that. Just a lot of these people that come on your panel are idiots. I don't know if this is worth anyone's time.
it's all fair game to me. I don't again, I just don't give a shit either way, right? That's why I maintain neutral, because it is what it is. Like, you guys are gonna argue left and right. There's no point in me even having a thought process to it.
That's why I asked. Sorry, Sarah.
Go ahead.
That's why I asked that question about the ant farm thing earlier. Like, are we looking at Zach's information? I mean, life is. We're looking at it from like a very human and physical standpoint, and we're trying to rationalize the numbers have to add up and it doesn't mean anything. And it's like, we don't understand that this experience that we're having as humans is more than just physical or human. This is a spiritual experience. So there's a lot of systems of information that you can use as a human to your advantage. And so perhaps we can kind of put together that, I don't know, maybe we were created. Maybe, for instance, when you look at Mother Nature, I mean, you used to fuck with ants when you were little, right? I mean, we weren't hopefully, being like a serial murderer and
bully.
trying to kill ants or something like that. But I'm saying you look, we always want to control something. So I'm thinking if there is another species or another race or a higher density being, maybe somehow they're controlling us. And that leads to what Zach's saying. And I'll just say this, by the way, I've been following Zach's stuff for a long time as well. And I've fallen on and off and on and off and back on. So I don't know how I feel about it, but I'll just say that, damn, his information is good and it all lines up. And it's maybe we need to just appreciate that we're looking at it from a human and physical standpoint, and there might be something bigger going on. And that's why I wanted to join in, because I'm just hearing like
I have no idea what any of that means.
emotions, and it's like, you know, you don't have to like make some big point. It doesn't have to all add up and piece together. I think it could be something else, you know, more spiritual. It doesn't have to just be like the Bible, for instance. It's not all going to add up for everyone all the time. Like, you don't have to get something out of parables. That parables are just meant for the public.
The Bible does all add up, and it is coherent, and it doesn't contradict itself when you have a normative authority to help you interpret it. And I could give final thoughts very quickly, if you wouldn't mind, Sarah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Floor's yours. Everybody else shut the fuck up, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought some good points were made earlier about a lack of universality. The other good point that I thought was brought up was semantic mysticism, I think it was worded. But like JimBob said earlier, why does predicting a war actually help somebody? People could be total ignoramuses trying to provide for their families or cultivate virtues that are pleasing to God and be totally ignorant of this stuff. So it ultimately doesn't provide you purpose or how you're going to live and how you're going to interact with other people. I don't think that it's entirely futile, but I do think that it's really it's demonstrably leading people into a sort of off your rocker kind of position. And in Orthodoxy, we oftentimes say that nobody can be wrong 100% of the time because we're all made in God's image. So that's why I wanted to nuance earlier and say that it's not entirely futile, but I do think that it can easily be taken too far. So may the Lord help us all.
Thank you, George.
Bob
Are
was
you
trolling. Sorry.
Are you jumping off, George?
Yeah, thanks again, Sarah.
Perfect. No, you're most welcome, and we appreciate having you tonight. And thank you for being so respectful. It's so fucking easy, guys. It's so fucking easy. All right, let me do another voice confirm 586.
Yeah, how you doing?
Thank you so kindly for your patience as well. I know everybody's so patiently waiting back there. What is 5 plus 8?
13.
All right, perfect. We're not going to show a penis on screen or anything like that.
No, I can't believe people even do that. That's wild.
It is a thing. It's crazy. You wouldn't believe it. All right. Floor's open, gentlemen.
So I just have I have another
how would
point.
I determine what process would I use to determine that Gematria is not merely an example of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
I didn't hear the question. It was too quiet.
What method would I use to determine whether or not Gematria is an example of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
I don't know. I would
Okay,
like to
well-
respond to something George said, though.
Well, yeah, like you don't know any fucking shit about your own model. It seems you don't know anything about the Catholic Church. You don't know anything about the Catholic Church's beliefs, despite supposedly.
You're just stringing up
But,
straw. Can I respond to something George said?
no, okay. Do you know what absolute divine simplicity
Yeah,
is?
go ahead and let him respond to what George said before he left.
So George said that there's no meaning in understanding how they're manipulating a war. He just says, he'd rather be in his own spiritual study with his family. The problem is these wars are causing massive bills for a lot of us, and they do encroach into our lives and the way they change lives and culture and the laws of the land. So being ignorant of these things will have a negative consequence on your life, whether you realize it or not. And again, understanding what I'm talking about. A massive bill was put on the taxpayers on the 201st day of the war. That was the day that Joe Biden signed off on the $95 billion. The 95-201 is a recurring pairing with these people. Again, from the 95 thesis being pinned to the Jesuits being created was 201 months later. It's like MLK getting killed on the 95th day of the year. First gun legislation 201 days later. It's like Event 201 on the same day the military world games began in Wuhan, China. when the military world games began in 95 in Italy, where the Jesuit headquarters has been moved to, and the Jesuits were affiliated with those first military world games. They are a military order. Understanding this is paramount. You can't just focus on your family and your spirituality. There's a demonic force ruling over this world, diminishing the quality of life for all of us, and it needs to be stopped, or it's us who are going to be crushed completely. So what he just did was just pure ignorance.
Zach, simple question. Do you think God simple question, brother, with all due respect, please don't insult me because I haven't insulted you once. I think it says a lot about our characters.
Someone just lied about me and said I should remember you because you were on somebody's panel. I don't know who you are.
Okay. Well, that's not true. I don't know if anyone in the chat remembers that day, but I met you on Jack Talcott's panel. That's how I know who you are. And then I saw you on the Flat Earth debate show up on the open panel, and you and Jim Bob talked, and that's why you guys had the debate today. So that's the chronological credibility of my witnessing of you. Again, Zach, respectfully, what you're saying, what does that have anything to do with the war against good and evil? Like you're sitting here, you keep mentioning 201, all this stuff. Don't you think that's deterring from the fact that we are all one people under one God? Like, how does your number system make us understand it better as opposed to just doing the research on the geographic history of why the world is the way it is today?
Somebody's burning down houses in the neighborhood. You don't know who's doing it. But it's happening. People's houses are getting burned down. It might be your house next. Somebody
Let me ask you a question. If there's 8 billion marbles,
burning down the houses so nobody else's houses need to get burned down.
Okay, let me ask you a simple mathematician. Yeah, I do understand. This is a simple mathematician question. Basic math shit. If there's 8 billion marbles and 8 billion holes, right? That's the supposed population of the Earth. And all those marbles fall in a bowl, and there's holes, 8 billion of them, and all the 8 billion marbles fall. The direction of which those marbles go and the physics of which they drop into these holes, are we then going to assume that there is a numerological agenda in which all of those marbles drop into those holes?
Bro, what is this guy talking about?
What is this guy talking about? Did that go above your level?
You sound like a fucking retard,
Did you drop out of high school? Do you not understand where you like getting an F in basic algebra? What the fuck are you talking about?
The shit you are talking about makes no sense. You're not listening to what Zach is
so
saying,
if you were smart enough,
you don't know about Gematria.
Stop, listen, buddy. If you met Jim Jones, you'd be drinking the Kool-Aid dying. Like that's the way I look at people who just blind.
You don't understand Gematria.
You made $10 off of a sports bet. Good job. Zach's not my guru. He might be yours. But here's the thing, Zach. The reality is this: you're trying to create patterns, and there's clear studies in science that humans will create patterns out of nothing. So, is it not due diligence upon you as a character to just go, hey, maybe the Gematria isn't the way people find the truth out? Because again, how is it that I'm willing to question you on how you're missing on what you're talking about, and then you go, yeah, you're right, that did happen, on the basis of not learning Gematria? How is it that I'm that aware without your Gematria knowledge, like this clown 586 wants you to believe?
Here's how I'm going to respond. I always say the only people who don't get what I'm saying are retards, which you really are. I'm not going to say anything
that's
else.
a good argument.
Yeah, it's a great observation.
That is 100%. You are a fucking retard. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can't learn Gematria in an hour, bro. But when you
buddy, you sound like you go to my uncle's 7-Eleven to get a fucking 6-pack of shitty beer and the garbage cigarettes.
But here we go.
So, exactly. EBT food stamps. I know you.
So here we go.
Here we go. Even though Zach's been willing to call people PDFs and all this other stuff when he's questioned on his.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
Stop acting like gay lovers.
No, it's just passion. It's just passion. It's ironic. It's ironic. There's so many things Zach had said tonight, and chat was talking about it, and I checked, I researched, because I'll look it up. And Zach was not just wrong on one, but like 4 things tonight. And okay, I understand, Zach, on the Eagles and Chiefs thing, you had a probability. Okay, it's besides the point. I actually liked you when I first discovered you. I thought you were very intelligent. I thought your concept of the New World Order was very intriguing. But where I lose you is if you don't get my numbers, you're not following the path. And it's annoying that you have these little cronies that jump on the panel and want to support it, when as a man, you and I can just have this
Not his message,
conversations.
though. That's the crazy part.
If you listen to you talk,
I'm not talking to you.
Listen, if you listen to you talk to him, you have 10% of the brain, this motherfucker.
I'm not talking to you, NPC. I'm talking to your master, Zach. Go
Okay,
ahead, Zach.
buddy. You sound like a gay fucking homo.
Zach's a good
So,
dude, but
I want to
narrative's
have a civil conversation for just a second
I want to have
about.
an uncivil conversation.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
wanna-
Let me
start,
just say this.
being mean to people.
This is what I've learned about Gematria. There's no evidence that's been studied and replicated in a scientific way that supports it. It suffers from confirmation bias. You assign arbitrary values. You look for patterns that may or may not, link together. There's an inconsistency in the way that you apply those numbers, and the mathematical probabilities don't line up. But I'll just dismiss all of that and pretend it doesn't exist. The problem that I see with Gematria is that you look for causal links where none exist, or they do exist, but correlation doesn't create causation. It's a logical fallacy. Gematria is so frustrating to most rational people because it is based on fallacious logic. Correlation doesn't create causation. So all these number patterns you put together don't lead to the results that you're finding. Number patterns don't cause action, right? People cause action. Humans cause action, not random numbers or entrails or tea leaves.
Okay, and that seems to be where your whole disconnect is. The point is we're pointing out that people are laying down these number patterns and operating Kabbalistically. That is the point that you seem to be missing. You've been leaving the dumbest super chats all night. I mean, there's a total disconnect in your brain. I'd say you're more evidence of another retard.
Hey, Zach, do you actually have a conversation without calling somebody a retard or anything
I've
like
disagreed
that?
with you all night and your cronies, and I've
Nobody
never
wants to look at your
insulted you
fat ugly
once.
face or hear another word you got to say, buddy.
There you go. There you go. Listen, Zach, when you try to come from the place of God and exposing the devil,
that's not where you're coming
the
from.
moment you insult people
That's
when
not
you're
where you're
losing
coming
the
from.
argument, says a lot about you.
Holier than thou.
Says a lot about you. We didn't claim to be holier than thou tonight. You did.
Robert, welcome up
Mic
to the
drop.
panel finally. What are your
Hey.
thoughts going on?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Sarah. Zach, quick question here, because I don't think anybody's really mentioned this, unless I just missed out on it. Why ought we even follow Gematria in the first place? Like you say, this is coming from the enemy, I guess you could say, in some sort of nebulous way. Why should we even trust the whole system that it's like this linguistic coding, I guess you could say? Because if it's produced by our enemy, what's the point of going along with it? Especially now that people like you, who are, I guess, opposed to it, know about it.
To understand your enemy and understand how they move and plot and what's likely coming next, and to get ahead of the curve. Again, it's know your enemy. It's that quote.
How do you get ahead of the curve? Can you explain that?
Again, just like how for years I was preaching on, just watch, they'll do something major in 2020 on the scale of 9/11. These people bring major events to the world every 19 years. We were out in front of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as soon as they declared their scandemic. By the way, I know you don't want me to say the word, but corona virus pandemic, that equals 113, just like how they had to declare it on 11/3. It was first.
What about 586?
It was first simulated 666 days earlier, May 15, 2018, with Clade X, which also equals 113. Again, 666. The man with wisdom will know how to calculate. There's other ciphers. There's something
I'm
called.
starting to understand why Jim Bob was just fucking insulting you halfway through.
Before
Let
we get too
Let me add
to
that.
Let me add
to what he just said.
Before we get too far, Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10 says God is real in the back for 5, along with 586. They can cuddle in the back. So both of you are being removed from the stage for 5 minutes. Maybe you guys can go cuddle and cool down or something like that. All right. We do have the game here where people can pay to boot, and I will replace. I guess the newcomers didn't know that one, but it's a fun little game we play. Although not a lot of booting going on tonight, which is fine because it's been a lot going on anyway, so it's okay. But thank you, Wrongful Rage. Crystal's in the chat for Rage. All right, back to you.
Hello.
Yeah. So Zach, one other thing I'm just kind of wondering about here. It was brought up earlier that like there's different like if you were to go to like a Gematrian calculator and type in, I guess either the numbers or the words, they would either have multiple numbers or multiple words. How do you decipher which one you're even supposed to use in the first place? Like, I'm not really hearing a lot of like logical overlay in this whole system here as you describe it. Anyways.
Okay, so in the beginning, you obviously weren't here for the beginning of the stream, but in the beginning, I explained how I learned about this in Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, which was written in 1926. He lays out 4 ciphers of the English language. If you read the book, the alphabetic order, the reverse alphabetic order, and both orders with numerology applied. So I'm just going to do the word Catholic, for example. Catholic equates to 71 with the alphabetic order. 35 with the alphabetic order and numerology. Should ring a bell with the first Catholic president of this nation being number 35, killed on I-35. If you run the alphabetic order in reverse, Catholic equals 145. There's 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament. If you run it in reverse with numerology, Catholic equals 46. Like there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament as opposed to 39 in the Protestant. With regards to Israel, Israel was created in a very Catholic Jesuit creation on the 14th day of May, 14/5, like 145. Again, like there's 145 more chapters.
Okay, hold on. Can I just stop you real quick? I'm not really seeing any sort of like. I'm not seeing the logic. Hold on, Zach. Hold on. I'm not really hearing any logic. I need to understand the underlying things that make this like a cogent system of understanding here, right? So you're giving me all these numbers. Like you've been, look, I haven't been here the whole time, but since I've been here, you've been just throwing out numbers and like just pulling random things out of your ass and saying like, oh, yeah.
How is this random? How is it random when the language traces back to the church and its standardization at the same time the Jesuits implemented the calendar? How is that random?
145. That literally says nothing. Just give us sort of like a basic.
Hold on. You don't think
you are a Walter Mitty though, Zach. You are a Walter Mitty.
3p equals 145.
Hold on.
You don't like
Catholic equates to 35 and 46. Think of JFK,
hold on.
the first Catholic president, number
Forget
35, killed at age 46. Think of the second Catholic president. We were calling this out more than a year in advance, why Joe Biden would be elected November 3rd, 2020, number 46, exactly 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, in light of the death of his son at 46 in the history of JFK. By the way, that was the 59th election. John F. Kennedy equals 59. They pay tribute to JFK through the election of Biden as number 46, his age of death.
This is schizo rambling right here.
What's his point? What is his point, by the way? I'm struggling. Sarah, apologize, love. Thank you for letting me on.
in the middle of it, bro.
Well,
what is his point?
No, because this is a whole 5-hour discussion.
So, okay,
I've been really patient. I'd like to say something, but
so we've failed to get a system to decode Gematria, but I think I've developed a way to a system to decode Zach. You ask him a direct question about how the system works, and the result you're going to get is a bunch of basically post hoc rationalization, post hoc connections.
Seems like that, yeah.
And that's pretty consistent. I asked him, okay, well, how do I determine whether or not Gematria is an example of the sharpshooter fallacy? The text sharpshooter fallacy. You can look it up. It's a simple fallacy to understand. And then he just doesn't understand what the fuck that means. He probably does understand what it means. He just doesn't want to engage, because I pointed out multiple times that the system he's proposing regarding like the Catholics and all of this is actually radically inconsistent with what Catholics actually think when you read, I don't know, any official Catholic documents. This is all just a bunch of
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Adam. I can't fucking believe I'm actually
I'm a smart guy, Brick. You ever think about that? Maybe I'm a smart cookie.
Hold on.
Sarah, can we
shut up for a second, Cookie.
Hi, Brick. It's nice to see you.
Ignorance is strength. Coming in with the Big Ten says many people never reference 4 English ciphers in any book he's written, and never said it's Gematria. Zach given APA format citation where he states that. All right, and then
for the record, he does refer to it as cryptography and not Gematria. But if you look at what Gematria is, it's the practice of coding numbers into words, which is a form of cryptography. So you're splitting hairs.
That's fair. And King Blackout with the 10 says 586 and 510.
Come on, man. I haven't even been able to speak.
Oh, shit happens. 5. 5:10 in the back. You got 5 minutes, and AJ, your time has ended.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh,
Everybody else.
I
has-
have two quick things. You're talking about secret societies, and why would they give their game away? Why not just change the cipher and change the code, and people will not figure it out? It makes no sense to think that there's a huge conspiracy and they just say it out loud.
Good point.
If the Germans had only done that in World War II, the Enigma code would have never been hacked, right? But hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? And it's very difficult to teach people a foreign language, you know. So
It's not that hard learning another language, to be honest.
did you understand me there?
Not Welsh.
That's not any kind of language.
No, that was Welsh.
That was gibberish. That's what that was.
Well, I don't know. I guess I just can't fucking understand Welsh. I guess that's my problem.
No, Adam, that wasn't
Futures coming in with the Big Ten says, and I actually agree with this piece right here. I commend Zach for his patience, but to restart your arguments and points every time a new bozo comes on panel is insane. I feel your pain, brother. But I commend your patience for being willing to have your foundation basically on attack mode, and you are being forced to defend it, and you've been doing great. Like, you're still standing your ground. You haven't run away, you haven't spurged out or rage quit or anything, and I commend you for that. That's very brave.
I would like to finish.
And honestly, that's why I'm hurt. That's why I'm hurt, dude, because I respected you from day one. That's weird.
The only number I didn't get to was 71, you guys. Again, this war in Israel began on the 71st birthday of Putin, and this goes back to history, too, because this has to do with how the USA funded Osama bin Laden through the CIA to interfere with the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. But on his 71st birthday, 71 days before the Pope's birthday, and then just this Sunday was exactly 71 weeks after
Who
Netanyahu
is
declared
breathing
war.
into their fucking microphone?
Definitely not
Sorry,
me.
Zach. It was really annoying me hearing like somebody like continue.
It was exactly 71 weeks after Netanyahu declared war on a Sunday. You can't get more Catholic than Sunday, but exactly 71 weeks. Now he's expanding the war to Iran, which supposedly funded Hamas. But see, this is where, when you look at history, if you look into the 50s, the CIA overthrew Iran on August 15th, the Jesuit order's birthday.
Oh, dude.
By the way,
It's
the
just
formal
so
title of Jesuit
disingenuous,
Society is
Zach.
71.
Zach,
you
it's
literally
just
said
so
nothing.
disingenuous. It's just so disingenuous because we don't need dates and times to understand that the Balfour Declaration was the reason why they were placed there. There were three options: Zimbabwe, Argentina, and Jerusalem.
And do you know why they picked Jerusalem?
Well, you tell me, sir, because you want to insult me anytime I want to have a respectful disagreement.
I, for one, still really want to hear the answer to Max's question, because Max proposed a very good question.
Max is being booted to the back. You got 5 minutes backstage, Max.
Max, I do apologize. I'll be next.
Okay. So
Stop using too many numbers.
repropose-
Adam, tell them to stop using too many numbers because I'm getting confused.
I will repropose Max's question because it was a good question. At least I'll try to. Tell me if I did it wrong in the back chat, Max. So if this entire system was created effectively by secret societies, why wouldn't they change it when people start to catch on in order to
They
remain
won't.
secret?
People are only starting to catch on just now. And even when you explain very clearly, most people still don't believe it.
So that goes back to my question: Why how can you even trust?
Oh
the
my
system
God,
then?
terrible answer. It's because the universal law, and this is my issue with you, Zach. It's because the universal law, folks, those of you that do or do not believe in God, is that the truth must be hidden in plain sight. So in order to continue doing what they do, they have to put it in your face. That's why it's available. The moment you realize how the world works, every movie you watch, TV show, every song you listen to, every company brand logo you see, there's signs. Every monarch throne, there's signs. But yeah, we need Gematria. We need Gematria. I'm sorry, Zach. We need Gematria.
Hold on.
Jesus.
Hold on.
Man, that's even a worse answer than
Hold
he
on
gave.
right now goes back to Sumer. Do you think perhaps maybe the reason they created a new language is because they were discovered? Again, what the Jesuits are doing, they're taking on traditions that came before them. Perhaps that's part of the reason they've evolved this new language and calendar and re-implemented a similar system. Here's something I'd encourage everybody to look into: the 7 Hermetic principles. It's very short to read, but one of the principles is vibration, that everything carries a vibration, every shape, every sound, every letter,
Crystals.
everything.
Where are the crystals?
Hold on.
Where's
And
this
another
vibration?
Hermetic principle is that you're either the person doing the influencing or the person being influenced. And most people in the world are being influenced through screens that are dictated by a small group of people. And what I'm saying is every day they're encoding their propaganda Kabbalistically. Is there some sort of spiritual significance to this? Is there some sort of spell casting and witchcraft that has a real manipulation power over the masses? I would argue
You
that
need
it
to
is.
get out more. You need to get out the house more. You need to get out the house more. You definitely need to get out the house more.
Speaking
May
of
I
getting
speak
out of
just
the
one
house,
time?
wrongful rage coming in with the Big Ten says, Brick, unleash your northern pride on them, then knock back a pint. You earned it.
Oh, I'm on the
And
whiskey, Sarah, love.
Go ahead. I'll tell
Yeah.
that to wrongful rage. Go ahead, 5
Wrong-
All right, yeah, I've been sitting here patient. All right,
yeah,
let's try
well,
this.
get the fuck over it. Like,
all good.
literally,
Here we go.
there's been people sitting backstage all fucking night. Get
Okay.
over it.
Okay. So I'm going to try
500,
this.
man, go.
I'm going to try this a different way. We'll try it with sports. Why did Tom Brady go 7-3 in Super Bowls? Can anyone answer me that without Gematria?
Not sports.
Nope,
Do
that's
quiz.
how I'm going to do
quiz.
this.
Yeah, because that's the special.
It's the easiest way to explain it.
No, I don't
Tell
like
me
sports.
why he went 7-3 in Super Bowls without
7 and
Gematria.
3. That's 10 in it.
Yeah.
586, you're getting put back in the back for another 5.
Wow. So the I believe that would come down to specific factors that happened in each game.
He was the guy that asked the question. The guy that put it back.
586.
Okay. Well,
I mean, you guys know this, like
Let
everything.
me do a voice confirmation. Moon, is that you, darling?
Yep, can you hear me?
We can hear you. What is 7 plus 3?
10.
Okay. Are we going to show any penises or weird shit on the screen?
Not at all. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for hosting me. Thanks to everyone. This has been interesting. Can't believe it's still going. So I wanted to hop on. I remember someone, I don't know if they're still in the chat, they mentioned Albert Pike, Freemasonry was brought up, morals and dogma, the relationship
I brought it up.
to, thank you, to trying to merge Kabbalah with Satan worship, with modern Satan worship, with this character, Albert Pike. So I pulled up, it's Fam Guardian, Morals and Dogma, PDF, page 233 out of 621. It basically
Yeah, I looked at it. It said nothing about Satan.
No, exactly. It said something about Lucifer, and then what you find is these two figures are sort of blended together throughout history. They hold some of the same qualities and characteristics throughout different cultures. So when you look into Lucifer, you find that how it says light bearer, that's similar to themes and motifs put onto the Satan character. You understand? You may be
Okay,
thinking of
so
Satan, you're just
which
devil.
passage are you talking about? I'm looking at page 232 and 233 right now. 233, he's mostly talking about, well, at least I think if this is formatted correctly, it's talking about connections between Babylon, different Eastern religions, and a bunch of different shit. Honestly, to me, this just looks like generic perennialism.
Generic perennialism.
Yeah,
I would say
generic
it's probably
perennialism.
one of the essential texts to Freemasonry, which has existed for hundreds.
Yes, obviously Albert Pike was significant in Freemasonry. I know that. The relevant question is whether or not this is Lucifer, or well, not Satan worship, Luciferianism. And also the other thing is that there is a lot of fucking differences between different groups of Satanists. I know this because I've studied Satanism a little bit, not too much. Satanism. But there are like but there are at
They already
least
slipped out.
but there are two different schools of Satanism, two major groups. You have the Satanic Temple and the Church of Satan, but then you also have theistic Satanism, which is off on its own doing its own thing, and then you have like 09A, which is weird neo-Nazi shit. So you have all of these different groups. Like this isn't it's not a consistent thing to begin with.
Well,
yeah, but Adam again, Adam, you said it was the worst answer that I was even a worse answer. Adam, where did you need to use Gematria to figure that out?
Wait, what?
I do not believe in Gematria at all.
This person interjected.
So how could you possibly figure these things out, Adam, without Zachary's brilliant interpretation of the math that we need to understand? Respectfully.
Mostly YouTube videos.
I've got a 10-year-old autistic son that I do all my mathematical equations
we were
with. He
on
tells
the
me everything.
subject of Albert Pike, morals and dogma. We were talking about Luciferianism, how it relates to Satanism. You mentioned some low-level satanic filtering agencies like the Church of Satan.
09A
is what I've thought of. Okay, so
okay. So whether or not Temple of Set is even Satanist is an interesting question on its face. Actually,
20 to 30 seconds.
That's actually not clear.
And we will further
tell him, Adam.
Yeah, don't shift it to the Satan shit. Let's keep it on Gematria.
Tell him, Adam, I've got your back.
But also, to be clear, you aren't even talking about Satanism here. You're talking about Luciferianism.
No, I'm trying to put together here a claim that was made that there's no relation between Albert Pike, Freemasonry, and Kabbalah, and how Kabbalah could relate to Satanism or Luciferianism.
Not the claim. Nope. Not the claim. Actually, not the claim.
For the guests and everyone else in the chat, so that they can make their own decision.
Well, okay. So first, hold on. I'm not going to let you straw man my position. First, I'm going to say what I said. First, because you were responding to what I said about the connection between Albert Pike, Freemasonry.
Well, let him steal man it, Adam. Let him steal man it first. Let him steal man it.
My position is that Freemasons don't worship Satan in any significant way more than like Hindus would worship Satan.
Oh my goodness, man.
So what I'm not saying.
Listen to yourself speak.
I'm not saying that there's no connection. They're weird perennialists. They're going to have some spurious connections, but they're not Satan worshippers or Luciferians in the same way that you would expect like 09A. 09A, they're theistic Satanists.
You're going to give me a breakdown of Luciferian low-level dark occult orders. That's not my point, okay? What I'm trying to say is the original claim. Let me read the passage so we can just clear all this up, tied together. It says, and mind you, you're right, it's a lot of blended things, but he says, the apocalypse, that sublime Kabbalistic and prophetic summary of all the occult figures divides its image into three septenaries, sevenness, after each of which there is silence in heaven. There are seven seals. That is to say, seven mysteries to know, seven difficulties to overcome, seven trumpets, seven cups to empty. That right there proves to you that there's inherent numerology based inside Freemasonry, inside Albert Pike's work, Morals and Dogma, that ties to prior Kabbalah, where Gematria is from, and modern politics, numerology that's encoded today, Freemasonry. So, and then the second paragraph here is with Lucifer. It says, the apocalypse is to those who receive the 19th degree, the apotheosis of that sublime faith which aspires to God alone and despises all the pomps and works of Lucifer. Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the sun in the morning, it is he who bears the light, and with its splendors blinds feeble, or selfish souls. Doubt it not.
Have you ever been a parent?
What are you reading?
Have you ever been a parent? No. Simple question. Have you ever been a parent? Are you a parent?
What are you reading them from?
Excuse me.
What book are you reading?
No. Listen. Lucifer was the most talented angel, and angels existed before us. Unlike you guys, I can tell you, in other languages, they're called the jinn. Right? When you watch Disney Channel and you see the movie with the genie in it, Aladdin. Hold on. When you see the movie with the genie in it, Aladdin, that's a direct reference to demons in Islam, right? So there's clear. Hold on now, guys. There's clear reference to extraterrestrial or other earthly beings that have been here long before human beings. Now, when you sit here and state Lucifer, this and that, Lucifer and this and that, you need to realize he was just the first rebellious child of the Creator. So this idea that you're trying to placate anything that the light bearer, the Statue of Liberty,
Bro, what are y'all
holds true
talking about now?
is
Y'all
just no.
spinning off
What
some
do
other
you mean?
shit.
What am I talking about? It's the same as you guys have this habit of shilling for Zach tonight.
Doesn't have a basis.
I don't know who you guys are.
Now y'all losing.
I don't know who you guys are, but you make worse arguments than Zach does. At least Zach makes good arguments. Like, I don't know, Zach, did you text these guys to come jump on the panel to help you because you were getting cooked by everybody? What's going on?
Zach, have you been asking your homies to come over here and fight your battles?
Oh, man.
Zach, what are they talking
Zach,
about?
I don't need anyone to.
Zach, I'll fucking tie you up in Zach. I will literally tie you up in knots, son. I will bully you right now with your little victims.
Can I ask the panel a question? Can I say something in a minute and just hear everybody's response?
Wait, how long's a minute? How long's a minute take?
It's going to take a minute. Put on a stopwatch.
How long's that though? How long's
All
that?
right. Okay. Hold on. Let me get my stopwatch. I'm getting it.
Wait, let's get me hourglass. I'll get me hourglass.
Elon Musk. I'd like you guys to look up what day he was declared the richest man for the first time. It was January 7th, 2021.
Fucking
the 78th anniversary.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
Getting a point.
What's wrong with Elon Musk? What's wrong with Elon Musk?
Well, right now he's
my favorite
very
rich
important
guy.
in this country. But what I'm trying to show people is that he's a puppet, and what's standing behind the puppet.
You mean you don't like people pointing out
So,
your
can I
shitty
finish to make
flaws?
the point so that you guys can
Go on.
then
Sorry,
respond?
my bad. Sorry. Go on. Carry on
Okay, so it
regardless.
was the 78th death anniversary of Nikola Tesla that he was declared the richest man. Obviously, he has the Tesla electric car company.
Yep.
Now he links up with Trump when he's 78 years old, when Donald Trump's
Mhm.
78 years old. If you look in history, it was Trump's uncle who audited Tesla's books and apartment after his passing. In
So wait there. If he didn't win this election, he couldn't have done it. So if Trump
But it
didn't
was
win
all
this
rigged.
election,
I
that
told
would
you
never.
people 4 years ago why Trump was coming back to the election.
Sorry, carry on. Go on, carry on.
Tesla equals 78. Jesuit equals 78. For the record, Cleveland equals 78. Like Trump's the second split term president in U.S. history. The other one's Grover Cleveland. And for the record, split term equals 132, like the last split
Take
term
a
was
breath.
132 years ago.
Take
But
a
again,
breath,
the
take a
point is
breath.
78. Tesla, Jesuit. Trump, Jesuit educated, them running the federal city, these rituals, these redundant numbers. What do you think about that, though, that it was the 78th anniversary and now that he's linked up with Trump while
It's
Trump's
intriguing.
78 years old?
It's intriguing. I think they're all
Big up
correlated,
the
but I don't
fucking
need
goat.
dates. I don't need
Okay,
dates and
so-
times to figure that out.
That was so that was 1 minute 35, but you got interrupted a few times. So honestly, that's fair. Honestly, that's fair.
Because you didn't take a breath, we'll let you carry on.
So, again, the point of the knowledge.
You're dumb. For a smart person, you're dumb as fuck. You.
No, that's the most Scottish thing ever. No, because Zach is smart, but dude, I'm losing you.
Is he fuck? Is he fuck?
No, he
He's
is.
read a lot of
No,
books.
Bricky,
He's read a
listen,
lot
man,
of
listen,
books.
man.
Fuck me with that little Satan talk, bro.
Nah, Bricky, he's a smart fella. He's just fucking drinking the Kool-Aid, isn't he?
Zach, do you speak any other languages other than English?
Well, that was English, you clown. It's called a different accent.
That was an Indian accent in
Why-
English.
I'm asking Zach if he speaks another language other than English. I don't know what.
A little Spanish.
No, Zach only speaks English. Zach speaks poquito Spanish, like to go to a
Bullshit.
taco truck.
He speaks bullshit.
Anti-Semitism.
Come on, Zach, let's be real. I live in LA. I live in
I
LA. It's
will say
poquito.
one thing: the chat are a bunch of big fucking babies. I haven't seen such. This is just pathetic. You guys
What are they
really
doing?
need to learn.
Must be Zach's chat coming in.
This kind of stuff. Like you guys really need to learn what blood sport and open panel dumpster fire means. This is the norm here. This is actually slightly less retarded than other conversations we've had.
It is.
So-
And I'm scared about getting kicked off. Sarah has already booted me once or twice in the
Oh,
past. So
shit.
I'm attempting to behave myself because otherwise, oh my.
Knowledge isn't that.
Oh
You know what
man,
it is?
like I would
It's like I said. It's like I said in the chat earlier. It's the Jim Jones effect. We live in a time of technological expansion that has allowed human beings from all parts of Earth to connect on a level that has been unprecedented. We've never seen it before.
That is true.
So in the age of information, we are living in an age of misinformation. It's very important to filter the bullshit from the real shit. right?
what
And I
about
think
the
this is
what
the
about the
biggest
Jesuits?
contention. Zach, unlike
Write a
these other
paper in
people who've
material.
trolled you, Zach, I think you're a smart dude. And this is our biggest
I
contention as
don't.
other smart people
I
on the
think you're
internet.
thick as
We're
fuck.
just trying to get to a middle ground, bro. And your
I think
gematria
you're
is not
thick
helping
as
us with
fuck,
that. We're
Zach.
not getting to a middle ground with the gematria effect.
Yeah, hey, look, Zach, I'm just a British bricklayer, right? I'm thick as fuck, right? But you're more backward than I could ever wish to be. Right, okay.
So
Just saying it. All I'm saying, Zach, is you say a whole lot of bullshit, right? You're like Kamala Harris on steroids,
No,
right?
that was Billy Bob, whatever the
wait,
fuck
like,
that nigga name was. That was him.
So
I can't say that word.
Here, since you're in the UK, let me give you this one, and I'd just like to see how you respond.
Oh my god.
It was the 74th birthday of King Charles, November 14th. The news broke in the U.S. about murders at 2 U.S. college campuses. The killings had reportedly happened the day prior, but they both broke on the news November 14th. One was the University of Virginia Cavaliers. Now, Cavaliers were those who fought for King Charles in the English Civil War. So there's a relation to Cavaliers and Charles. But members of the Virginia Cavaliers football team were murdered. And then on the other side of the United States, at the University of Idaho, 4 students were murdered on Kings Road. Now, this was the 74th birthday. Again, in Gematria, killing equals 74. The king equals 74. London equals 74. Again, occult is 74.
Where does London equal 74? Where does London equal 74? No. Where does London equal? Stop filibustering.
Moscow and
No,
King Charles is of Russian ancestry.
you're presenting a lot of points, yeah, but you're not allowing anyone to
This
report.
is
Where does London
this is
equal
evidence
74?
that King Charles murdered 4 people
L
on
is the
that day.
12th letter, O is the 15th, N's the 14th, D's the 4th, O's the 15th, N's the 14th. Add it up. London 74.
Right. So I'm going to ask you
King's
a question,
Crown
my
allows him
friend.
to
Can you
teleport to any
help
former
me?
British colony.
Adam, I'm going to ask this gentleman a question. Since he's good
All
with
right. Oh
numbers,
yeah.
right?
Go
Okay.
for it. Go for it. Go for it.
On the 4th day of the 4th month, I had my 4th child, right? But I've also been had the snip 4 times as well. So is that child mine?
You don't matter, man. That's what you got to understand.
Or is that just a
Ricky,
coincidence?
Ricky, I was there with you until the very last
from the
sentence.
jump, bro.
It's your fault. Well, it's you're the one. It's your child, and you're getting the blame.
On topic, bro.
I wanted to finish the point. I only have one more
Fucking
thing.
knew it wasn't mine.
If you look into the University of Idaho killing on Kings Road, they said the 2 women who were murdered made 10 phone calls that night to a man named
Okay,
Jack.
Zach, I haven't heard you talk about the assassination of John F. Kennedy once tonight. Isn't that more important than sports players dying?
Yeah, there was 2 shootouts. There was 2 shootouts apparently.
Hold on. From the last,
Yeah. Well, that was actually really big. I'm surprised.
Isn't it great how a man?
I'm sorry, I have common sense.
Isn't it great how a man can keep a secret for 65 years, right? But a
Finally,
woman,
y'all said
6.5
we already
fucking
knew.
seconds, and she blurts it out.
Y'all just admitted what we already knew.
Yeah, we had that on the. We didn't tell anybody for, and then didn't tell anybody. A woman gets. I'm gonna fucking tell you there was 2 shootouts. Big up her for doing that, right?
JFK files for 65 years. We already knew that.
Dude, do you think that you can do Gematria in other languages? Because this is important. Translations are not as straightforward as you seem, and I don't think you speak Spanish.
Zach said people do it in Spanish and it works for them. He already answered that question, bro. You're late. This is a whole 6-hour conversation, bro.
I'm sorry.
No. He didn't fucking answer it. He said, "Oh,
It
there
didn't
might
start in
may
English.
have
It
been
started in
interpretation."
Hebrew. All the biblical
shit.
languages
Right,
were
okay,
letter and
let's
number
go-
systems.
let's go,
Hebrew, Aramaic, ancient Greek.
Do
So,
you know
yeah,
that the ancient Hebrew is not the
Zach
same
won
language
this
as
argument,
current
bro.
Hebrew, right?
Nah.
Delusional.
God, wait for the numbers. There's going to be lots of numbers. Going to be lots of numbers getting
I
chucked
believe
out.
Hebrew has always been the same 22-letter
No,
alphabet.
incorrect. The letters might be the same, but the way they use the language is not.
I'm sure
English
that's
is
true.
not the
Language
same
does
as
change over time.
ancient English.
So these people that keep saying the numbers, you don't even know the ciphers, so you don't understand what you're talking about. So you're not going to understand.
Numbers, we just
So
really
why are you
confused.
speaking to her? Why are you speaking to her then? If we're below your intellectual pay grade, Okay, and we don't understand your numbers.
Questions.
You got to learn
I'm
the
a certified
ciphers, man.
retard.
Nah,
I don't know shit.
Me personally.
Well, I tell you what. You learn how to do something
I don't go that
manually.
deep into the numbers because me personally, I get confused. That's why I pay Zach to do that. He goes deep into the numbers. He's the fucking master at this shit.
You pay Zach.
I'm the
You pay Zach. Whoa, you pay Zach.
He's the
Oh
teacher,
my
bro.
life.
And I can admit that, bro.
How much you paying, Zach?
You don't know shit.
How fucking what twat? What fucking twat pays Zach to do numbers?
Bricky. Oi, mate. Bricky, I got a good question. Did William Wallace, William Braveheart Wallace, use Gematria to fight the English?
Right, okay. I'm gonna ask you a really stupid question now, right? Okay. No, I'm gonna ask you, what's Gematria?
No. I have a question. How much money y'all getting paid to do this shit?
It's
That's
the
what I want to know.
kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words.
Whoever asked that question, real quick. I've been in YouTube for a while. Whoever asked that question, the host of this channel has been doing it, has laid out the blueprint for your information. So ask a question like that to somebody else because it's the wrong place, bro.
Anybody here who is getting money to be opposed to Gematria, hook me up. I want that fucking money.
Whoa, Adam, fucking wait. Sarah, I'm first. I want paid first. I'll jump on that bandwagon.
You know that there are free websites that you can use, which is what Zach uses. You can do this shit for free. You don't need to pay him.
No, we would not pay him. Not at all.
That is exactly it.
It's more of like a community thing. It's more of like a community thing. Like it's like a community thing, dude.
So can I give some examples?
Community.
I already did. I said I flipped $1 to 1,000 one time. I flipped 10 cents.
Dude, where are you from? You sound like you're from Central America, South America, or Europe or something. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Uruguay.
You're from Uruguay? That's how we say it in America.
That's irrelevant, bro.
Uruguay?
Yeah, but that's a 20-year-old.
I'm just here saying Gematria works, bro. And Zach has had 11 hard years of proof that the shit's worked.
So again,
I'm sorry.
You just said you.
I'm sorry, bro, but you're not making that stereotype look good right now. Because all I see is your teeth and the tip of your nose, bro. You gotta turn a light on, fam. Like, this is crazy.
I ain't white, boy. This is melanin.
That's what I'm saying, fam. You're not helping the stereotype.
And my ancestors, gave y'all this knowledge. At the end of the day, the Moroccans, Mansa Musa, all them, they the one gave y'all the knowledge. At the end of the day,
give us shit. You literally just said you don't even fucking understand it. That math confuses.
Who's you? With there? Who's you? Who's you? Who with there? Who is you? Who you referencing? Who is you? Who's you? Who's you?
The people y'all
listen, who's you? You gotta get off.
You give me fuck up. What are you giving? You're giving me a headache. You're giving me a headache.
Let me address the chat real quick, right?
Gentlemen, nope, you're not
go all
going
day,
to.
baby.
I
Trust
am. Yeah. Andrew Wilson did pop on tonight, and he will be coming back again to make. I can't even talk now. Y'all got me so retarded. To debate. I still can't say it. Debate. Zachary again, and Zach, I did send you some available dates in your email, and Andrew said he will make it work, whichever one you pick.
You better do it, Zach.
Crypto, I'm just
Watch that get postponed indefinitely.
Zach, I need you to do it, Zach.
Here's what shut the fuck up. I give Zach a lot of credit. Most grown men cannot come on a panel and sit here for 6 fucking hours having to defend his entire stance over and over and over and over again.
Fair.
And I this is just like Furby. You guys all hate Furby, but she sits here every
I love Furby. I fucking love Furby.
Brick,
Can
I wasn't
sign up to
fucking
debate
done.
him too?
Yeah, at least Furby
May I
asked
say
a fucking
something?
question.
I put a goal in the chat about 15 minutes ago, and you all have failed, which tells me you're all tired too. So I think what we're going to do is go ahead and get into our shutdown mode. We're going to start. We're going to let everybody give their final thoughts. Fucking quietly, people. If you don't know how to keep your mouth shut, mute your mic. So, Brick, who's got the feedback, by the way, so I can hear myself talking?
It ain't me.
Let me mute up.
Brick, why don't you go ahead and start with your final thoughts, please?
Right. So what you're saying is you're kicking me first.
Yeah, last one on, first one off.
That's absolutely fair as fuck. That's fair as fuck, Sarah. You've actually let me stay on you longer than I actually thought I would be. But one thing I will say is that I am not going to change who I am. I'm a cunt. I'm a bastard. I'm a proper twat. Right? But Sarah, I love you, love. I love you. You're a proper bitch. You are. Just put these degenerates in their position a little bit more, like you do to me. You know when you do it to me? Just do that to these a bit more often, Sarah, and that's me done. I'll mute up, love.
Perfect. Thank you, Bricky. 5-10 to you, my love.
You're a funny ass host, Zach. I'm always gonna be here, bro. I'm rocking with you forever, bro. You the GOAT. You know what's really going on. You got your community that's always gonna rock
You
with
a
you.
GOAT.
I see him in the chat's going crazy, Zach.
Damn, bro. Based
Here,
on
bro.
tonight's debate, I wish you said something better than you would go.
AJ, what
Not
Bro, I
convincing.
don't care. Like it
mute
wasn't
the
about
fuck
me, bro.
up.
We can have a whole debate. That's not about me, bro. I'm here. Yeah. Anyways, all right, y'all. Thank you for putting me out here. I'm out of here.
Perfect. Thank you. Robert, to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, Zach, you know, really, like everybody's saying, good job on you being here for like 6 hours basically handling this. Although you didn't really basically answer anything. That's fair. That's fine. You can filibuster for 6 hours. We all saw it. It's on tape. And I got to say, I'm impressed because I thought that Jim Bob was like the king of filibustering, but, you know, with that moon debate, but you managed to top that. So my hat's off to you. Still waiting for any proof of your system working. And look forward to seeing you get destroyed with Andrew Wilson. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Adam, to you.
Hold on. Let me. Okay. Yeah. Gematria is like most psychological parapsychological things, supernatural things. It turns into an example of postdiction. I've never heard the term before. But it's basically effectively just an example of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. People tend to misrepresent Freemasonry. I'm not a fan of Freemasonry, but the fact of the matter is it's not as bad as people think. They're not literal Satanists. They're not literal Luciferians. They're just wacky perennialists who really like hanging out and drinking beer while talking about fucking economics, or local economics, which is pretty much all they do. Anyway, thank you for having me on, Sarah. I have nothing more to say than that. And have a good night.
You're most welcome, Adam. Thank you. 586, the floor is yours.
Yep. So Zach wasn't filibustering or anything like that. He was speaking truth. It's just people who don't understand this knowledge, you're not going to get it in 6 hours. You might not get it in 6 months. You may never understand it in 6 years. And I was just going to bring up a couple of examples through sports because that's the easiest way to bring it up to people. Now, most people were saying,
even though he's wrong about the Eagles.
Closing thoughts.
So again,
AJ.
that guy kept saying, "Oh, well, we knew this without Gematria." And then I tried to ask one question: why did Tom Brady play in 10 Super Bowls and go 7-3? No one gave me an answer, and then I got booted off. Well, could it be because his name, Thomas Edward Brady, equals 73 in the most pure cipher? These people are all puppets. They get millions of dollars to be on the stage. All of us, we're not on the stage. We don't make these people millions and billions of dollars. Their lives are scripted. Some to the point where they're born, the day they're born, the year they're born. But a lot of people who don't understand this knowledge just, oh, you sound like you belong in a fucking insane asylum and all this shit because you don't understand what we're talking about. If you understood, then you would get what we're saying. Why did LeBron James win his first NBA championship the year he won it? Could it be because his name equals 66? It was the 66th NBA season, and it was shortened from 82 games to 66. And there's 66 books in the King James Bible, and they call him King James. Is all that just coincidence?
Could be.
No, it is not. Why did Michael Jordan win his very first championship in the NBA in 1991? It was the 45th season. Air Jordan equals 45. When he retired and came back, he wore the number 45. Air Jordan equals 63. He was born in 1963. He
Sarah,
still owns
can
the
I
NBA
ask a
playoff
follow-up
record.
question?
He still owns the
Seriously.
NBA playoff
Shut
record
up.
for 63 points.
Mm.
These are the things they script these people's lives by the numbers. But again, if you don't understand the numbers, you won't. We're talking gibberish to you because you guys don't understand what we're talking about.
Shit.
But it's all good. I mean, you'll learn it. If you do, cool. If not, it's whatever. Thank you for having me on.
You're
That was
most
deep.
welcome.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
AJ, shut your fucking mouth.
Sorry,
Yeah?
Sarah. I'm
The
sorry.
floor is yours.
On the short time, I'm going to go back and watch this because this sounds like fun. But on the short time that I was here, I asked a couple of questions to which I didn't get answer. And a lot of the limitations of language and translation seem to be not considered when doing this. In passing, he tried to shoehorn cymatics into this, which is another like wild thing that has absolutely no basis in reality. So I would like to throw my hat in the ring to debate this dude.
Fair enough.
Not much. You can watch me on Matters Now.
That's easy. Finally, AJ, fucking talk. And I hope everybody interrupts you the whole fucking time. And I'm leaving it to the panel. You can interrupt him the whole
I have
fucking
permission.
Yeah,
You can't stop me now.
Yeah, Adam.
What's up, Rick?
Is this fella on the top right really Hispanic? He doesn't look Hispanic.
I don't know.
Why did Kobe Bryant die at the age of 41? Can anyone answer me that?
Because he took a breath of fresh air.
Answer me that though. Why did he die at the age of 41? Why was he taken out of his last game with 4.1
I
seconds?
don't know
left on the
why.
clock?
Why did he die?
Why did he die? You think it had nothing to do with the fact that the weather was bad and the helicopter pilot, even though he advised him not to fly, flew anyway?
I believe
and
the reason
in the
he died at
cartoon where they
41
predicted
is
his
because
death,
I will give you an answer.
programming?
I will give you an answer. The answer to
I
your
just told
question
you
is
why.
because he's incredibly bad at hiring competent helicopter pilots. And invested in his life. He really should have gotten
You believe they let that
He
man
believed
fly?
in DEI. He believed in DEI, didn't he?
You think they really let him fly?
If Kobe Bryant hired a better helicopter pilot, he'd still be alive today. All right, I'm done.
Top
Kobe Bryant equals 41. That's why he died at 41.
Top seed, the floor is yours.
Yeah, as a person that was once an avid follower of Gematria, I no longer believe in it the way I used to. But I do think that there is
Because you lost a bet?
Stop
no,
it.
not because I lost
Stop
a bet.
interrupting.
Not at all. It's just it's too inconsistent. It's not consistent enough. There's been plenty of times where Gematria was incorrect, like 145 days from Mahomes' birthday, 3-peat equals 145, or the Eagles could fall to 666 losses. And
You do know both sides are double coded, right?
Exactly. No, he's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay because that proves the point.
Shut this shit down.
Okay.
Please get through your statements.
Yeah, his point was, that means there's codes for both sides, but that completely defeats the purpose of Gematria and studying it, because you're supposed to be able to pinpoint exactly what the conclusion is or what the outcome is. And if you're always saying, oh, hedge your bets or close call or double coded, then what's even the point of even studying it? The whole point of Gematria is for it to find the answers for you, and if not, then what's the point of it? And number two, Gematria has it doesn't affect real change, nothing. Like a lot of times it aligns perfectly and it makes a lot of sense, but what real change has it affected? Since Zach had hit his peak, I think in like 2020, and since then his viewership has regressed, and I think that's a real indicator of people not really being people. It's not moving people. People don't care whether it makes sense or not. So it's like, what's the point of it? That's my whole point. Does it really affect change? And people say that since I've been studying Gematria, my life has been so much better. How? You've never given a real example. You haven't improved yourself financially. Nobody in this community is rich other than Zach. And that's because of his sub count. It's not because of bets that he's placing on Gematria. So it's like, who's rich from this knowledge? No one. And anybody that says that they're liars, tell them to prove it. They're liars. And this is somebody that I've been almost a decade. I've been in this community. Like, I know everybody. So you can't, like, if you want, you can't convince me, bro. I've been doing this long enough. And I'm not saying that there isn't some type of secret society controlling things behind the scenes.
Oops, sorry. I accidentally did that.
Okay, yeah, but we don't know enough to try to keep pace with these people. And if the system is as intelligent as we think it is, what makes us think that we can keep pace with these people? It just seems like a hamster wheel. You're not going anywhere. It seems like you're getting somewhere, but you're really not. And yeah, that's my closing argument.
Perfect. Thank you so much. To the other gentlemen on panel, aside from Zachary, I'm going to remove you. Everybody say goodbye. We love you all. Have a wonderful evening. And Zachary, you get the final closing thoughts of the evening. Floor is yours.
Sure. I don't want to spend too much time responding to what the last guy said. Just understand, he came into this community as a troll for about 6 months. He pretended like he was a friend. He went right back to trolling. Pretty much everything he said was super disingenuous. The reason my channel's suffered is because of the mass deletions and censorship, and I am buried in some kind of horrible algorithm that YouTube has clearly put on it. Everybody knows that. You can't leave a like on my channel. Your comment gets deleted instantly. Views just cap off right at once they get to 1,500. I mean, well, once upon a time I put out a video, it'd get 10,000 views in 10 minutes. So again, I would argue the reason we've been suppressed is because of what we are exposing. And tonight I've tried to lay down some ideas and examples, which is challenging when everyone's trying to talk over you and interrupt you. But just real quick, I was bringing up the point about the murders on King Charles' birthday. There's so many things you can point to. By the way, if you look into the man who was accused of those murders in Moscow, Idaho, they had to tell you he lived in apartment 201. And again, we're going to have a debate here with Mr. Andrew in the days ahead. But I'll just leave you with this. Again, I started looking into this knowledge because I saw patterns in numbers. It started on September 11th. It seemed beyond coincidence that in New York, the 11th state, these buildings that look like a massive 11 would come crumbling down. On 911 as well, a national emergency on 911. So I was 18 years old when that happened. After that, I started to realize it wasn't just that day. It was like I'd pay attention to the news and they'd just throw numbers into stories that just didn't need to be there. It reminded me of being a child in Sunday school asking the teacher, what's with these numbers in the Bible that are not explained? Why is the fourth book of the Bible called Numbers? And like I said, I always liked numbers. For a decade, I was asking questions about what is it with numbers and ritualism. And then again, I came across Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages. I saw the ciphers in there, the explanation. I began looking into it. You guys, so many things to talk about. Here, just to close you out with one more to think about. It's more than numbers, and dates are important. Tupac Shakur, his death, and then the rushed out album Machiavelli. If you look into this, Tupac died on September 13th, so we're told. That's Caesar Borgia's birthday, the son of a pope, where the likeness of white Jesus comes from. They put out the album Machiavelli, okay? Or Machiavelli, a play on Machiavelli, who supposedly faked his death in history. Machiavelli wrote The Prince based on Caesar Borgia. I just want you to go back and look what happened shortly after Prince died. Prince the musician, whose death we did call. You can tell, hey, Jeff Young of Megadeth. He has a radio show out there, Music Without Boundaries. You can go back and listen to my archived episode from February 2016, right after the Grammys with him, where I call out why Prince's death is imminent after Vanity died. All of my old work has been deleted thanks to Google, but that's something that remains because of his own independent platform. Jeff Young, Music Without Boundaries. Anyone go listen to the February 2016 episode. We've been calling important things for a long time to try and wake people up to this occult world that literally does mock us each day. But again, I lost my train of thought. Shoot. Anyway, the point is, understanding this number code, it allows you to see the ritualism in the rigging of the system. It is not a lie. It's not a scam. It was very disingenuous of JimBob just saying scammer, scammer, scammer. That's a false accusation. That's something a Christian is not supposed to do. I've always made my work mostly free, and only in recent years did I ever monetize anything, and I've always made it very modestly priced. I don't come on here to sell stuff. I come on here to enlighten people about the cabal that does operate this way and the value of seeing through it, you guys. We are being manipulated and lied to, and most of our friends and family don't have a clue, and they're marching along to the lies. And for some of that, you know, my neighbors right next door to me, same age, early 40s, they both have heart problems, and they both think it's from the pokey dokes that they had to get from their workplace. Again, when you have enough knowledge, you didn't participate in that. For every Christian out there, since so many Christians came on tonight, it is important to understand that they did simulate the pandemic on May 15, 2018, 666 days before it was declared. 666, the mark, the thing you must have in Revelation 13 if you want to buy or sell. How many people had to wear a mask if they wanted to buy or sell first? A word, one letter off from Mark. But then also, how many people had to get the pokey doke if they wanted to buy or sell? Again, there are other ciphers we didn't talk about tonight. One is called Sumerian. It's just multiplying the alphabetic order times 6. A is 6, B is 12, C is 18, D is 24, so on. The VACCINATION word equates to 666. This stuff is not a joke, you guys. Not understanding what these people are doing is causing people to walk into deadly traps. And some people are no longer breathing because they submitted to these agendas. And these agendas will continue to march on. Again, you guys, so many of you in this chat might be Trump people. Did you not just see the CEO of Oracle, what he said? He said this new AI project, he sees a future where everyone has to wear a camera so that they're under surveillance of the AI, so that society will be on its best behavior. You guys, he also talked about how this AI technology can read our blood and create miracle jabs that will solve all the problems in 48 hours. Sounds nice, but you should look into how that Stargate, that movie that this new project's named after for the AI, you should see how it came out on Bill Gates' birthday. Mr. Bill Gates, who started this. I want to get into all of it. But anyway, Bill Gates, for people who don't know this, we were out there March 13th, 2020, the day that Trump declared the national emergency, Friday the 13th. I gave away over $3,000 in merchandise to get as many people out in front of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as I could to raise awareness about Event 201, which almost nobody knew about at the time. And also what Bill Gates said in 2010, 2010 at his TED Talk. For anyone who's never watched Bill Gates' TED Talk from 2010, Innovating to Zero, just go listen to the first 6 minutes and you'll hear exactly what you need to hear. This stuff everybody should know about because there are serious agendas to get rid of us. Again, we'll get into it a lot more with Andrew. I know it's been over 6 hours. I appreciate you hosting this. I didn't realize that your style was the way it is, but it's okay.
Oh.
My real hope here tonight was to get a debate with an actual real candidate, which is not what I saw Jim Bob as. I do see Andrew as a better debater, and I do look forward to that. And I'll talk to my wife and let you know which day will work out. Yep. I did get your email, so.
Perfect.
Yeah, for all the people out there that think I'm insane, I encourage you to look more into this because it could end up saving your life or enhancing it in some way that you wouldn't understand today. So thank you again, Sarah.
Perfect. You're most welcome, Zachary. And quite frankly, this has actually been a really fun one, no matter the case. But I hope everybody at least enjoyed themselves, enjoyed watching. It seems like we held a really solid engagement throughout the evening. Zachary, most people are kind of aware that it's more blood sporty over here, but for not knowing that and walking into it, you did freaking awesome. I'm impressed. Outside of that, keep tuned in, folks, because I'll post the Andrew and Zachary debate once they lock in a date. Outside of that Throwdown Thursday, I believe No Fugazi podcast will be coming on, and we can all have ourselves a fun little open panel dumpster fire with him. I will be redirecting all of you over to Robert Noir. And so go have fun with him. Be sure to throw tomatoes in the chat when you arrive. Outside of that, everyone, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.